just welcoming everyone here to the hearings of our long-term plan. Just in front of us, we just have some rules for the hearing that I'd like to read out. Let us proceed with the hearing in the spirit of cooperation and mutual respect. So obviously code of conduct rules apply to these hearings. Councillors have read all the written submissions, so there's no need to read out your submission word for word. The 10 minutes is the submitter's time to speak, and if there's time remaining, councillors may be able to ask questions if the submitter wishes. It is not a time for statements, it is a time for direct and clear questions to our submitters. The timer will sound at 9 minutes. And as a reminder, and again at 10 minutes for the end of the submission. The chairperson, myself, has the discretion to terminate a presentation or stop a speaker at any time where the speaker is criticising elected members, staff or other members of the public, being repetitious, disrespectful or offensive, using profanity, raising matters outside the scope of what is consulted on. So these all come from our code of conduct. So in that, we have our first presenter here, Chantal, since Simon is not here, and we welcome you on behalf of Forest and Bird. Chantal, kia ora. As I said, you'll hear a buzzer at 9 minutes and then the end of your submission at 10. Very warm welcome, and we'll hand over to you. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Te whara u te nei, tēnā koe, te papa I waho, tēnā koe, rauranga te rama, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Chantal Paga tōku ingoa, no tia mana o ko tipuna, he kaimai au mō te reo o te taiao. My name is Chantal Paga. I'm the Regional Conservation Manager for Forest and Bird, and today I'm speaking on behalf of the Society and our branches here in the Hawke's Bay in relation to our submission on the proposed 3-year plan. We appreciate the Council's endeavour to recover from Cyclone Gabrielle while building resilience in their communities and the challenging decisions that comes with it. Thank you for all your hard mahi over the last 15 months. I will make a few comments on issues important to the Society before closing with the consultation topics. We want to commend Council for the commitment over the next 3 years to explore nature-based solutions as part of your infrastructure strategy for reducing flood peaks and providing additional layers of resilience for flooding events through the establishment and restoration of wetland and giving rivers more room to flow. Future soil and land management will benefit from the establishment and preservation of deep-rooting and soil-stabilizing native trees such as Kanuka, which will help to future-proof the whenua against the impacts of climate change. The proposed national policy statement on natural hazard decision-making includes a policy directing a preference for nature-based solutions over hard-engineered solutions, with this approach being more affordable and sustainable for our communities in the long term. Making room for the Nauru River near Roy's Hill would increase flood capacity while enabling faster natural groundwater recharge, creating drought resilience by ensuring aquifers are recharged. Further, Council needs to ensure that no further development takes place in areas with an increased risk of flooding through their consenting process. Council should be prepared to fight questionable proposals through to the Environment Court. We urge you to continue on with the proposed Kotahi plan change to address the freshwater pollution and over-allocation issues in the region. Regardless of where the wording of the national policy statement for freshwater management lands, you have issues that need to be addressed and communities that expect to have safe and clean water where people can swim and that can be used for drinking without significant treatment to remove pollutants. I will now move over to the consultation topics. Forest and Bird acknowledges the difficult decisions Council has to make in the wake of Cyclone Gabrielle and the rebuild of critical infrastructure to reconnect and safeguard local communities in the Rohe. However, we are deeply concerned of the proposed cuts in funding for environmental services. Topic number 3, reduce funding through our erosion control scheme. We prefer option B. Hawke's Bay eroding land loses on average more than 3 million tons of sediment into the region's waterways every year. The decision to use of steep erodible soils for pasture and production forestry was the reason that so much debris came down the rivers. In 2018, Forest and Bird supported the erosion control scheme as part of the long-term plan. In general, Forest and Bird believe those landowners who are undertaking an activity with significant impact on the environment should bear a significant proportion of the cost for cleanup. However, we believe looking at the bigger picture and retaining the scheme and protecting highly erodible land will benefit local communities and therefore should not be seized. Topic number 4, continuous slowdown of our biodiversity and biosecurity programs. We prefer option B. Forest and Bird strongly support the Council's ongoing efforts to control introduced pests in the region through the Priority Ecosystem Programme, and we strongly encourage the Council to maintain funding allocation for holistic pest control. Forest and Bird is supporting the Council's efforts in its deer impact monitoring, but are concerned by the Council's proposal to reduce funding for crucial pest control activities in the Rohe that is essential for the forest to effectively work as natural infrastructure to protect downstream productive land and residential areas from flooding. Recent soil conservation concerns preceding Cyclone Gabrielle have been highlighted across the broad Hawke catchment because of intergenerational deer impacts. Improving pest control will enable native habitat downstream community resilience during extreme weather events, which we will encounter more frequently. Our local community groups that work tirelessly to protect those fragile ecosystems are key stakeholders to achieve Council's mandated biodiversity responsibilities and require your ongoing support. Topic number 5. Reduce maintenance on our regional parks, defer development of new parks, and stop funding Te Mata Park. We prefer option B. We oppose Council's intent to reduce maintenance work in our regional parks as they deliver a plethora of environmental, economic, social, and cultural benefits to communities in the Hawke's Bay. Te Mata, one of the most visited places in the region, plays a major role in local recreation and reconnecting people with nature. Pakowhai, Tutira, Waitangi, and Peka Peka are valued ecological hotspots, and ongoing riparian planting will significantly contribute to much-needed flood control and soil conservation. While we appreciate Council is trying to save and prioritize rebuild costs, now is not the time to cut back on funding for biodiversity programs. A healthy environment is not a nice to have. It is vital for ensuring our communities are more resilient to future extreme weather. A thriving environment is paramount to our climate change response and building resilience for future events. It is critical that we continue to invest in these actions through this period. On behalf of our local branches, we thank you for your time. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chantal. Would you mind if we opened up for questions?
We can give it a go, yes.
Do we have any questions for Chantal? Councillor Williams.
Okay, my pen must have been raised.
Yeah.
Hey, Chantal, thank you for the fantastic submission. It was very constructive and positive, and a lot of work gone into it. I'm very interested in the idea of natural infrastructure and your thoughts around browser pest control. Have you got any advice on the level of investment or what we could do about deer?
So the level of investment, obviously, it's a bit hard to say because we still don't know how much the cost of deer control will be. But what we know is that if we don't do anything and we let browsers roam freely as they do now, there will be significant cost on our environment and on our local communities as well. Because without our native forest and our native bush, we're not as protected against the mitigations, the impacts of climate change. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora, Chantal. Thank you very much for that. Look, my question is whether there's anything more broadly in the activities of the Regional Council that could be done at low cost or costless to support your members and your your organisation to help us, particularly in the biodiversity space in Hawke's Bay?
I think something cost effective you can help us with is if you would investigate in restoring wetlands. To have mapping, to introduce mapping of wetlands across the Hawke's Bay, and to see where you can restore wetlands because they're excellent carbon sinks. They're much better carbon sinks than our native forests, actually. So if you would do that, and that would already help our environment and us at Forest and Bird tremendously.
Thank you. Can I just add, the link in your fantastic submission actually for that layer didn't work for me, so
Okay.
maybe you can have a look at that.
Recirculate. Councillor McIntyre.
Well, was it the coordinates one?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I will send that through to you.
Look, thanks very much for the really detailed submission, Chantal. I noted down a dozen things there which I put a tick beside, but of course our issue is it's money, is getting this stuff done. And can you give us examples? I know you do it yourselves, but wider examples of things that need to be done, such as those 12 that I ticked. We were able to do that, without necessarily much involvement from us, in addition to things like facilitation. In other words, engaging volunteer groups and that sort of thing to make things happen.
Yeah. As I said in our submission, I think it's critical that you provide the money, so that our community groups actually can do the mahi, because they do excellent work. They know what they're doing, and if unfortunately everything is running on money, that's a matter of fact. So if you would cut funding, it will really hurt those community groups, and and the environment in the long term. So investing into our biodiversity and our environment is the best thing you can do, really.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate your time and your views, Chantal. Thank you for your submission. Kia ora. Ka kite. Can I please invite up Andrew Pearce? Kia ora, Andrew. Yeah, just up the front. Thank you.
E na mana, na reo, ranangatira mā, na ki nui kia tata katoa, takawinoa Andy Pearce.
Kia ora, Andrew. Kia ora.
I'm here to speak on behalf of 25 or so people who live in Kaingaroa Place in Bayview, but the issues that I'm going to address affect a large number of other people who you'll also hear from later today in other submissions in other rural residential properties around Bayview. I'll talk specifically to your proposals that you've consulted on. Then I want to talk about the proposed rates increases for our group of properties. Then about the basis of the public transport rating, and lastly about your financial strategy. On the specific proposals you consulted on, we have supported everything except the funding for flood control schemes, where we have supported 100% from general rates, and our rationale for that is the amount per property is so small, we think it should be shared. It's only $33 per property per year. That led me, given that it's such a small amount, that led me to question, well, why are the rates going up so much? And I'll address that a bit later in the financial strategy. For our 11 or so properties, the average increase is 194% in rates. Our rates will be 3 times next year what they will be this year. That's 10 times the average increase in the, I'd have to say, somewhat misleading table of rates increases that are in your consultation document. We think those increases are unjustifiably large, extremely disproportionate, and grossly inequitable. Some might even say obscene. We are not the only ones who are in this position. Deputy Chair Foley in the newspaper relatively recently revealed that there's more than 5,000 properties that have got more than 50% increase And there are many that have 100% or 200% and even more. Clearly, there's something wrong in the rating mechanism, the way you've applied it. And I understand that, it's inevitable there are going to be difficulties when you switch from land to capital value. But nonetheless, there's something wrong there. What we're seeking from that is, first of all, to give you some time to sort out the problems, because it's clearly going to take some time. And I believe that needs to be a two-step process. First, you have to diagnose what the problem is, and you have to be absolutely certain what the problem is. When your management team can explain to you in words that you all understand sufficiently well that you can explain to someone else what has gone wrong, then you'll know that you're in a position where you can fix it, but not before then. Then you fix the problem. While you're doing that, we propose two alternatives. One is, as in our submission, to introduce a rates remission policy that effectively limits the rates increases to 33% per year, year on year. If there's a procedural difficulty with that, given that you already have a significant impact rates remission policy intended to apply to a much smaller number of people, then perhaps you apply that for 2 years in a row while you resolve the problem that you have. We have an interesting definition of outliers in the document. I think we fall into the category of outliers, and there will be many others who do so. Secondly, we believe that the capital value is an inappropriate basis for public transport rating for residential properties. You might mount an argument that it makes sense for commercial properties or industrial ones, but there's no causal or economic relationship between the capital value of a residential property and the public transport service that's provided to it. Public transport service is, in theory, provided to all properties. There's plenty of people who are sufficiently far away from where a bus goes would say, yes, it's very much in theory, but they receive, at least in theory, the same or similar service. So the basis for rating should be a unit rate, like it would be in a uniform annual general charge. And we ask that you change that in this 3-year plan. It's a significant chunk of the rates for a property like mine where, yeah, in theory, there's a bus, at the foot of the hill. There are other people who are much further away in other properties, rural residential properties, who've got a rating of several $100s a year for public transport based on the capital value. Frankly, that's nonsense. Lastly, I want to talk about your financial strategy. Actually, I really want to talk about the elephant in the room. It's actually a herd of elephants. It's not just an elephant, right? There's been a runaway train, as I describe it in our submission, of personnel costs growth over the period since 2016, 2017, and those personnel costs clearly drive the rates increase. Considering that personnel costs are 92.5% of the total rates, I think that's an unarguable proposition. Personnel costs and rates have grown at 14% per annum, averaged over that period of time. They've doubled since 2016, 2017. If rates had increased at inflation, which is 4% per year over that period of time, according to the Reserve Bank, instead of the 14% that they've increased at, council would have taken $39 million less in rates over that period of time. The elephant in the room is, the single elephant this time is, what did ratepayers get for that extra $39 million in rates? I can think of one really good thing, and that is the strengthening of the Taradale Stock Bank, which in my guess is maybe somewhere between $4 and $5 million. Maybe I'm wrong about that. However, you and we got fantastic value for that $5 million. What happened to the other $34 or $35 million? There's an old maxim that goes back to Isaac Newton in physics, which says that anything that cannot continue forever must stop. personnel costs and rates increases like there have been since 2016, 2017, cannot continue to grow at several times inflation. They must stop. The only question that remains is whether the stop is in a careful and controlled fashion or whether there's a train crash. It's down to you as councillors to direct management to reduce staff costs and numbers to avoid a crisis. That's your job and your duty as governors. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora, Andrew.
I am happy to take questions.
Thank you. A really enjoyable submission. Thank you for being so solution focused. And what you've raised is exactly what councillors have asked of our staff to provide advice on before deliberations in the deliberations paper. Thank you very much. Questions for Andrew? Councillor Williams.
Put my neck out here. Thank you again, Andrew, for constructive submission with some solutions in it. From your perception, in some of the considerable experience in this local government arena, do you think that our job as local government has increased in complexity and regulatory challenge at the rate of inflation or at some higher multiple over the past 10 years?
Now, I think it's probably fair to argue that it's increased somewhat more than the inflationary rate, but not by a factor of 14% per annum.
Further questions? Councillor Van Beek.
Yeah, I have a question. First of all, I've got a couple. First of all, first statement, really enjoyed your submission, very detailed, and it really strikes a chord with me, being a rural ratepayer, but also my ratepayers at the same time as well, which I've corresponded with quite a considerable amount over the last 2 months, I can assure you. You are a private person, so you are not paid to actually put this submission together?
No.
So
the answer to the first question is yes,
Yeah.
and the answer to the second question is no.
Okay, so on that basis, I think this is a really well thought through piece of paper from a private citizen who actually brings this to us on behalf of a group of people. We have seen many other submissions, of course, that are from organisations, but I must admit, really great to see, and especially your solution-focused submission, and especially regarding public transport. Can you explain a little bit more how you see rural as well as residential households, how you would work out a fair rating distribution?
Am I allowed to bill you my time? I think there'd have to be some kind of rational rule about, so how far is your residence, whether it's rural or rural residential or whatever, from a bus service? If you look at the design of public transport systems in most big cities in the world, they try to have a bus stop either 500 metres from each residence or maybe a kilometre in a less well distributed system. So there's some distance-based rule that you could have like that, which would say, right, if you're beyond that, you don't get rated. I'm not saying that's a perfect solution. To give you an example, a couple of examples. In my house, it would be possible to walk to the nearest bus stop, which is a bit over a kilometre away. But for people who live in Esk Hills, which is the next over ridge, big subdivision there, it's about a 4 kilometre walk for them to get to the nearest bus station in Bayview Village. You could possibly argue that I should be rated and that they shouldn't be. So there's a sensible sort of boundary you could draw there. But that might lead you, given the relatively limited distribution of bus routes within Napier or Hastings, you'd have to have quite a decent sized distance, otherwise there'd be too many people left out.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have councillors wanting to ask you questions, but we stickler for time today.
Yep.
But, we really appreciate your submission. Thank you. Kia
Thank you very
ora.
much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
We want you to be here.
We have Gabriella and Ralph, who cannot be here, but Sarah, you are happy to speak on their behalf. Thank you.
They have a presentation, I'll try and link it up if that's
Okay,
okay.
sure.
2 secs.
Hope it works.
I'm trying, yeah.
Is there a reason why it's not?
Oh, yes,
showing up?
there is, because I haven't switched it. Thank you. There we go.
Okay, good morning. We are Ralph and Gabriella Spindler. We're both Germans and moved to New Zealand in 2011 and to Hawke's Bay in 2020. Their opening is each project starts with a goal and a budget, i.e. I would like to buy or build a dry warm home, 4 rooms, each a bathroom, a modern kitchen, a pool. The first question of an architect or a real estate agent would be, what is your budget? Top down. Private, business or council budgets have similarities. They should care for needs and to allow or to limit. But no family or business can ask for more money. They have to manage what they have. A budget means limited funds. Talking about our experience, in our professional career, both of us had jobs where we had to manage numbers, quite big numbers. We had to develop a plan to manage the execution and were measured against it. The same applies in private. As council budgets, our budget was annual. By the way, because of the complexity, we called it the Beauty and the Beast. Every year was a new budget round with huge discussions, calibration, more priorities, more urgent projects, and everyone in the organisation came up with more important ideas or initiatives. The process was a guided top-down method and a controlled bottom-up. Many years we were given less funds than we had the year before, but higher goals, causing big debates and negotiations. There were the must-dos and then the good-to-haves and the nice-to-have. Budget owner had to become creative, and they did. They did less, more efficient and more effective. I'm thinking this is the next slide. 10% was set aside as a contingency budget, which covered unexpected urgent needs. If not used, it got released quarter by quarter as an extra. The what and the how. No clear how to do, no budget. Milestones and a clear check of execution. When missing, the budget was taken away. Waste of budget is not spending or not in time, a waste of funds. Our aim presenting here is to ask seriously to review the formula LV versus CV and the proposed rate numbers and priorities. These are our numbers in the last year, 2022, and the outlook of 2024. The regional rate over 25%, district rate 15.2%, our car insurance 24.6%, our content 19%, and house 12.1%. Now the regional council starts with 121.9%. District seems to come with a reasonable increase, though the absolute number is significant. So that's their slide. Oh, sorry, I probably stayed there. So the survey, this is going through the consultation topics of tough choices. We made recommendations and they were quite obvious. The tourism and events is a good to do, but do it differently.
Loans for sustainable homes, we should stop doing. Erosion control, good to do, but do differently. Biodiversity, biosecurity, nice to have, but do differently. Maintenance of parks, nice to have, do differently. Urgent tasks, assess and verify the new rate calculation, LV versus CV formula. What has public transport, water quality or pest control to do with our CV? Potentially more categories are needed. Instead, only one top and one low end. Adjust the proposed rate to fair and appropriate. Announcement of the average 19.6 and in real, for them it was 122%. Set a cap of rate increase. Everyone feels the cost of living increase, e.g. household fuel, insurances and rates. Overview and a review and overlap of activities between councils, e.g. HBRC and HDC. Some wording on both documents sound the same, e.g. cyclone recovery. Ensure rates remission won't be passed on by district councils. The hidden additional increase in HBRC rate. And step away from promising investments, which is a high risk in the current economic solution. So this is their takeaways. But rework the budget top down and extend plans to 5 years or more. Spend wisely, prioritise, do less and focus on essentials. Improve efficiency, control the plans, the what and the how things. The number of resources are involved. Monitor progress to adjust spendings. Review the implementation and execution, including timeline. Maybe 3 years is too ambitious and it needs to be a 5 or a 10-year plan. To sum up, to listen, to hear, to change. Rates need to stay affordable. At the moment, a targeted rate rather than a rate increase. And councillors are representing the people of Hawke's Bay and should spend responsibly, especially in an uncertain environment of economic challenges. And that's the end of their written submission. Sophie, you spoke at length with them at the drop-in centre, I understand.
Yes, they came to the Havelock North drop-in session and very much wanted to be here, but at the very last minute had to pull out. But one of their comments was in Germany, under local government ruling policy, there's a cap on a type of, there's a cap on the percentage increase that can happen over a year. It's similar to our emission policy, but a little bit different, which came up in their presentation today. They wanted to be represented here today. They very much wanted to be here.
Thank you, Sarah, for reading out their submission.
Well done.
But before you go,
Yeah, sure.
in terms of replying to submitters that have questions such as what we've heard, staff will be replying to those submissions. That's the question.
I think maybe we deal with that at delibs once you've made your decisions and we can talk about that process.
And also, within 30 days of our decisions being made, we email all our submitters as well, and we do tailor it to specific questions as well, so we do attempt to do that at the end. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
I had some questions for Sarah.
Sarah, would you like to take questions?
Thank
you very much.
Thank you.
It appears that Simon is not here, so Miss Lork, Anna, would you'd prefer to do yours later? Yeah, in your time slot. Okay. Actually, we do have some spare time until 11:30. 20. Oh, because it's been cancelled. It's the next.
11:20.
11:20 is cancelled. So 11:30.
So who's out?
That is Stuart Nash at 11:30. Councillor Sears.
Madam Chair, on procedure, the submissions from people who aren't speaking,
Yes.
are we intending to work through those as a one-by-one note, just picking those up verbally? So how we used to do it at Hastings. It's quite a quick process for many of them. Gives an opportunity just to talk about each person's submission if there's any comments. Many of them are simply being noted.
It hasn't
We do have
been
a whole, you know, we've got
planned.
40
It hasn't
minutes.
been planned for today or tomorrow. So I guess that's a suggestion to put to the table.
It's quite a simple, for example, submitter 719 Margaret Pope from Napier, well, she's actually coming, and it's just an opportunity, everyone's read them and will have made notes, and there may not be any comment or anything you want to pick up, but it's just a way of picking up each person and their submission. We did do it for 2,000, noting, in Hastings.
Yeah, but not the Hawkesbury Region Council, we haven't done that before.
I wasn't part of today, but the suggestions put there, so any feedback would be welcome.
I'd rather keep our powder dry, I think, and make sure we've heard everything and got all the messages.
And what is suggested is just reading out and acknowledging submitter, their number, where they're from,
Might have been a
just
comment
to
that
have
you
it
made.
noted verbally.
You may have made a comment on a particular submission that you could pick up.
Wouldn't that take too long? So from your experience where you've done it, I'm not sure how we could fit that in.
Well, we
Go through every
have
single.
got 40 minutes right now.
Stop. Comment?
Yeah, I'd just say, look, if we're going to do it, we've got to do it properly, whole, and not just fill in, because that would be unfair to those that we don't get to. So we have to have a sense of what that looks like in terms of the total time and do it properly, if at all.
My suggestion is that we decide as part of the deliberations to acknowledge all the submitters we haven't heard from. And that way it's done in a planned sense, but still acknowledges their
that's a good
sentiment.
It's a good idea, it's just an issue of timing and
Yes,
doing justice to it all.
yeah,
And taken as read.
yeah. So I understand the sentiment. I think we just need to plan this, and I think in deliberations, in that meeting may be a good time to do that. Yes, thank you, councillor Harding.
Yeah, just further to that, if we could just have a little bit of notice about what that may, and maybe a
Yes.
chance to just discuss what
Yes,
that might
exactly
look
how
like.
that's
Because
gonna happen.
it may be that if councillors know that they have, 20 minutes to talk, for example, that
Yes.
may be a time that they can hit all the highlights they want, as opposed to the need to go through item by item. So that, yeah. And they're both legitimate ways of doing it.
Yeah.
I propose that probably just having
Think
councillors
it's-
enough time to get off their chest what they want to is probably the more efficient way.
It's a very good sentiment, but we'll just organise it in a planned way.
Thank you.
Okay, so that hopefully addresses both. Councillor Rogan?
Yes, I agree that it would be a really useful exercise to do, and that timing of it is critical. As I think it was Councillor Van Beek noted, there is an undercurrent that people are not feeling heard, and so this would be a great mechanism. Whilst we have already read them, the public can't see us reading them, and so to go through individually, I think it would be, people have taken the time to write into us, to acknowledge that effort would be, I think, a really good use of our time.
Thank you. Well, team, we can adjourn until our next submitter at 11:30. So there is a morning tea room next door that we can retire to. Morning tea's there, cup of tea's there. plan hearings. We will call up Dennis Hall, please. Thank you for accepting to provide your submission earlier than your normal time slot. Thank you. So we have 10 minutes for you, Dennis, and
Hopefully I can
you may
keep
not
to
need
that.
it.
I might do.
And then if you would like for us to ask you questions, but there'll be a 9-minute thing and then 10 minutes will finish.
Okay, I'm more
Thank
than happy to take questions at the end. Yeah.
Okay, kia ora.
Okay.
Thank you, Dennis.
Good morning, Chair and councillors. I'd like to thank you for your time and allowing me to speak to a number of submissions on behalf of the East Kills Residents Society. My name is Dennis Hall. I believe you have a copy of my submission in your papers. There are probably also submissions from Nikki Bucher, Karen Knight, Jason Ranston, Stephen Domino and Jane Muir, as well as maybe some others. So please allow me to summarise my submission as follows. The proposed increase in Hawke's Bay Regional Council rates for some properties is obscene. It is ill-considered, inequitable and unaffordable during hard times for all of your ratepayers. For your information, East Kills residents live in a 100 km/h zoned suburb with no street lighting, no street marking, no footpaths, no sewerage system, water supplied by HDC, which is metered, no mail delivery, no courier delivery, no council road sweepers, no Napier City Council parks and recreation mowers coming to mow our reserves, and we have no public transport links. We have no transport links to or within our subdivision. I believe that the public transport levy on my property, which is $337, is unwarranted. Rating for public transport has been set on a capital value basis, which I submit is an inappropriate basis for rating for public transport. The nearest bus stop to my property is at Bayview Township, some 4 kilometres away, and is not a practical transport alternative. However, I acknowledge that this service needs to be funded, and I would submit that the rating basis for public transport in the 3-year plan should be changed to a uniform unit charge per rateable property. In our subdivision, we collect all of our rainwater and stormwater to tanks either situated on our properties or into retention and detention dam infrastructure within the subdivision. This infrastructure is maintained by us as residents. As residents, we also pay levies that contribute to the upkeep of reserves and walking tracks that encourage a multitude of bird life to populate the flora and foliage as they journey between Cape Kidnapper and Tongoio. These reserves and walking tracks are available to all Hawke's Bay Regional Council ratepayers and visitors to the region. The HBRC decision to change the rates formula from land value to capital value is nothing more than a thinly disguised wealth tax and puts an unfair burden on property owners who have worked hard, saved hard, and often made sacrifices to fulfil their goals in property ownership. And now you propose to increase the rates on our property, so I'm coming on to a personal nature here, from the current level of $546 per annum to $1,576 per annum, which is an increase of $1,030 or 188% in 1 year. The rates on our property in 21-22 were $405. So if you just look at the last 3 years, including this proposed increase, this is a rates increase of $1,170 or 289% from the 21-22 level. The rates as a percentage of capital value, which is your new mechanism rather than land value, have increased from 1.5% to 5.1%, a 3.4-fold increase, when capital value has only increased by 1.2 times during that same period. You are also, as I understand the document, proposing an increase of 18.1% in year 2 and 9% in year 3. That will mean our rates in 25-26 will be $1,860, and in 26-27 will be $2,028. This is a proposed increase of $1,482 from the current level of $546, or 271% in 3 years. You have got to be joking. This ill-considered cost increase is unaffordable and viewed as obscene to most residents in our subdivision, as they are or they are near to retirement with limited disposable incomes, and what is being proposed will only drive hard-working people out of their homes. Did nobody do a reasonableness test, a sniff test, a gut feel test to consider how ratepayers may respond? Were you aware of huge disparities in the proposed increase on certain ratepayers? Obviously not. The original discussions on increases were a movement of some 15 to 20% for ratepayers. The average struck was 19.6%, within the range. Although this would be significant, I think all ratepayers understood the enormity of damage to infrastructure caused by the cyclone and would reluctantly accept a one-off adjustment. I understand that HBRC does not set land value or capital value. That is the domain of QV. HBRC simply uses those values to set the rates. I also understand that rates are to be considered by HBRC, by following the provisions of the Local Government Rating Act 2002. The proposed rates increase could have been capped. My interpretation of the Act says in various sections that HBRC is provided with flexible powers, and I'd emphasise that, to set, assess and collect rates to fund local government activities, and that a general rate may be set at different rates in the dollar of rateable value for different categories of rateable land. The Act discusses categories of rateable land in terms of one, I emphasise, or more of the matters listed in Schedule 2 of the Act. I believe the matters discussed in Schedule 2 provide good reasons why HBRC could apply differential or cap rates to Eskills residents. Further, to comply with Section 71 of the Act, HBRC must assess these options in terms of advantages or disadvantages relative to other options. I do not believe HBRC has complied with this provision of the Act. In my submission, I did not discuss how HBRC could fund a cap of, say, 30% in all rates for all of its ratepayers, whether it be through the general rate or the UAGC. However, if all residents of Eskills had a rate cap of a 30% increase in the proposed rates, there would be an approximate shortfall of $47,000 for HBRC to fund from all rateable households or to absorb in its cost structure. There are 73,381 rateable households in the HBRC catchment. This means an increase of 64 cents per annum or 1.2 cents per week for all HBRC rateable properties. some of which went down in rates take, some stayed the same, and some had an increase less than 30%. My preference is for HBRC to absorb this cost within its cost structure of $228 million, as reported in 2022-23 in your annual report. It could easily be satisfied from a very small reduction in the proposed increase in its costs. What is also very disturbing is that $541 of the $1,030 increase, being 53%, is due to new rates components. These are the previously mentioned public transport levy, and in addition, a land and research monitoring levy, a primary production pest levy, a sustainable land management levy, and a water quality levy. Are these increases reasonable or affordable? The answer is no. Ratepayers do not have bottomless pockets. Ratepayers are hard-working people like yourselves who have only so much disposable income to spend with local authorities, with the local retail sector, with local businesses, with the basic needs of housing, food and electricity. They are not geese that lay golden eggs for a council that is out of control and out of its touch with its funders, its ratepayers. Funders in other sectors of the economy, such as shareholders in a company, would not tolerate this, and most certainly banks, who are the predominant funder in New Zealand, would not tolerate this situation. So why should we? In closing, I submit that the HBRC should cap the maximum proposed rate increase for an individual household to 30% from the rates levied in 23-24, absorb any unrecovered rates revenue, and set the public transport levy at a uniform rate for all rateable households, as we all have the same opportunity to use it should we wish. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dennis, and thank you for sharing your insights and perspectives. A lot of what you've touched on there, particularly within the Local Government Act and the levers that we have to pull before deliberations, all those considerations will be included, and we have staff working on some solutions for those. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry that we can't open for questions.
Oh, it's fine.
Run out of time.
Sorry about that.
Well done.
Okay, thank you very much
Dennis.
for your time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Madam Chair, just a question. So we've given speakers a time limit of 10 minutes. We do have people that actually put in their apologies, can't make it, and we've got to give them time. Would that mean that we cannot actually absorb some of that time into, for instance, Dennis obviously has gone through a lot of work in explaining to us, and there may be questions, and I saw one pen going up. Can we not have a bit of leeway in that?
Flexibility. So that was 2 minutes over. So there's some flexibility.
Okay. But you know what I'm getting at? We just had a large portion of time where we actually drank coffee and tea and talked to each other and talked to the people in the room. We could actually have used that to actually give people a little bit of leeway. So I just advise you now, I think it would be best if we could give them a bit more time.
We can, and we have many submitters waiting for their next slot. So please invite up Pip Thompson, unless we have Stuart Nash online. Not yet? No. Is Pip Thompson available? Thank you.
I've got Linda Keane, is that different?
Pip Thompson, submitter 1056.
But I've got, at 5:50, I've got Linda King.
You've got things in your bag. They look like chocolate.
They come with treats.
Oh, you can, is this the peanut slate?
Yes.
I gave
Just
you
bring
a
this
new
forward.
run sheet
Yeah.
for today, because that list is way out of date.
It comes with treats, everyone.
Not bribes, treats.
Alright.
Morena, everybody. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, right. So, my name's Pip Thompson and I'm the General Manager from Napier City Business Association, and I'm here to wholeheartedly support Hawke's Bay Tourism's position within Hawke's Bay of submitting in favour of status quo funding for Hawke's Bay Tourism, and if not possible, then option B. But obviously, status quo. Oh, sorry, I'm quite short, so I need to bring this quite close. So our business association in Napier CBD is made up of around 450 members, employing 2,000 to 2,500 employees within Napier CBD. We're a diverse membership spanning through retail, hospitality, business services, accommodation, community organisations, inner city living, landlords and more. As I've said, employing over 2,500 hardworking individuals. For us, status quo isn't just a preference, it's an economic lifeline. Without the current level of funding, you're threatening to silence our region's voice and endanger its economic backbone. But the ripple effect would extend far beyond tourism, threatening the vitality of our entire community. Promoting our region is vital. It's our lifeblood. Without it, we lose influence and visitors. Just like any business, if you don't advertise, how will the people find us and you? While other regions actively market themselves with council support, you are proposing to cut off completely with your preferred option A or suggesting a partial lifeline with option B. Tourism drives jobs and economic growth, especially crucial after tough times like COVID, severe weather storms and the increased cost of living. Keeping our city and region attractive to visitors isn't a luxury. It's a necessity for our community's survival and growth. By supporting the status quo, we invest in our future, ensuring Hawke's Bay stays on the map as the most desirable destination. Napier CBD relies heavily on tourism and the visitor economy. Choosing anything other than status quo will have consequences. The severity of these consequences hinges on the option. If option A goes ahead, accommodation, hospitality, retail, transportation, tourism activities will all experience a significant drop in patronage. They will all experience a significant drop. This downturn will inevitably force businesses to downsize, resulting in job losses due to reduced demand, or even worse, forced to close as a direct result of becoming a ghost town. Our support of status quo is rooted in the recognition of several key factors. With a mere $1.5 million investment from ratepayers, averaging out to approximately 41 cents per household per week, contributes to $1.3 billion return. Where else can you find such an exceptional return on investment? Any proposal to reduce funding and thus promotional activity threatens this economic activity, which no one wants to see suppressed. The fact that 1 in 10 people are employed in the tourism sector in Hawke's Bay underscores its significance in the region's economy. If Hawke's Bay Tourism can't champion our region, who will step up? We will be forgotten. Shall I say that again? Who will champion Hawke's Bay and who will set us up? We will be forgotten. Waiting for someone else to fill that void means risking the progress already made, forcing the regions to toil even harder to reclaim lost ground. Hawke's Bay Tourism has always promoted Hawke's Bay to out-of-region visitors, and our role is to promote the Napier CBD, and that's Napier City Business Association, is to promote Napier CBD to locals, i.e. within 20-kilometre radius. Napier City Business Inc. is funded by a targeted levy paid by building owners with a certain boundary. We are a region we as a region need time to come up with a plan and find a funding model for Hawke's Bay tourism moving forward. Simply turning off the tap without is unhinged. Tourism and visitors to our region is vital for several reasons. Economic impact. Tourism generates revenue from not only for tourism-related businesses, but also for the wider economy. Visitors spend money on accommodation, dining, shopping, transportation, and other goods and services, injecting money into the local economy. This spending creates a multiplier effect, benefiting suppliers, service providers, and the broader community. Business support. By promoting local businesses, accommodation, restaurants, attractions and experiences, Hawke's Bay Tourism supports the growth and sustainability of these organisations. Increased visitor traffic translates to more customers and revenue for business across various sectors, including hospitality, retail and entertainment. Job creation. Tourism is a significant earner and employer in Hawke's Bay, providing jobs for locals across a range of skill levels and sectors. Community development. Tourism investment improvements improve infrastructure. Amenity services enhancing the overall quality of life for residents and making Hawke's Bay a more attractive place to live, work and visit. Cultural preservation. Tourism encounters the preservation and promotion of our region, unique heritage, traditions and natural resources, fostering pride and identity among locals. Destination promotion. Actively marketing the region's attractions drives awareness and draws visitors, which boasts visitors and spending. The matter under consultation today is approximately 41 cents per household per week for $1 billion return in our region. The decision before our decision makers carries significant weight. Will it be treated as a crucial decision or dismissed as trivial bargaining? Status quo, otherwise option B is our best shot, not your preferred option A. Please give the visitor economy the same support you've shown other cyclone-affected industries. Having an attractive, thriving destination that draws visitors enhances our environment together. We've just got a couple of quotes from businesses, from local businesses in the CBD. As a business owner in the Napier CBD, we are in desperate need more than ever to keep the tourism funding. After the cyclone, Napier in particular had seen a massive drop in tourists, and as a hospitality business we notice the impact on our business daily. We need strong messages sent that Hawke's Bay hasn't been wiped off the earth like many other towns seem to think. We hear this frequently. Tourism is such a huge part of the makeup of Hawke's Bay, and if we don't keep promoting ourselves at the highest level possible, there's going to be a very sad outcome for many business owners. We have been through enough over the past few years, and this is not something that we should have to fight for. If anything, we should have additional funding to get the Hawke's Bay back on the map, and that was sent by Sarah Kelly at Market Street Bar and Eatery. And lastly, our another CBD business is I track spending by domestic tourism and my international visitors and cruise ships in my point of sale. More than 50% of my business comes from outside the region. So we will conclude our hearing presentation with a little sweet treat exercise. I do have some little peanut slabs, so I'm going to take one, and if we could pass these around, grab one.
Oh.
I'm not sure whether that is allowed. Is it conflict of interest?
Not allowed?
No, it's fine.
Maybe if you leave them there.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll give some to the visitors.
Yeah. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora.
Oh, I'm sorry, can I just finish? Sorry, I haven't finished yet. So basically, what we're saying here is these peanut slabs are 41 cents each. This is what we're deliberating on today, per week. Thank you, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present to you today.
Thank you, Pip. Councillor Harding, you have a question?
All right. Thank you very much, and yeah, thank you both for the donation and the illustration. It's always good to have an example we can grasp like that. Look, two quick points. One is, could you give us a sense of the budget of the Hawke's Bay the Napier Business Inc., so that we know what skin in the game you have as an organisation. And the other one is just interested in hearing from you, just developing this idea about post-cyclone support, and that this is another industry, the tourism industry, deserves support in that post-cyclone context, please.
So are you wanting to know how much we get funded?
Yep.
So we get around $400,000 a year. Yeah, yeah.
That's helpful. Post-cyclone context? Support for the industry?
Through us or through Hawke's Bay Tourism?
No, just one of the points you make is that the support that the regional council gives to Hawke's Bay Tourism should be seen in the context of post-cyclone recovery and support for the...
Yeah, I mean, I guess Hawke's Bay Regional Council are supporting Hawke's Bay Tourism, but it's coming from the ratepayers. So is it a direct feed from Hawke's Bay Regional Council, or is it from the ratepayers?
Okay, I see your point. Thank you.
Thank you, Pip. We really appreciate your time and effort into the submission.
Thank you so
very
much. I know it's a busy couple of days for you.
Thank you, Pip. Do we have Stuart now? We do not. Do we have Callum Ross with us? Hilda, would you like to come up?
Could I ask what page the submitter's on? The schedule's changed. I spent an hour yesterday matching pages to submitters.
Right. So what about the submission number?
Yeah,
Would that be helpful?
the page number would help a lot.
Or-
Okay.
Callum Ross, I can probably help with that one.
So it's submitter 1168.
Yeah, my control F isn't working.
That was gonna-
Thank you, we're good.
You good? Okay.
What was it, sorry?
Submitter 1168.
Sounds like a prison number.
Does everyone have the run sheet? Because it has the name and the submitter number.
But it doesn't have the page.
2 or 3 in a page.
Okay, good.
And it's different from what we got.
We need to make some changes to this, Madam Chair.
So is it
You had to tab them like me.
It's in stuff.
One of those.
Kia ora, Callum.
Yeah,
Thank
kia ora.
you for joining us. You have 10 minutes,
Yes.
and if you want some time for questions, but we'll have a ding at 9 and then 10. So you're happy to take questions near the end if there's time?
I won't have any question, up to
I mean,
the
questions
audience.
from
Yes,
councillors
yep.
too. That's great. We can take it as read as well.
Okay.
So
Yep,
you can
no, great.
summarise. Thank you.
No, thank you. Kia ora, everyone. Unfortunately, I don't have any chocolate, so I won't be giving any chocolate out or apples. So my name's Callum Ross, Chief Executive of Hawke's Bay Fruit Growers. So we're a very small organisation. We have 183 members. I'm also chair of the Hort Advisory Group, which is known as HAG. I'm also an invested apple grower here in Hiratonga. So I want to address several proposals that will significantly impact our industry and broader community. I also want to thank the councillors who attended our HBFA meeting on the 13th of May in Twyford Hall. Your insights were very valuable, and we appreciate your input there and attendance. So some great feedback from our growers, so thank you for that. Regarding the tourism funding, we oppose the phasing out of this funding over the next 2 years. The region heavily relies on the promotion and support provided by this organisation, and without sustainable funding, we feel this would be detrimental on our members' businesses and our regional economy. We urge you to reconsider this proposal and ensure this is continued support for Hawke's Bay tourism. Secondly, I'd like to suggest that we would against the proposal to discontinue the Sustainable Homes Loans and Clean Heat Grants. These programs are vital in promoting sustainability and energy efficiency, which is a huge benefit to our wider community. Discontinuing these initiatives will hinder progress towards a sustainable future, and will miss out on associated environmental and economic benefits. Regarding the revenue and financing policy, we do not support the guiding principles in this policy. it lacks focus to address key concerns for our growers. And it does not accurately prioritise the needs and interests of the hort industry, more so in the current economic climate and the well-being of our members. I have calls weekly around concerns around affordability of these increases. I have calls from growers in tears and how are we going to afford this? So some really major concerns for us. And we are about well-being, so we are hands-on, so we are really concerned in this space. I think the fees and user charges policy fails to consider some of the financial constraints faced by cyclone-impacted growers, potentially burdening them with unfair and unfairly principles under this user pays policy. The policy overlooks the broader societal benefits of addressing market challenges, particularly, and does not account for situations where growers face circumstances beyond their control, such as increased costs, and I could name a number of insurance costs and a number of other related market and climate-related impacts. Lastly, we believe our growers should be given access to rate relief due to the impacts of Cyclone Gabrielle. The circumstances for our growers are challenging and unfair disadvantage them compared to other ratepayers who were not affected and did not have costs and delays of rebuilding. Providing rate relief is essential for our support of our growers, and in the last 2 years it has been exceptionally challenging for them. So in conclusion, I appreciate your consideration of these concerns and look forward to working to address these as a group and a community, and hopefully we can continue to grow and provide success in this industry. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Callum. And just addressing your concern and note of affordability for all our communities and sectors. So we do acknowledge it's been an extremely hard time.
Thank you.
So we'll open up for questions. Councillor Van Beek.
Yeah. Hi, Callum. You're talking about you're getting weekly calls from your members. What is the main theme amongst their issues with the affordability of rates? Is there a theme?
Generally, it's affordability to actually pay the rates and having income to actually pay that. The last 5 years has been challenging for them in that market. Their margins have not increased in the last 5 years. So at the end of the day, it will come out of their bottom line. So that's a real concern for us.
Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. Look, how much, you touched on the issue of capital value in the rating finance policy. How much of the impact that you're hearing about and these people that are upset to the point of tears, do you think is driven by the change to capital value as opposed to economy generally, other impacts, the level of rates generally? Trying to isolate the issue.
Yeah, look, it's definitely the rates is a big conversation. So the increase and the substantial increase that comes with that is scaring them. You know, this is going to come out of their bottom line. It's going to be hard for them to pay that.
Has it felt uniformly across the sector, the change to capital value? Are there some growers that are better off?
I guess a lot of our growers, it depends on their personal circumstances around leased land, so the owners obviously will brunt that, and depends on the lease agreement with that owner. So yes, there is a lot more information in there that, you know, we would need to explore, but the concern generally is that, yeah, it is related to the increase.
Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora, Callum. Thank you very much for that presentation. I just wanted to just hone in on your response on the revenue and financing policy and just to check that what we consulted on, so the consultation document focuses on harbour master fees, right? But also it puts the whole of the revenue and financing policy up, and the detailed consultations documents have that. Just wanted to check that the concerns are essentially with more about the changes that were made in the previous consultation around that whole structure of the revenue and financing policy, including the capital value. So that's the thrust of those comments, is it?
Yeah, I mean, as a whole, yes. So it's obviously a big chunk to increase, and delving into those areas of increase, I think there's a lot of unknown, areas within those conversations with growers that will have an impact on them. Whether they understand that full plan, that would need to be questioned, but yeah.
And just supplementary, are there any particular themes that have come from your members around the changes in that revenue and financing policy? We've heard about CV. Are there any others that sort of pop to mind at the moment?
Yeah, I guess the tourism was a big focus, because it has been a fairly supportive area for us and the growers. So that was one of the bigger talking points. So.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Dley.
Good, thank you, Chief. Good morning, Callum.
Morning.
You mentioned in your, thank you for coming in this morning, appreciate you being here. You mentioned in your submission you feel like we've got the guiding principles wrong in the revenue and financing policy, and you've just spoken about the user pay not suiting your sector. Could you just unpack that a little bit more? What would be a preferred model if it was less user pay? What would you be preferring?
I guess what we're hearing is that, there's circumstances around the user pays that, they're in a financial position of unable to pay a lot of things. There's labour costs that they may not be able to meet their picking requirements because they cannot afford to actually pay the pickers. So that has been a big focus and talking point. So that kind of relates back into the user pays model. Will those people in those certain circumstances be able to actually afford to pay in that? And then obviously being related to the cyclone, that has had a big impact. So.
Yes, I certainly hear the issues around affordability, and so as far as a preferred way of managing, if it wasn't user pay, what would you prefer to see?
Look, I think a lot of that would be driven by that individual grower and what they could, how we could actually work with those growers and say if they're in financial difficulty, how could we work with them? I think that would be the starting point. If that's a case of where that sits and who would help do that and facilitate that, that's a discussion that we would have to have, but there needs to be something worked out and how that would work forward and go working forward in that space.
Thank you.
Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you very much for your submission.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Still lost.
No, still not. No, sure.
Where are we going next?
863. Some glasses.
Can I please welcome up Anna Locke, submitter 863. Kia ora, Anna. Kia ora. Welcome. We have a 9-minute ding and then a 10-minute ringer. And if you'd like, are you happy for questions near the end of this time?
Absolutely.
Yeah, fantastic. Great, hand it over to you.
Ho morena, everyone, and it's good to be here again. Feels a bit like Groundhog Day, but we're here. You're all in really powerful positions. You've been elected to serve the region and have an opportunity to truly transform how you could actually help Hawke's Bay. I've sat through the capital value submissions and I've been able to listen this morning to some of the submissions. And what's apparent to me is a huge amount of information and experience and credibility that there is in submissions coming through. And if you listen to the people of Hawke's Bay and actually start to engage with them in a way that takes on board what they're saying, I think that the answers will become really apparent. I found it incredibly disappointing that the majority of the council opposed ratepayers' overwhelming support against switching to a capital value. One of the things I said in my submission is that you knew what was coming next. You knew that there was going to be a capital rate switch, that's what you were looking at, but you also knew that there was a big rate increase coming too. So you haven't just kicked Hawke's Bay in the guts once, but you're kicking us twice. Because I think whether either you didn't have the information, that you knew that when you switched to capital rates, you were then going to have another big rate increase, which is effectively a 40% rate increase on average for people if you put the two of them together. It's really disingenuous. I'd love to know, and I've put in my submission, I think you should release all the information that you had, the modelling, the examples, and everything you had when you made that decision to switch to a capital value. Because while we've been given a rate calculator that we can see what the impact of the rates are now, it doesn't actually show what that impact of the capital rate switch was and then hit again with this massive, massive rate increase. Before I came here this morning, I attended a pink breakfast and a couple of people came up and saw me. Two of them were really, really concerned about what you're doing around cutting the Healthy Homes grant. In your consultation document, you talk about there being a range of other providers that can come in and do this. Well, I'm really keen to know who those other providers are, because I've gone looking. And I cannot find that level of being able to borrow that money to be able to put in a heating or insulation or solar power to the level that you can then pay it back over that period of time. But if you can show me those grants, because these two women that came and saw me from the industry, they were also asking that. So if that's in your consultation document, as I've read it, I think you need to show us the examples of what is available out there that replaces that before you cut it. Because I think it is one of the best things that you do. One of the best things you do. Promotion of Hawke's Bay is a no-brainer. You're just the collector. And you all know you are just the collector of that rate. It used to be 5 councils collecting it individually, and now we just use you as the mechanism to come through and do that and pass that on to Tourism Hawke's Bay. I don't see that as being something that's going to save ratepayers. In fact, it's going to cost us more in the long term. And the other one that I think is important to talk about is the public transport. I think you need to look at how people engage and use public transport before you can put on a whole lot more big buses and expect people to get on them. If you'd said to me, look, the people of Flaxmere, they've lost their supermarket, we're not really engaging well on how to get them using the public transport system to be able to come into Hastings and shop, and that might cost every ratepayer in Hawke's Bay $5 a year to help. I think the people of Hawke's Bay probably would have turned around and said that's a really good thing to see investment in for public transport. But there just seems to be this real lack of connection with the regional council at the moment and with how you can engage and take Hawke's Bay with you. And I think you're doing a great job in a whole lot of areas, but for some reason in the last 6 months, it's like you can't see the wood for the trees. And it's like you need a bulldozer to come through and clear the way. And I really hope that you have the capacity in you to go back to the drawing board and look at this 3-year plan and think, did you have the level of information that was truly required to make that decision that that capital rating switch would be better off for Hawke's Bay, knowing at the same time you were then going to hit us with another massive rate increase. And I haven't heard anything or seen anything in the consultation document about any level of internal restructure. You've talked about, I've heard since, oh, we're looking at that and we're going to do it. But why was that not part of the front end? Are you fit for purpose? Do you have the right people to prioritise flood protection and make that the biggest priority that is going to come through in this? Are we doing what is required now, where everything changed a year ago and on February the 14th? Things are so different now. People need help. Now isn't the time to be hitting us twice with massive rate increases. And it doesn't matter whether you are someone in Havelock or someone in Flaxmere or someone in Maraenui, everybody at some level is hurting from it. And I just think that, is there nothing to say, well, why don't we just pull back? Why don't you pull back and just focus on a couple of things? And there's no need to be defensive about it. I think there's a really big, strong will in the room to help the regional council if the regional council helps us too. And I know that everybody wants the right thing for Hawke's Bay, and I do believe that with the right approach, you can all help make a real difference. But I just think what you're doing now and how hard you're hitting us, it's just going to fall apart.
Thank you, Ms. Hawke. Thank you. What's our time like, Leanne?
Just about.
Just about. Okay, great. Just checking in.
Question?
Open up for questions. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora, Anna. Just on sustainable homes, just wanted to tap into your experience as a local MP. Is there a cohort of our community that really have trouble accessing the banking system or other forms of support and therefore cut off from more commercial assistance, funding assistance for home improvement?
Well, I mean, most of you will have gone to the bank and applied for a loan at some point. There's quite a lot to go through and things are getting challenging around that. The beauty of your sustainable homes is you can access that funding and attach it to your rates, and you hardly see it, and it's not a big process. It's actually a great thing, and it's paid back, and it's one thing that you're helping. So it's a really simple, easy process, and I think in times like that, that's just what people need.
Fantastic, thank you.
Any further questions? There are none. Thank you so much for your submission.
You're welcome.
Kia ora.
Good luck.
Good. With you more than luck.
That's on.
Let's do it.
Okay. Fantastic. Kia ora, Stuart. Oh, unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes,
Look, I very much
got you.
apologise that that I'm out of schedule. I'd like to say it's been one of those days. It's actually probably been one of those years, if the truth be known.
Very true. Hey, we've got a 10-minute slot for you, and I'll signal when it's 9 minutes. And if you're happy to take questions within the 10-minute period, that'd be great.
Fantastic, absolutely. First of all, thank you very much for hearing my submission. This is basically with regard to the council's options around funding Tourism Hawke's Bay. I mean, the reason I put a submission in is, as a former Minister of Tourism during COVID, I absolutely understand better than most the value of tourism to regional economies. As people will be aware, we put together a $200 million package, of which $100 million was distributed around the country, $100 million down to the 5 most affected economies, local economies, regional economies. The reason we did this is because we completely understood that tourism is often the lifeblood of many of our communities, and Hawke's Bay is no different. And certainly in a post-Gabrielle world, I'm astounded that actually the Regional Council is thinking of cutting all funding to tourism. So first of all, I know you've put forward 2 options. I'm supporting option B. I don't think that I have the ability to say that I think you should continue to fund tourism in a way that you have always funded tourism, because I don't think that option's on the table. But I am surprised that in all the cuts and all the fiscal prudence and all the savings that the Regional Council is required to make, and I understand that there are costs that come out of Gabrielle, let alone just the increase in costs of running a territorial authority, but tourism contributes a significant amount to our region. If it isn't a well-funded regional tourism organisation, then the risk we have is that we will be overtaken by those who are well-funded. As we're well aware, we should be well aware, domestic tourism is highly contested in New Zealand, and there are regional tourist organisations who are exceptionally well funded, much more than Tourism Hawke's Bay is, and they will cut our lunch. Make no bones about this. You have a poorly funded RTO, and it will have a significant impact on the tourists that come in to Hawke's Bay. We all know the stats. About 10,000 people employed in tourism in the Bay, contributes around, my understanding, around 600 million to the local economy. And so it is important. The last thing I'll say is, I have heard this said before, that tourism should be funded by those that benefit the most. And I certainly looked at this when I was Minister of Tourism. You asked the hotel sector to fund it. Again, it's very difficult to determine a metric under to determine actually how much they should pay, who are tourists, who are business travellers, who are MSD, etc., etc. You ask retail to fund it. Well, good luck with that, because we know retail is going through incredibly trying times at the moment. That's why I think it should be funded through a hypothecated rate. Imagine that, it is at the moment, because we all benefit from a really strong tourism sector in Hawke's Bay. You gut Tourism Hawke's Bay, if they have the inability to find other sources of funding, then I think we do Hawke's Bay a massive disservice. Be under no, and as mentioned, as a Minister for Tourism, I did a lot of work under the space, so be under no illusion, it will have an impact on New Zealanders, let alone overseas visitors coming into our region, and that will have an impact in a region that has already been smashed. Now, who to take questions?
Thank you, Stuart. Questions, Councillor Williams.
Good morning, Stuart. Thank you for being with us. Very interested in the point you just made about what Pip Thompson spoke earlier around downstream multiplier effects. We've got some submitters saying, well, you don't subsidise other industries like pip fruit or lamb and beef. What is it different? What is from the work that you've done, what is the difference with the tourism sector that reaches into all of those that makes it a different case in your view for some sort of regional support? Second question, why doesn't READER do it, not us? That's the other thing I'll ask you.
Well, it's a good question. First of all, to answer your first question, Martin, there's 2 markets, right? There's the domestic market and there's the international market. I mean, Tourism New Zealand fully acknowledged pre-COVID that we forgot the domestic market. It makes up about 60% of New Zealand's total tourism spend. New Zealanders have options. They can go anywhere in this fantastic country and have a good tourist experience. If Hawke's Bay is not front of mind when they're planning holidays, then they won't come here. There are other regions that have fantastic tourist experiences. I think Tourism New Zealand has done a really good job of promoting Hawke's Bay to the wider domestic audience, and as a consequence of that, we see the spend of domestic tourism. So I'm mainly talking about domestic tourism here. Tourism New Zealand does a lot of work internationally. Pre-COVID, that was pulled back, but post-COVID, that's their job. So we're talking about attracting New Zealanders into Hawke's Bay. Now, pip fruit, sheep and beef, completely different industries, and to say we don't subsidise them, I think it's a little bit of a. I think that's a little bit disingenuous because in fact, the government subsidises those industries massively. But it is different, right? They're here. Tourism is an industry where people have choices. If we're not front of mind, then they won't come here. It's as simple as that. In terms of, I don't care who funds it. Traditionally it has been the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. Whether that's the right organisation to fund it or not doesn't really matter. If you want to transfer the money into a regional economic development agency, then see fit to do it. But to cut funding without any alternate source of funding, sustainable source of funding, I think is a folly and a mistake.
Thank you, Stuart. Councillor McIntosh.
Thanks, Stuart. Look, the industry has done an outstanding job of articulating what it does, and your submission is a good example of that. My question is, what do you say to the other big chunk of feedback we get, which says your rates are going up too much, stick to your knitting, cut tourism?
I would say people who say that don't understand the value that tourism creates to our regional economy. I would say the industry has not done a good job of communicating what it does. I think the industry peak body, Tourism Hawke's Bay, has done a very good job. That's a small team, it's a lean team, but under Hamish's guidance, I think they have done an exceptional job of representing our industry. What I've found is that tourism operators themselves are often too busy running their own businesses and haven't got a budget to go out there and promote their own particular attraction. Therefore, the value of a peak body like Hawke's Bay Tourism is vital in terms of sending a coordinated and clear message to the rest of the country that we're not just wine country. I mean, there are 9 different wine countries around the place. I think Tourism New Zealand has done a really good job of selling the region as a whole in a way that none of the industry participants themselves could at all, given the circumstances they're in. And they've never really done it particularly well. There are examples of regions who have pulled back or that have pulled back on tourism funding, and there is a direct correlation between the funding spent and the amount of tourists come in. If you have a look at regional comparisons of how much money is spent, we're not high up in terms of our investment in the sector. But Hamish has done a fantastic job. In terms of rates, look, I know things are really tough. Most Kiwis know things are tough. But I think we've got to prioritise things that create economic value into this region. And I know the council has significant costs around, ensuring our infrastructure is fit for purpose. I get that. But also it has to have an eye on what creates value and brings dollars into this region and also employs people within Hawke's Bay. And tourism does that in a way that very few others do. And again, I would contest that the spend of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council into Tourism Hawke's Bay is minuscule compared to the absolute benefits, both social and economic.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you for joining us and for your time. Kia ora, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for listening. Good luck with your deliberations all.
Cheers. I'd like to invite Paul Atkins and Troy Duncan. This is submission 926 and 1180. Kia ora, thank you for joining us today and presenting your submission. So we've got 10 minutes for you, if that's okay.
Yeah, Sue's going to sit up here too, and we'll have 20 in a row. So save you some time.
Together.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We'll hear a ding at 9 minutes, and then if you want for us to ask any questions, well, we've got time. We've got that as well. So.
Yep, we can do it right at the end of the 15 minutes or so.
And we've read your submission, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Unfortunately, my submission's not as complete as I'd like to go because I got kicked out online an hour early than what it closed.
I didn't hear that. What was that?
It closed an hour early, and so kicked me out of the online submission, and then It was gone, apart from some of it that I'd saved on a Word document.
Yeah. Were you able to resubmit afterwards?
I had to go to work the next day and it closed at 6 o'clock, and then I had a meeting in Parkaway, so it wasn't all that helpful.
We do note, thank you for emailing it to councillors yesterday. Thank you.
Sorry, so yeah,
That's
that one's,
different.
that's in my professional job, my job. So this here is in a private capacity, nothing to do with my
Okay, thank
work.
you for clarifying. Thank you. Thank you.
So, yeah, the submission's a personal one and nothing to do with my professional capacity. My name is Troy Duncan. I live in Parkaway, and as with everyone else in Parkaway, have been badly affected by the flooding of Cyclone Gabriel. I'm here with fellow community members Paul Atkins, Sir Overall. We have combined and reduced our verbal presentation from 3 slots to 2. The points being made are aggregation of at least our 3, but also many others, people that can't be here, and many didn't submit at all. At the Parkaway community meeting 10 days ago, a show of hands, when asked who submitted, told a sad story of a worn-out and beaten-down community. Who did not submit? Only 7 hands were raised. Take my word for it, their silence is not a nod to the meteoric rise in the cost of HBRC rates, which is only one of the costs with considerable increase that we are being forced to deal with. Unlike the switch from land value to capital value rating system, this silence should not be interpreted as agreement, and this increase does not include flood mitigation rates that will be coming, which are not in projections in this consultation when visiting the rates calculator. This point has been confused, and in the wording of some of the documents and blurbs on the subject, possibly misleading for some. So I've just got 5 points that I'll read out just to speed things up. In no particular order. Firstly, thanks to the councillors that came to Twyford the other week at a meeting that I went along to as well. Thanks for showing up. Point 1, the notion that people with a higher capital value take more of the cost than can afford to pay is misguided and arguably unfair, particularly in light of the percentage of submissions that went in against it. I find it disturbing having the comment by HBRC councillor at a recent drop-in meeting relayed to me by an attendee in response to the thread of conversation around the effects on rate rises being you'll just have to put up charges for your services and products. That is not a reality for many businesses, particularly primary industries, many of which are in a difficult position at present and having to cut their cloth accordingly. This could be seen as an example of being out of touch with reality out there and constituents. Number 2, make the submission process more user-friendly by having the questions to be asked in a document that can be viewed without having to be stuck in the online submission to know what the actual questions are. There is a lot in the consultation document and supplementary documents, but no direction of what the questions actually are in relation to all that information. This may be a factor in the 400 odd people that started their submissions and didn't finish them out of the 1,200 that were reported that were submitted, but apparently 400 of them weren't complete. Civil Defence, Emergency Management, at point 3. There is concern that the same people who were found wanting in the Gabriel experience and responsible for some of the shortcomings and the preparedness of the organisation and related parties prior to Gabriel are to be the ones leading the way post-review with increased funds via rates. 4, HBRIC return. It's not good enough. How will the performance be improved? You say you've told them to improve, but how is that to be done? And what if they don't? Why has this not been a priority previously? Excuse me. How can we believe that anything will come of this when it is in print from the Chair of the Council's Corporate and Strategic Committee and Director of the Council's Investment Committee that HBRIC has generated exceptional investment returns? Point 5. It was clearly evident post-flooding that Parkaway Road was a key arterial route to support both Hastings and Napier residents repatriate and restock with necessities. If a flood was to occur that is restrained by the new stop bank system on the Turakura-Wamati stream, it is likely that the state highway connection across Chestope Station will be inundated and therefore Parkaway Road will become the vital link again. Therefore, I strongly believe that the benefits of resilience and economics for the wider Hawke's Bay community by flood scheme works protecting Parkaway are undervalued. This became more evident post-Cyclone Gabriel with the massive amount of traffic using Parkaway Road. post-cyclone. The importance of keeping this open is indisputable. The destruction of orchards which have been removed and or have had large amounts of government and personal money spent removing silt and the cost of that to the local economy. The removal of the orchards has negative effects on employment, meaning income to some families and not just the landowners is reduced, adding to their personal burden and possibly reliance on a welfare system or other taxpayer-funded assistance. The cycling of money through the system for the province is reduced through less inflow of money due to reduced apple production and associated costs of production like trucking and picking employment. The reduction of lease rates to non-grower landowners who now lease bare land instead of established orchard. Income filtered through the Pakowai store and fuel station from workers, etc., purchasing from the store. These points all benefit the wider community and the economy for the province. To lump 70% of the cost onto landowners, more than half of which are no longer residents of Pakowai and able to be, is unfair and a misunderstanding of the reality of the situation. The cost of building the stock bank benefits all Hawke's Bay residents, and we all should equally pay our share. To use an excerpt from the Hastings District Council consultation document, they quite rightly point out, Council has adopted a we are all in it together principle as it is the only practical way of funding the level of costs that come from a natural event of this magnitude. The cost of the flood scheme works for Pakowai and Waiheke should be rated fully by general rate, as is Wairoa and Purangho. Funding the project accordingly fits with the principles of the revenue and financing policy guiding principles of clear and fair, simple, consistent, flexible, and the overall impact on the ratepayers. I'll hand over to Paul now.
Good afternoon. This is my first time ever making a submission to council. I feel I needed a front and person speak because, let's face it, most New Zealanders just think she'll be right and someone else will sort it. Hopefully you've received plenty of submissions, but to be honest, most people think making a submission is a waste of time, especially as your last submissions, you had 90% against and still had no influence, the people's will. Please don't presume that people who don't submit agree to the increases or changes. Another reason you probably won't receive submissions is that your information pack was rather misleading. I thought the Chair and the CE's comments about the resilience and rebuilding, plus the 250 mil to rebuild from Gabrielle, when in actual fact, the first year in this budget is 0.7% funding for Gabrielle. The 250 mil has nothing to do with the proposed rate increases. Our country, in a way of life, is deteriorating rather quick and becoming very unaffordable. Ideas are costing plenty of money, funding transport systems that just don't work in our small society, for example. How retirement for my family is going to look in the future for all really is very concerning. My wife and I, the increases that we are facing just for this year alone are incredible. Our property insurance has gone up 82%. It's another $4,000. Proposed HBRC increase is 52%. That's another $1,000. And the indicative at the moment from Hastings District is $1,300. So just to stay living on my property, I'm up $6,300 increase this year alone. And you're proposing more next year, another 18%. Not included as yet in any of the dollar values are for strengthening work to the river systems or any targeted rate amount for the Pakowai stop bank that is proposed to bring Pakowai up to a 100-year flood level. So any targeted rates is on top of all of this. For your information, I'm a past employee of the Regional Council from 2013 to 17. I was a business development manager of the works group in Guppy Road. 45 years in the civil construction. I'm amazed that since my departure, roughly 200 staff members have been recruited, and I have to ask why. This organisation seems to have the same ideals as our previous government, add staff and deliver. What value? People are asking. All added staff, and we didn't see any added value to civil defence response or in the monitoring of the of the weather and rivers on February 23. The previous CE definitely had the same ideals, as he was a prior advisor to a Labor government on resource management, climate change and energy policy, become the CE here in 2017. I have to ask council, can a CE employ at will and create what seems like an empire of ratepayers' money? It's time you, our elected representatives, lead the way and seriously look at the direction the council has gone in the past 7 to 8 years. The reforms that have happened at this time and the legislation that you state you have had to follow requires a total revisit and at least some pushback to government that maybe this government might just listen. An increase of staff by 127% is unbelievable, to be honest. More than double the size, and now you want the ratepayer to fund this madness because it's out of control. A total internal reform as to what this organisation should provide and manage is well overdue. Time to get back to basics. Money is tight. Everyone has to tighten their belts and get smarter, and this includes the Regional Council. The ratepayers of Hawke's Bay are the owners of the Regional Council and deserve more than they are getting. I've got an example. I had a septic tank installed. I've got to get a permit from Regional and Council, Hastings Council, and 2 inspections. One was on the time it was inspected. Regional was 10 years later. And then I've got to dig up and provide all the same information. Why have we got 2 different systems? Surely one council can do these things. Why 2 consents? Just cost on cost. There shouldn't be any double ups. It's just wasting time. There should be things that can be done better. I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Shall I just carry
Yeah,
on?
of course.
Right. I'm Sue Averill, my husband Tim over there. We live in Allens Road, Parkwhai. To begin, comments in support of Troy. Everybody is asking for submissions, and all are about things that are impacting on us. Many people are trying to move forward but feel worn out, frustrated. They feel that through the submission process they can't make a difference or will not be heeded. Also, the presentation of your form to fill out was not user-friendly, which added yet another stress when working under time constraints. The sentiments expressed on your website about what you wish to achieve, we must acknowledge. Getting the balance right, delivering services communities value. This hearing has given us the opportunity to speak for what we value. Resilient flood infrastructure concerns us greatly in our bid to return to our land and remain there. But it's not only about building new structures, it's also about maintaining existing assets. Even if they were built in the 1950s to the 1980s, have they been maintained as they were intended? Practical common sense approaches are needed and the funding to provide solid outcomes rather than lots of paper shuffling associated with increased consents, costs causing delays to achieve these outcomes. Consultation and collaboration need to be not only with the community, but all agencies that can help, in your words, restore Hawke's Bay to be a safer, smarter and more resilient. That is, Hawke HDC, HBRC, Land Transport, New Zealand Rail Government. One question I don't understand, and somebody may be able to answer it later, why under law Hawke's Bay Regional Council is not able to operate within 15 metres of a Kiwi Rail bridge? It would have helped us a lot at Clive. Infrastructure needs to be funded across the region as all will benefit. On the plains, we are all interdependent. Outcomes must be, to use Troy's words, clear, fair, simple and consistent, as they will provide for the future for all people and our region. It's all about prioritising what the ratepayers' dollars will be used most effectively towards. It's about necessities versus luxuries. And sorry, at this time, I consider tourism luxury. It needs to be working towards the ability to be self-sustaining, not the job of the regional council to collect monies and disperse. Save on your administration costs. Clean heat and sustainable homes. We should be far enough down the track to phase it out. Clean heat is rather a contradiction, offering heat pumps, gas fires, wood burners, but resilience would say that wood burners are the best option following Gabrielle. And off the topic, one of the reasons why melanoma is so much higher in New Zealand is that ultraviolet light is stronger in New Zealand. We have a thinner ozone layer and less air pollution. Erosion control scheme. Definitely maintained because many of the areas impacted by Gabrielle have severe erosion damage, and erosion control is to be encouraged to build that resilience. Erosion waits for no one. Biodiversity and biosecurity. These are definitely part of the purpose and mandate of the Regional Council. I'm sure many areas would have been damaged by Gabrielle, but the funding needs to be applied to be practical, realistic and have positive outcomes, not to be buried under piles of paperwork and bureaucratic hindrance. Regional parks. Maintain the existing. New lit development is a luxury. Reduce rather than cut Tomato Park out, as the terrain needs to be maintained as part of that resilience. Revenue and financing policy. The decision of the management of capital Cat 2 flood schemes and general works will have a great impact on us in Pakawhai. That is an important arterial route, producer, employer. It has the potential to impact on everyone. Fees and user charges policy. There seems to be only one way that these go, that's up. This is an area bureaucracy thrives. The longer consent takes, the more hands and desks that get passed through and over, more time, more cost. Look to efficiency and the number of people employed. Rates, remissions and postponement policies. Your decision to go from LV to CV will impact on councils and utilities who don't own the land, and this cost will be passed directly or indirectly to the customer, also your ratepayer. Delay the inevitable, put it off a year, the cost will still get passed on and create extra expense in administration. Anything else? Our purpose. We work with our community to protect and manage the region's precious taonga of rivers, lakes, soils, air, coast and biodiversity for health, well-being and connectivity. The big green sector on our pie graph of upcoming rates, public transport. Judging from the use and current public outcry, particularly in the outer areas, it looks like a service our community does not value. This is an area in which our rate dollar is not showing any potential return or reward. I'm assuming the need to expand public transport derives from Target 11.2 of the United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goals. I have got it written, but I won't read it unless you ask. We're being asked to subsidise a company, Australian, not New Zealand, let alone local, to run empty to near empty buses. Looking at your suggestions, internal cuts could include capping staff numbers. Why not cut 21-22 year to 22-23 and increase employers with the majority of positions earning $100,000 to $360,000 salaries. And then there's a comment, reducing your fleet size and keeping our cars for longer. Oh, maybe we could take a bus. You say we want our investments to work harder. So do we, definitely. And as the HBRC is now calculating on CV, regardless of submission results, we need to get a current true valuation for those impacted to align your demands with the value of what we have left. As a result of Gabrielle, we personally have no way immediately of increasing our income to cover our increasing costs. So the sooner you return us to a more certain situation and future, we can afford to pay. Clear, fair, simple and consistent. Another suggestion you had was bolstering funding for civil defence. This is another aspect that does not fit under the HBRC umbrella. It should be aligned nationally with emergency, police, ambulance, fire, search and rescue, supported by information from weather and regional councils, etc. HBRC is not equipped to manage this entire function. Revisit your roots and represent your region. Remember Policy Writing 101? Policy needs to be measurable, realistic and achievable. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, so brilliant. But just acknowledging the three of you, and especially those impacted, I know, down in Pakowhai, and the work being done there for Category 2 in the Stop Bank Build, which you've highlighted, and thank you for your service with our organisation for many years. So we'll open up for questions. We'll extend time.
Thank you.
And in the view of Councillor Van Beek, to include questions, if you're happy with questions. Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Sears.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and thank you to the three of you. I mean, there's an enormous amount of experience and knowledge across the three of you, and so I think you might actually be a professional presenter. True? I almost
No, I'm sorry not. I am an ex-teacher, a retired.
Oh, there we go. Same thing.
And just, you know, you just nailed so many points of the type of focus that's needed, and I really acknowledge the time you took to hone that to that, because so many of those points really rung true, so thank you. Across all that information, I have a really basic question. It kind of discounts all the things you've said, but please don't think I did. Really, Troy, I wanted to ask you to be really clear, because you weren't in your submission. When you're talking about the funding for the schemes and the 100% funding for Pakowhai and Waiheke, are you submitting that you would like to see the general rate across all of these schemes being a 100% general rate, rather than these 70-30 or 50-50 splits?
Correct, 100% general
But you only mention these two, but that's the policy you'd like to see across our approach to all of them. General rate across all of them, shared for all the schemes.
If this similar thread to what I've pointed out there is the case, I think, so yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Yeah, thank you, team. I particularly conscious of the additional effort that it's taken for you to come here today with everything else you have to deal with and have had to deal with. Just wanted to follow up Councillor Sears' question around the rating for these capital works. So and test your understanding and test the reality of the sharing, the 70-30 split for Pakowhai. Now, Troy, was it your assumption that the 70% would be spread just across Pakowhai or across the whole of the Heretaunga Plains flood protection scheme? Because it's my understanding, and maybe Chris can give us the authoritative, that in this case, that 70% is actually spread across essentially all of the Heretaunga Plains, so Urban, Hastings and Napier. So it's fairly similar. It's not exactly the same as spreading across the entire region, but it's getting pretty close. What was your thinking there?
Targeted.
Yeah, expecting it was the Pakowhai people. Yeah.
Those that would benefit the most would.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I wasn't thinking was just the 180 odd in dwellings in Pakowhai. I thought it might go a bit wider than that, but not to the whole of the Heretaunga Plains.
Chair, would you be able to invite Chris to?
Well, I'm just wondering if I could ask a follow-up question which may help, Chair, because it was going to be my question.
Okay, we'll try that and then we'll go to,
It's our chance to ask questions. We can get advice later.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone Sophie said, but my reading is that 40,000 properties will be paying for the combination of schemes, Ohiki, Mahu, Pakowhai and Waiheke. So my specific question is, do you think, leaving everything else aside about rates affordability, the proposed $22 a year for that scheme for each of you would be reasonable.
So where are those numbers?
That's on page 16.
Okay, I didn't
Yeah.
see that.
So that's what I really enjoyed, well, I was disturbed to hear it, is that you can't read the document while you're writing the submission. And we've got to fix that. So that may be part of what happened. I was just really interested in whether you think that's an affordable level per ratepayer, $22 a year for people within those scheme areas.
That must
Talk
be
about
spread
maintenance,
across all the Hiratanga.
Talking about maintenance, so that's the cap.
And that's flat rate
Talking about
for
maintenance.
every ratepayer, rather than as a percentage of what your capital value.
So these schemes haven't been fully priced yet, though, have they? So
No,
these.
That would be an average. I was just wanting to get a sense of, a litmus test sense of what you, is that in the affordability ballpark, or are we still miles off there? That's what I'm sort of wanting to know.
$22 a year I'd be happy with that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McIntosh.
I get to stop that.
Troy, with HBRIC, I didn't quite catch it, but was your point with HBRIC to say, lift your game, you need to be doing better with that investment?
Yeah, which is what you've said to them. I just wondered how it's come to this. Obviously, the economic situation has an impact on them, but it's kind of something I would have thought was the message from the start.
Thank you. Any further questions? There are none. Thank you so much for coming in. Really appreciate the time put in. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, team, we'll break for lunch, and we are due back at 1:10 for Hawke's Bay Tourism's George Hickman's submission. Ka pai. to our long-term plan hearings. We have George Victor from Hawke's Bay Tourism, kia ora, and Hamish. Thank you for joining us. We have 10 minutes if you'd like extra time for questions. There'll be a dinger at 9 minutes to let you know. Thank you. Kia ora.
Happy to take questions. Kia ora tātou, nei reira mihi, kia ora hui mai nei, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you all for the opportunity of presenting here again. I've presented this group many times over the last decade, and it's nice to be back again. Talking about some of the same issues, actually, but first thing, I'd also like to say thank you to you all for talking to me in the lead up to this presentation. I rang you each, you all took my phone call. I was keen to understand issues that maybe we hadn't explained fully enough to you when it comes to making this decision. Overwhelmingly, the point you made to me is that it would come down to the strength of the submissions that were made in support of what we were proposing. And I think you can see from all of the submissions to the long-term plan that overwhelmingly the tourism issue is on top of the list, and overwhelmingly it's in support of actually status quo funding, not even option B. But the important thing about that is the amount of detail and information that's gone into those submissions. They're quite extraordinary in my view in terms of the way they have articulated the concern, and not only from the tourism industry, but from the wider community. And we heard some of that today, where you've got fruit growers and you've got the business associations recognising just how important tourism is. Look, I just want to make 3 simple points about where we're at. The first issue is about this idea that somehow the tourism industry is being subsidised. It's the other way around. The immutable law of tourism is country first, region second, product third. Unless you have those 3 things working in unison with one another, you simply don't have an effective visitor industry. Now, our job as Hawke's Bay Tourism is not to promote ABC Motel outside of the region. We don't do that. We don't promote the Scenic Hotel. They use their money to help us do another job, and that is our job is to promote Hawke's Bay as a region to visit, live and work outside of the region. So all of our work goes on there. In some ways, the notion that the community has got that we're subsidising the tourism industry probably comes from the fact they don't see most of the work that we do. It's beyond the borders, but that's where it should be. And we need to ensure that this region actually positions itself in the national debate as an attractive region for people to visit and why they might visit here. All we do is use the support of the tourism industry to amplify that message. Now, last year alone, tourism industry participants in this region contributed in cash or in kind, and that's where they give free goods to journalists, etc., about $450,000. That came in, and that helped us take the money you give us and amplify it still further. The second point I want to make is the cost. Look, we're not the cause of the problem here. We've had a dedicated rate all along. We haven't increased our costs to you for 7 years. In fact, it went down. We went up to 1.8, went down to 1.5. We've been consistent like that since for 7 years now. In fact, I am tempted just to bring out this wonderful peanut slab, and that's it. It's 40 cents a week per household to actually have the economic power of the 3rd highest economic contributor to this region. So, and we haven't increased our costs at all. So I know you're facing cost increases, but look, we didn't cause that. In fact, we've got a separate line. It was given to this council as a more effective way of collecting the rate, also because you wanted a cohesive approach. The other thing we have been able to do during this time, though, is because you have an entity like Hawke's Bay Tourism, it can go elsewhere to look for funds. We got $3.5 million out of the government for COVID and for cyclone relief. Now, the cyclone relief came because this man here actually got hold of people in Wellington and said, we need help for our marketing. We've still got $500,000 in the pool there that we can have access to, provided our funding's not cut. Now, that doesn't happen without an organisation that actually has its eye on the task. Last year, we contributed $5 million worth of equivalent advertising value, and that's when you read about us in Koru magazine or Cuisine magazine. That doesn't happen accidentally. It happens because somebody in Hamish's team sits there and works with those people over the years. The other thing, just to put at bed the idea that the tourists are somehow being subsidised, the government's poked nearly $7 million into this region in tourism infrastructure money over the last 6 or 7 years as well. So the money, alternative money is coming into the region, and it comes in because you have an entity that can actually galvanise that and acts as one point of contact. I can assure you what will happen if we go back to a multiple points of contact, that the government won't be interested in dealing with every council up here. They want a central point, and that's really what's happening. The final point I'd like to make is we are here because you asked us to be here. Now, we didn't throw this at you. In 2010, the industry was in total disarray. All the local authorities were doing their own thing in the region, and everybody had had enough of it. In fact, I remember talking to Andrew Newman, who was the chief executive. He said, "I'm over tourism. It's a complete shambles. We don't know what to do with it." And he'd come out of Venture Hawke's Bay, and there were a lot of concern within the community. A number of notable people, one of whom's going to talk to you today, Sir Graham Avery, Kim Thorpe, Sam Morton, a whole pile of others, put serious cash in on the basis we'll stump up with some money to get a regional tourism organisation started if you fund it through the dedicated rate. We agreed in this very room that that was a good strategy. So since 2011, when we were formed, I came in 2010 to help that group, agreed to chair Tourism New Zealand. Since that time, through the incredible leadership of Annie Dundas and Hamish Saxton, we have unified the industry. It actually now speaks with one voice, it never did before. We don't have varying proposals coming from each council about how the whole region's going to be marketed and arguing with one another. That's cohesive. We have the food and wine country brand, which most other parts of this nation would kill for. We've actually established ourselves there. We've also got the premier food and wine event in the country out of Hawke. All of this while we have a growing industry. On top of that, just last year, we got voted one of the great wine capitals of the world. Now, none of that happens by accident. It happens because you've got an organisation that actually does the job for you. But you asked us to do that job. And in this seat, in fact, at the end of it, I said, thank you for your confidence. We will not let you down. We will not let you down. For the last over 10 years, we have worked consistently to try and position Hawke's Bay tourism at the premier position in the New Zealand tourism industry. We punch above our weight, and we want to continue to do that. I beg of you to keep funding us at the existing rate. You have to make a change. Option B is the lesser of the two evils. Funding it at the existing rate is simply continuing to say it's a peanut slab a week per household, and you get the equivalent benefit of about $1.5 billion worth of visitor spend. So thank you for listening. That's all I have to say. I look forward to your deliberations or your questions.
Thank you, George. Very good synopsis from your submission, which was very detailed and robust. So thank you very much. We'll open up for questions. Councillor Willett, questions only, just a reminder.
Yeah, thank you. Look, fantastic presentation, and the campaign behind the submissions is exemplary. I just want to give you a chance to answer some of the submissions against, and there are, I'd say, about 30% are saying don't fund tourism. And I guess I could say to you, well, look, you're an industry that generates $1.3 billion, you've got 10,000 employees, 164 members, etc. Why can't you fund yourself? What do you say to those people? Why couldn't you at least transition to that?
Well, for a start, trying to put increased costs on those few of the size of our industry would be a very difficult task for them to do. But they're not responsible for promoting the region. The region needs to take that responsibility itself. They do promote, as I said already, they actually put their money behind us and help us amplify the region's message. You'll find there isn't one regional tourism organisation in this country that's funded entirely out of the industry. It just doesn't happen. The same way that Tourism New Zealand, which I ran for 10 years, isn't funded by anybody other than the government. the government's expecting them, obviously, that people will put money behind it. But the initiative that comes from the government, because they recognise that if you don't take that over, your region will be promoted as a hotel room or as an airfare, but not for what it truly stands for.
Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Look, thank you, George. Thank you, Hamish, for not just for this presentation and your submission, but all the work that's gone on behind that to rally support. Not that it ever needed to be rallied, but to demonstrate the support for the ongoing work of Hawke's Bay Tourism. I just want to understand better the expectations that may have been placed on Hawke's Bay Tourism leading up to this around about the continuity of funding. So I note from your submission that in 2018, you were asked to look at alternative funding mechanisms, bed taxes, peer-to-peer. What else has happened? Has this been truly a surprise that was just sprung on you, the idea of cutting option A or option B just in the last few months? Or was there fair warning?
There has been extensive discussions over the years about alternative funding models, and I think it'd be fair to say that if we could get out of that debate and actually solve it, we would. We actually, at one stage, worked in quite a detailed way with the regional council to look at whether or not we could find other funding mechanisms, for example, out of the peer-to-peer Airbnb type situation. Airbnb are interested. They understand the need for that. The problem was that they're not prepared to do it on a regional basis. They're only prepared to do it on a national basis. So we've taken it to the national debate as much as we can through both the Tourism Industry Association and the Regional Tourism Organisation of New Zealand. In fact, Annie Dundas participated in a 3-day meeting over how we could explore a better way to fund regional tourism organisations, so we don't have this, local debate. None of it works without a national solution that is basically proposed, submitted and supported by government. They won't do that at the moment. I've asked the question in Wellington over the last few months, look, surely at this moment in time, there's some work going on to solve this issue so that councils like this aren't constantly wondering whether we should fund tourism. There is no work going on, apparently. They're not prepared to even propose it. I think that's wrong. Right now, international tourism last year contributed $1 billion of GST alone. We are the only export industry that pays GST. That covers the cost of this sort of thing. The problem is the taxpayers offset by it, and the government is, regions aren't. The Productivity Commission said, don't go for a bed tax, use GST distribution as a better way of doing it. And I think it's an absolutely better way of doing it, because it actually promotes the more people that come, the more money you get, and you get into a sort of virtuous cycle. But, and you asked, were we blindsided by this? Yeah, we were. We heard about it in about late February, March, that suddenly, if option A goes ahead, we shut. We shut, and we end up with 7 people being made redundant. And I think that would be a tragedy.
Thank you.
Councillor McIntosh, short question in the last one,
Sure.
thanks.
The money that comes into the region, can you give us a steer how much ends up in non-tourist operator hands? By that I mean a retailer or a supermarket or...
One of the problems with the tourism industry is data, but the general rule is 20% of the spend is actually directly related to what we would call tourism activity within the region, and 80% goes elsewhere and into the wider community. And that could be gas stations, laundry services, you name it. There's a submission that's made by Hawthorne House in your papers, which actually details exactly what happened with one of their international guests, how much they paid them, which I think was $3,000, how much they spent in the region, which was $12,000. And it talks about what they spent that on. It was art and a whole pile of other things. So that's the multiplier effect that goes on. That's what you lose by not funding a regional promotion, because there's no doubt if we don't continue, the numbers will gradually decline, and we've seen that. I mean, Waikato gave up their RTO, and I got called in some years ago to see if we could restand the thing up again, because they could see the reduction in visitor spend, and it was significant, So.
Hey, thank you for sharing your time and your submission, your views, and all the support that you have here, which we'll hear from later on today and tomorrow. So thank you very much. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Can I welcome up Matthew Bonnet's submission 812? Yeah, take a peanut slab as you leave.
Getting a pause, Charlie.
Kia ora, Matthew. Hey, thank you for joining us today. You have 10 minutes, and are you happy for questions if you are within that 10-minute time? Yeah. And we just presume we've read your submission, so please provide us with any further commentary.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to address you this afternoon. I'm a resident and a ratepayer of Napier and Mataruahu, and I wholeheartedly support maintaining the current levy of 41 cents per week. This nominal fee pales in comparison to the substantial returns it yields in terms of visitation and economic impact for the region. Moreover, the recent challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic and Cyclone Gabrielle underscore the crucial role played by regional tourism initiatives in reviving our local economy. We are just beginning to see the benefits now with a steady return of visitors. I urge the Council to consider very carefully the ramifications of defunding Hawke's Bay regional tourism. Not only would such a decision undermine the progress made in promoting our Hawke's Bay post-COVID, but it would also have far-reaching consequences for businesses across the region. Further, the proposed option B, to shift the financial burden onto local councils, does not appear to represent a genuine saving for taxpayers, as it merely transfers costs from one entity to another. And I do not believe that this can be done without cost in and of itself. And so I implore the Regional Council to reaffirm its commitment to supporting Hawke's Bay regional tourism. Let's not jeopardise the hard-won successes of our tourism industry post-COVID, post-cyclone, but rather continue to invest in its growth and prosperity. I must admit that the proposal to defund Hawke's Bay tourism baffled me. I'm quite sure that this council appreciates the economic benefits of tourism to the region. I'm convinced of that. It is proven. A recent report by Event Economics, a division of Fresh Info, which was undertaken by the Art Deco Trust, who are represented here today, and published in the Hawke's Bay Today, made it clear millions of dollars flow into the region. And that is one event. Not to mention the thousands of free independent travellers who are drawn to the region through the initiatives of Hawke's Bay Tourism. That same article also described the support the Art Deco Trust receives from Hawke's Bay Tourism in achieving those visitation goals through various marketing initiatives. And that is because tourism doesn't just happen. It's hard graft. It takes a lot of work, and it's increasingly technical, requiring great skill. I'm also quite sure that this council appreciates the value of Hawke's Bay tourism in marketing the region. So I say I'm baffled at the proposal to defund. There was an opinion piece by a regional councillor in response to that report and newspaper article, which was published in the Hawke's Bay Today. And it stated, and I quote, ratepayers are forced to pay for the marketing costs of these privately owned tourism businesses. Is this the view of the council? And I'm about to repeat what George said. I can't think of a single example of a regional marketing agency being funded solely by a membership model of tourism operators. Instead, these agencies are invariably financed through some form of taxation. I did some research. It's not hard to see. Australia Tourism, the National Tourism Marketing Agency, is funded by the Australian government through taxes. In New Zealand, tourism is also funded by the government, with the majority of its budget coming from general taxation. In the United Kingdom, Visit Britain, the National Tourism Agency, receives its funding from the UK government. In the United States, many regional and state tourism boards, such as Visit California and the Florida Tourism Board, are funded through a combination of state taxes and public funding mechanisms. And the marketing of New Zealand's regions, as George pointed out, are funded just the same via a contribution from rates. It is a collective investment in the region's economic health. Shifting this burden exclusively onto tourism operators would not only be inequitable, but would be unsustainable. Now, when I first visited Hawke's Bay about 20 years ago, it was for an Art Deco festival. This was my first visit to the region, and my first stop was for a haircut back in the day when I had hair. And curiously, it came up in conversation at the hairdresser's. She wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the festival and didn't believe that this event, nor tourism in general, was of any benefit to her business. However, she did take my tourism dollars for that haircut. And during that stay, I also spent on clothing at Farmers, pharmaceuticals, a meal in central Hawke's Bay. Indeed, all of my meals over the course of that holiday. The total cost of my holiday was $2,000. I remember that, as I exceeded my credit card limit. And that excluded, I should point out, the cost of event tickets, which was additional and had been purchased much earlier. I spread my tourism dollars generously and thinly across the region. The entire region reaps significant benefits from tourism, and the current model of funding of Hawke's Bay tourism is ideal. Please do reconsider your proposal to defund Hawke's Bay tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew, especially your sharing of your dollar on holiday. Great examples. Okay, we will open up for questions for Matthew.
Chair, I'd just like to raise a procedural issue. A question was raised, is that the view of council? I'd just like to make clear that any views expressed in a talking point by one councillor are not the views of council. I'm in the process of forming my views in response to all of the submissions and evidence that we're hearing through this process.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd like to reiterate also that we are open-minded about the options, what we've consulted on prior to deliberations. Sure. So, yeah, I'd like to make that point very clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Matthew in terms of his submission? Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you very much for that impassioned presentation with some great working examples. I'm curious as to you've got an obvious passion for tourism, Hawke's Bay tourism. And I know you've got a marketing background, but I don't see the more direct connection. Is this just a general passion of yours, or do you have a role within the tourism industry that might help us to understand where you come from?
Sure. Well, that passion, I think, really began with my first visit to Hawke's Bay. That event, which was promoted to me through an excellent marketing initiative by Bread and the Print in Auckland, brought me down here, and that is how I came to fall in love with this region, and why I determined to make the move down here, which was an incredibly difficult move. My career has never quite recovered, but it's something I'm quite passionate about. And today, yes, I do benefit from tourism. So I have a number of jobs. I work part-time for the Art Deco Trust, and I also have my own small business, which is in marketing. And at the Art Deco Trust, I handle comms and also the memberships. I look after our members.
Thank you. Very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for sharing. Fantastic. We have Tom Young to present for us from Fizzy Pop Limited.
Yes, hello.
Kia ora, hey, welcome.
Give me a real pass. I need to plug into a
Sure.
Is that possible?
You're our first presentation.
Oh, really?
Like this, yeah. Well done.
It's not Saturday Dunstan, but I did it myself because everyone's really busy.
Grab this seat, Tom.
Oh, thank you. Actually, I want to stand if that's okay. Oh, if you pop into that side, I'll pop it on here. What are the chances?
Here we go, it's on this one here. It's on this one.
Are you seeing it on your screen,
Why is it not
Tom?
showing at the front?
Yes, hello.
Just need it for the front.
Sorry,
Here
I ran.
we go.
Oh,
Nothing up there, mate.
On this side?
Oh, we can probably use that.
We can all see that one. Is that okay?
that was me, that's fine, yeah. Excellent.
And
Let me just try it
And
again.
the screen can see it, Leanne?
Let me just, I'll try it
online?
again.
Oh,
Yep, yep,
okay.
okay. I've got two of them.
Hello.
Like to buy.
Who bought a presentation? Honestly, crikey.
Each one.
Okay.
I got one.
We might, oh, there we go, thank you.
we are.
So,
Dropped off in
Give me 1 sec, I wonder if I can make this work better.
it's just trying to connect.
Here we
There we
go.
go.
Oh, it keeps dropping, bouncing in and out.
Yeah.
Must be the connection.
Yeah. I think we can make a start. We can all see this screen, Tom.
Sure. Well, hello. My name's Tom. I run a marketing agency in town called Pop. We are a specialist digital marketing agency. Not in digital, we do TV as well. We do a whole range of different things. But what we do really well is what's called econometric modelling. So that measures the input and the output and then ensures that we're spending our clients' marketing dollars as efficiently as possible. We've got many clients that work in tourism. That's us, a nice collection of misfits. Many clients in many different sectors, but some of those clients are in tourism, some of them in travel, some are in events, and a lot of my clients are concerned about the removal of funding. And so I thought, well, some of my clients think it's a brilliant idea. Some folks think it's a terrible idea. I'm reasonably agnostic, and so I thought, well, we've got access to lots of data. We can see the marketing spend of our clients. We can see some of the transactional spend that comes from Napier City Council. What if we put some of those figures together and work out, is there actually a return on the investment we get for our marketing dollars? So does Hawke's Bay tourism actually wash its own face, effectively? So I thought, well, I'll run the numbers and have a little look, and maybe that's of interest to you guys and will help you form an opinion. So these are some of the clients that we work with. We have Out-of-Hire Helicopters, Porter's Boutique Hotel, Hastings District Council, Hawke's Bay Racing. We've got an airline that flies in and out of Hawke's Bay Airport, the airport themselves, Land Rover Horse of the Year, Splash Planet Theme Park, and Art Deco Festival Napier. So of those clients, many are huge fans of Hawke's Bay tourism. There's a number in there that aren't, to be perfectly honest. This is the kind of data that we have access to. So this shows us the number of folks that visit our clients' websites, the number of folks that create an action on those sites, the number of folks that purchase a ticket, the amount of money that we spend across a number of different channels, whether it's search advertising, social media marketing, display advertising, YouTube commercials, TV. We consolidate all those figures, come up with a forecast, and based on that forecast, we then say, this is what we think will happen in terms of ticket sales or event sales or purchases. And then invariably, we're going to be about 2.5% plus or minus what our forecasts are. And we're pretty good at this. We've been doing it for a long time, and my team are all very experienced. So what does that mean for us? Well, we had a little look back through the sample data from ANZ Bank about over-the-counter purchases for retail businesses in Napier. So this is sample data. It's not absolute data, it's indicative. If we take this data and we overlay it with key events that have occurred in each month, we can see there are spikes. So we can see that in January, there was a spike for Nestfest, which is a genuinely awful opportunity for us, but it's a different story. We had a triple cruise ship day, and so we can see spikes on the daily spends that come through. If we go into February, we can see that we had Nestfest, oh, crikey. I've done the same chart twice. I have. Ignore the Nestfest bit. That was me hurrying. You can see Art Deco Festival. Those 3 days account for the largest spend in February itself. And if you have a look at the activity that happened in March, not traditionally a busy month for retail, you see you've got Horse of the Year, you've got Fork Weekend, the Best of Living show, and then you've got this slightly anomalous data at the end, which accounts for Easter weekend. We, as marketers, generally know that if you have a public holiday weekend, you don't necessarily increase the average daily spend. You even that spend out with a decrease on the public holiday itself. So that anomalous data with a shoot up and a shoot down accounts for Easter Sunday trading. But if you average that data out, I suggest it will be about 70% of what we forecast it to be. And then we get into April. Nothing happens in April. So we can look at April as a control month and say, well, there's no key events, nothing particularly exciting or spectacular occurs, there's no paid for promotions, there's nothing that's going on. I think there was a Tom Jones music event that occurred, but wasn't really on our radar, and that was pretty much it, really. So we've got a control month, we've got 3 months of sample data. What does that equate to? Well, our figures, reckons about an 8.2% uplift in daily spend by people in the city of Napier across our measured ANZ transactional clients when there is events occurring in the month. I can't tell you whether that's locals, I can't tell you whether it's guests of the region, but I can tell you there's an 8.2% increase in spend in ANZ bank totals in Napier City Centre when there are events on in that month. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a really interesting data set. Thank you so much for that.
No worries.
Do we have any questions from councillors? Councillor Curtin.
Yeah, thanks, Tom, for your presentation. It's good to see. You've highlighted those events and the consequent spend region. Is it likely if we were to choose either option A or B in this case, that those events would stop as a result of the activity reduction by HBT?
My understanding is that Hawke's Bay Tourism provides event managers with funds to take out their events and to carry on their events. So I know that Nestfest was partial funded. I know that Land Rover Horse of the Year was partial funded. Would those events go ahead without that funding? I don't know. I run an advertising agency. I have no idea.
Councillor Roadley.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that. That was actually very insightful. I'm just curious on your control month, April, where there were no identified events. However, we still saw the same jagged path. What's your explanation for that?
I think it's probably worth looking at the numbers on the left-hand side rather than the actual shape. So it's traditional weekend spend. More folks spend money at the weekends rather than spending money in the week. And then generally, I think it must be a Sunday where you're seeing a Monday. No one buys anything on a Monday within that control sector. Well, they do, but it's minimal. So the actual shape itself is fairly consistent. If you look at the values on the left-hand side, you see how the top of the y-axis on this chart is at $2 million, whereas the top of the y-axis on this chart is $2.5 million. It's actually the scale, I think, that we're referring to rather than the actual shape of the daily spend.
So have you overlaid those to see that difference that we'd see as the control?
So we've taken a simple average daily spend, and so this is the average daily spend, amortise that across each month, and then see what the delta is. And that delta is 8.2%. I've not even controlled for the length of month. So where you have a month like February with only 28 days, 29 days this year, you have got 2 additional days in April. So, I mean, these figures are absolutely inferred, but I would suggest that, if anything, they're slightly apprehensive and pessimistic rather than the other way around.
Because that graph, the numbers aren't, the jags aren't actually going up to the 2. Could you just flick it back to the February for us? And it's kind of actually quite neither of those.
So, I mean, I can supply the raw data, but the average daily spend in the month of March was 1.438 million, and then the average daily spend in April with 30 days was 1.406 million.
Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Yeah, just one question, and thank you for that presentation, Tom. You've hit the nail on the head of the trade-offs we need to make, and you say that you reluctantly support reduction for biodiversity, biosecurity, erosion control, but tourism is necessary. Can you help me out here? How do I reconcile cutting funding in those areas with funding tourism?
Righty, when someone says to me, would you like to be a councillor, the answer is no, because it's incredibly difficult. I don't know the answer. I really have no idea the answer. I mean, as a ratepayer, I don't want to pay more tax. I mean, at the same time, with cycleways and pathways, I don't see weeds growing through them because that's a waste of an investment. I think clean air is important as well. And, I've got a client that's massively involved in that sector too. And then you look at tourism, and I can tell you that it looks like for tourism, the dollars that you spend there, it makes more than it costs. And so there's a return on investment. I mean, the question's too big for me. I don't know whether we look at Wellington property, we look at Napier Port shares. I don't know the answer, and I wouldn't really want to make a recommendation. I just don't know.
Fair answer. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you, Tom. Look, it's in some ways very refreshing, in many ways very refreshing to get some hard and very interesting numbers around this challenge we face. got the calculator out, took you $1.4 million a day average, 8% of that over a year is $40 million. What am I looking at? Is it just your sample properties?
The only data that we have access to is the ANZ bank terminals in, I think, 12 different retailers within the city of Napier.
Right.
When I say it's heavily inferred, it's inferred.
Okay.
But there's a clear trend there. I mean,
So we could extrapolate that. So that's only a subset of retail in Napier. And if we looked at the total size of our retail economy, we could scale that 8% figure up.
I think it's also worth noting as well that within those events, you've got some events that are very specifically targeted towards Hastings. And so we're measuring data in Napier based on events occurring in Hastings. We know there's a bleed through. We know that folks that don't, I mean, no one can spend 3 days in Hastings and not get bored. You would have to come to Napier because it's a delightful place. So we know there's bleed through there. What that looks like and what that figure is, I don't know.
Councillor Van Beek.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Really good. I love that kind of data where it actually is nice and colourful and clear to see. Also, the first slide that you showed, the second slide you showed, you had Horse of the Year. You're working with Art Deco. Have you got data on how much advertising they do on their own behalf?
So specifically with Art Deco Festival Napier, we were asked to run the campaign outside of Hawke's Bay. So we were given a budget from Art Deco Napier and we're told to spend that outside of Hawke's Bay with a view of weighting in areas and driving consideration of people to Napier itself. I've got the data and I've got the figures, so I can tell you where people were when they saw that advertising, and then I can tell you the number of events that were booked from people outside of Napier as well, so we can definitely have that data. In terms of the number of people then chose to come to Napier, I don't have that data. I'm sure we could probably get hold of that if we were to talk to the folks over at Hawke's Bay Airport, but we don't have the absolute figures on that, definitely. But I feel like that was a reasonably successful campaign anecdotally in terms of driving new traffic to Napier itself. So the second one was Horse of the Year.
So, same as with Horse of the Year, a lot of advertising. They've got sponsors and they get out and sells, which actually they do that on their own behalf. So I would say if we would stop funding Hawke's Bay Tourism, these events will still continue to promote themselves, correct? Because they've got their own budgets?
I don't think that's entirely fair to say in both instances. So I would suggest with Horse of the Year, that's quite likely, absolutely. With Art Deco Napier, I don't think to such an extent. I don't think they would have the internal budget to be able to promote themselves outside of region. So in those specific examples, and in my humble opinion, I think Art Deco would suffer strongly, and I don't think Horse of the Year would. Second point of that would be a case, though, that Horse of the Year currently is located in Hastings. They don't have to be located in Hastings. They can move to Auckland, they can move to Wellington, and they can move to somewhere in the South Island.
If they were dumb, yeah.
Absolutely. So, but I suppose the question we have as a region is, are we making Hawke's Bay attractive enough for a large prestige event like Horse of the Year? And the answer is currently yes. If we remove funding, is it still as attractive? The answer to that question, I don't know. And that's perhaps what I would be asking myself.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Tom. Really appreciate your presentation and data sharing. It's created a great conversation. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Cheers.
Just welcome up next Barbara Arnott, the former Napier City Council Mayor. Welcome back. I'm sure you've been in these chambers many a time.
You've got a T-shirt from the Boring Milk brand.
And you're here on behalf of our Deco Trust. Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. This is Jeremy Smith, who's the Heritage Manager of Art Deco Trust, and I happen to be the chair. Thank you just for allowing everybody to speak. Just a tiny little story. When I sat around a table like this for 7 years, the same man sat at committee meetings in the onlookers slot. He never spoke. He never made a submission. He never asked to speak. He just came to most of the council meetings and some of the committee meetings until his health failed and he stopped coming. And when I asked him, after I got up some courage, when I was a councillor, why he was there, he said, I have had a taste of democracy and then I lost it. And when I came to New Zealand, I found it again. I am passionate about my democratic rights. And his name is Mr. Walenska, and he came from East Europe, and he settled in Taradale in Hawke's Bay. And that taught me a lesson about democracy that I have never, ever forgotten, about how important it is to have people here and people who don't say anything as well. So, as chair of the Art Deco Trust, we run probably the biggest festival in Hawke's Bay, and certainly the biggest community festival, perhaps certainly in the top half of the North Island. And we don't do it because we're first and foremost a tourism agency. Jeremy's called Heritage Manager because we're first and foremost a heritage agency and a not-for-profit agency. We're a charitable trust, and what we do is we encourage more than 300 businesses to employ their skills and their money to make sure that the Art Deco buildings in Hawke's Bay and primarily in Napier are up to scratch, meaning that they're refurbished and kept and preserved in the Art Deco style. Because for Hawke's Bay, the one thing that we've got that's a point of difference is our Art Deco heritage and what happened after the earthquake. But we run a festival, we run walks and tours 364 days of the year, and we run 2 festivals, one that brings in more money than Horse of the Year or the Marathon or probably anything else in Hawke's Bay in February, and one coming up in July in this year, a winter festival. And those festivals are really a way of us shining a spotlight on our architecture and our heritage of the whole area. But in doing so, it creates us as a tourism agency, and we would not be able to showcase the festivals and our tourism offerings outside of Hawke's Bay unless we partnered with something like Tourism Hawke's Bay. And so we do that, and their partnership with us, both with different airports in Hawke's Bay, with overseas and international, bring us visitors that we would never get by ourselves. I am different in that, and from some of the submissions that you've got, and that I don't think there should be a compromise. I was one of the leaders who urged that the regional council was a mechanism for funding tourism rather than the bits and pieces that tourism had to go through to get funding from 5 different entities, which was a waste of time and money and a whole lot of effort. And so we instituted, and the regional council then agreed that they would fund Hawke's Bay Tourism, and the territorial authorities would devolve their funding into other ways, same ratepayers across the region. So my reasoning for that, for staying with the status quo, is this, that the way that tourism Hawke's Bay is funded currently, and it works because as though they do all the glitzy stuff, they do a whole lot of huge little practical issues throughout Hawke's Bay that keeps a whole lot of entities going, And the Art Deco Trust reasoning to keep it within the regional council is because we believe that it's the fairest and best fit of a rating mechanism across the region that delivers the benefits of tourism in the most appropriate way for all ratepayers. Thanks.
Thank you, Barbara. And thanks for providing us the background and genesis of what you've been through with Hawke's Bay Tourism. Opening for questions. Councillor Rodley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Barbara. That was very insightful. Do you know of your visitors who attend the festivals, what percentage are international and what are domestic?
Yep, we do.
We do. It's about 70% are outside the region.
Domestic.
And of them, it's about 10% that are international. So the study that we commissioned, I think, purported 18,000 unique visitors. And I think there were about 1,600 unique international. being the festival that was the reason they were here. And of the international, their stay in New Zealand was approximately 20-something days, and they spent between 4 and 5 days in Hawke's Bay. Understanding our festival is like Friday, Saturday, half a Sunday.
Thank you. Councillor Curtin, then Councillor Williams and Councillor Lander.
Barbara.
Hi.
Barbara, I just wondered if you could tell us, in terms of the model for funding tourism, given the outstanding and spectacular results that we're getting from the likes of Art Deco, do you think there's a different way, a different model of funding, such as directly funding from the economic development rate directly to Art Deco, given that you've got the capacity to market internally yourselves?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Economic development, I had a lot to do with economic development. And a regional and economic development agency is totally different than a tourism agency. Economic development, tourism may be part of economic development, but it is different. And like an economic development agency should be bringing people and businesses to Hawke's Bay and making sure that they stay there by putting an arm around them and helping them get through all the resource consent and building consent and all the processes that they've got to get to, as well as bringing people in to employ in those businesses. And we've been successful at that, but I think tourism has got a special marketing vibe that is different than economic development. It is more widespread. Whenever we've gone out to, just to give you an example, to give your councillors an example, economic development between 2003 and 2007, in 5 years, the first 3 years we were looking for skills for Hawke's Bay in terms of economic development. And when I say skills, I mean skills like plasterers, electricians, plumbers, builders, anyone who could do those practical skills. We went to England to an expo in those 5 years, looking for those skills for the first 3 years. The last 2 years looking more for entrepreneurs and people who would bring money into the region and start new businesses. And from that time, 424 jobs were created, were people employed. 420. We took business owners with us. 424 people came to jobs in those first 4 years, and they brought, of course, with them all their families and husbands and wives, etc., etc. 73% of those people have stayed in Hawke's Bay, and that was the biggest economic development push that we were doing. At the same time, tourism is totally different. We focused on certain people. Tourism, you're focusing on markets that, and especially for Art Deco, is more international and national. The bigger we can grow those international and national markets, the better for Hawke's Bay.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I was really just to follow up on Councillor Curtin's question, which I was interested he might have put to you. Is it as binary as Art Deco would happen, wouldn't happen, Hawke would happen, wouldn't happen, or is it a question of how successful those events are without Tourism Hawke's Bay support? I mean, if the flat proposition was put to the previous submitter, would those events still happen? Is it as binary as that, or you could still do Art Deco, but it's not as successful without?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I was trying to make the point that when I talked about, and you're here to talk too, Jeremy. I'll let you talk about that. But you might think, like an accountant came to me after our very successful Art Deco festival this year in February, our first one after 4 years, and the first one that I've ever had as chair, because I had to cancel 3. So I was going to fall on my sword if this one didn't happen, but there we are. An accountant came to me and said, I had a fabulous festival, I had a great time. I said, what did you do? He said, I saw the planes on Friday night. They were absolutely fantastic. I said, great, you enjoyed that? Yes, and on Saturday we went out for a meal and we just schmoozed around at the sound show and listened to the music. And on Sunday we went to the Gatsby picnic. I said, did you buy a ticket? He said, no. I said, exactly. So how do you think we made money? Art Deco Trust makes about that much money. The region makes 2.5 million just like that. I mean, that's net, that's not the money that comes into the region. And New Zealand makes well over 20 million by the people who come here for the festival and then go out, as Jeremy was saying. So yes, the festival could continue, obviously, in a much lesser way, because Hawke's Bay Tourism have partnered with different partners to bring us, for this year, as far as marketing goes, $200,000 for marketing this year and next year, and that's externally from Hawke's Bay. And that is incredibly important money for how we use it. It's like the icing on the cake. It isn't as though we make huge amounts of money from the festival. We rely on sponsors and grants, and we work hard to get those. So Hawke's Bay Tourism's support, because they've got a much wider reach than we do, is absolutely crucial.
Last question, Councillor Lambert.
Kia ora, Barbara. Just quickly, you agree that we've had a couple of other submitters that thought along the same lines, that this is an agreement already had between councils, and we are specifically a collector of that fund, rather than it's not part of our duty, it's just, we're just here to collect it and pass it on.
I call it a rating mechanism. Like at the time, we were trying to put together for the region everything that we had in common. Not which is like things like transport, urban growth studies, the Heretaima Urban Growth Study, we're all part of that. A whole lot of different entities, while still keeping the individual, community feel of our different areas, Wairoa, Central Hawke's Bay, Napier and Hastings. So we agreed to take out of our funding in that annual plan that year and for the next, for the future, the funding that we put in individually into tourism, and that the regional council as a funding mechanism. I mean, I just call it that. You've got powers of general competence. You can do whatever you like, and you probably do. Well, you do. But so you can do whatever you like, and nobody can say don't do that, because you're allowed to do that. But in the main, why are you here? I immediately think, and I'm sure everybody else does, of the environment. But still, the funding mechanism is, as I said, I think it's the fairest and the best fit to apply that across the region and then get the benefits back from tourism back to all ratepayers.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you. And just a huge congratulations on running the event. It was fantastic this year. Well done. Thanks, Jeremy and Barbara. Thank you for your time. Can I please welcome up Terry O'Connor? Kia ora, Terry, if you're here. Thank you. Come on up. Apologies, we're about 15 minutes behind.
Don't blame me.
I'm looking directly across from me. No, welcome.
Council been on time.
You have 10 minutes. You'll get a ding at 9. But yeah, thank you for coming and sharing your time with us today.
I'm pleased you made me come in today because it's wet and dreary out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I've still got things to sort out after the cyclone. So it was a nice fine day. I'd resent being in here talking to you.
I know the feeling.
My main reason for being here is about the environment. But having listened to all the special pleading from the tourism people and seeing I'm against you putting lots of funding into tourism, and being a bit of a cynic, and done a lot on statistics, so there are lies, bloody lies in statistics. I don't think those people are lying, but having run an organisation myself, I know you can massage the statistics to prove just about anything, and they're very good at it. But I say, with the funding they've had for so long, and the fact that you had to put out their funding to get them to work together as private businesses to maximise their own income, I say it's a bit like getting people to go cold turkey. If they can get free money to make their own private business work, they will do it. And as a ratepayer, I don't see why I should be subsidising private businesses who, by their own admission, have got lots of funds coming through, and all they have to do is work together and put a little of those funds aside, and it will work. And I'm really pleased the council put up the initial seed funding to try and get them to work together, and they have, but they need to grow up and work together because they can see the benefits of working together. And if they can't see that, well, tough. Tourism's a boom-bust industry, and as a New Zealander, I resent going to places around New Zealand, and there are zillions of tourists there. New Zealanders can no longer get into the places which are New Zealand. They're filled up with tourists. And that, to me, is destroying this country. And so you come back to what I've said in my submission about a growth model. If you keep on growing, keep on bringing in more and more, eventually things will fall over. They can't keep on going. And they do boom and bust. We've seen it in farming, we've seen it in horticulture, we'll see it in tourism. No matter what you do, it will go through a boom-bust cycle. For my sins, I've got some money in forestry. And that's boom bust. One day China pays good prices for the logs, the next day they pay very little. You think you've got a system going and the government says you can't burn the slash, you've got to leave it on the ground, and next thing you know it's blocking up the rivers and the beaches. So I've got to think about governments as well. And I'm sorry you people have to put up with the government because they keep making rules that make your job harder and more costly. So I appreciate that it's not going to be simple sorting things out. But if you keep on doing what you've always done, you're going to get what you've always got. And that's one of the things you've got to remember. Things change. And what I found over the last 18 or 14 months, I learned a lot about Hawke's Bay. I never realised virtually every river, stream, creek has been shifted from where it was. And some of the problems we've got in the cyclone was they were going back to where they wanted to be because the work that people did wasn't completed or the basic maintenance wasn't done. And I blame the government with the RMA and health and safety and all that other rubbish for stopping people doing it. And when I was cleaning up the road after the cyclone, the number of farmers that stopped and said, this couldn't have been stopped, we were going to have a flood. But it could have been moderated if they were allowed to take logs out of the river. And I've got a son up Rissington Way. And all the logs came down, they dammed the bridge, they blew it out. They went down and blew out the next bridge. They went down and blew out the next bridge. And they didn't take out the main bridge because luckily you had some low points either side of the bridge. And so the willow logs and the mature pine trees, which weren't forested, went around the sides. Okay, but you've got to remember, people always modify the environment to suit themselves. People have been here maybe 800 or 1,000 years. By the time Europeans got here, half the forests were gone. 32 species became extinct. People are people. It doesn't matter what group they belong to, they muck about with the environment. And you people are all about the environment. You're supposed to be catchment-based. And that's why I find it's really sad that there's people taking up a lot of your time talking about tourism, because tourism's going to die if all the bridges get wiped out, the vineyards get flooded. Okay, the silt will build up and it will make them fairly productive a few years down the track, but in the short term, you're going to have a real problem. So I'm saying, as I basically said in my submission, get back to your knitting, look after the environment, stop the erosion, maintain the rivers. There are quite a few things you can do that's done in Europe and not done here, which would actually make our rivers and streams work much better. And there are some very good reports done by some of your consultants. Unfortunately, there was another one done about 17 years ago that said essentially the same thing. And you actually haven't got around to doing it. And the cyclone comes. Cyclones come hopefully every 40 to 70 years. If you look at what happened up in the Esk and Dartmoor, it is a cycle. The climate goes in cycles. The sun goes in cycles. And so we have to prepare ourselves and mitigate it as much as we can, but we're still going to get flooded. People are still going to die. I mean, if you're going to try and sort that, then you should ban all vehicles because they kill over 300 people a year. You're not going to do that. So get real. There's always going to be some environmental disasters. But at least try and get the hills so they're not eroding. And I say, the thing is, a lot of what goes on is short-term gain, long-term pain. If you farm the hills, you intensify farming, then sooner or later, the land's going to fall apart and head out to sea. I've said enough.
Thank you, Terry. That was a great submission in terms of your worldliness around how we adapt, how we become resilient, and that we can't do it all. So thank you very much for your submission. We'll open up for questions, if you're okay with questions.
Yeah.
Yep. Councillor Sears.
Yes, I really agree with the chair. Thank you. You said an awful lot in 9 minutes and so relevant and actually quite moving in lots of ways, that picture of, our footprint. Anyway, I'm not going to get all philosophical. I'm going to ask a very practical question about the very last line in your submission, which I was reading a couple of days ago and read it to my husband and sort of said, what on earth is he talking about the army for? And my husband said, well, of course, the army always was our civil defence. They had extra battalions of engineers who came in and rebuilt all the Bailey bridges and cleared all the roads and did the work. Is what you're referring to actually as a comment here around the restructure of civil defence? Is that what you're talking about there?
There was a good article where they wanted to train. I have tramped for about 50 years and spent 10-day trips out in the bush. And my wife was a mountain safety instructor. And so I've had to learn a lot about the environment. And when you're out in the hills and you have 200 mils of rain, you learn a lot about streams. But when I was young, we had actually a lot of people in the army. A lot of people went as army cadets. One of my brothers went in as an army cadet way back when I was probably about 3 or 4. But they're talking about making all these specialist services to help civil defence. But what happens when you have a major disaster? You've got to deal with bodies. You've got to deal with people who are, been through a disaster. So you come down to which thing in this country is being trained to deal with death, destruction, whatever, and has all the tools to do that. And that's the Army, the Air Force, the Navy. They actually have the people who are trained to do that. And the sad thing here is when they came up here to help us, they were told they couldn't do jobs because they didn't have the PEP gear, which is completely correct rubbish. So if we're going to spend money on specialists, have them in the Army, they've got the tools, they're used to dealing with those scenarios, and we're used to do it. Unfortunately, Labor wants a defence force that is nice and fuzzy and doesn't go out killing people. We won't get into that.
Thank you. The wrong organisation, I think. Wrong hearing there, Terry. Any further questions? Yeah, no, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Do you know what his name is?
In the rain. Cheers, thank you.
Who's next?
Can I please invite Paul Baker? Kia ora, Paul. Do you have a special presentation for us, do
I
you?
have a PowerPoint which
PowerPoint,
your
great.
staffer is going to load for me, but in the event that that wasn't going to happen, I've actually brought some hard copies with me as well.
Fantastic.
Because I've learned to be resourceful.
In any case, fantastic. I'll pass them
I've
around.
only got 11, but this isn't
11.
like the Green MP that foisted papers on people.
One between us.
Yeah. Share them around. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So Paul, we have 10 minutes with you, and if you would like us to answer any questions or ask any questions for you to answer, there'll be a ding at 9 minutes, and then you'll hear a buzzer at 10.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'd like to start off by presenting this slide in front of me, which is from the recent flooding. And it sets the tone, really, that this is an organisation that deals with water and soil and the fundamentals of life. I think that's a primary activity that you're into. The second slide covers Ridgemount Road in just to the east of Lake Tutera and to the north of Arapawanui. Now, in my working life as over 40 years as a forester, a forestry manager, this is some of the worst erosion I've ever seen in New Zealand. And basically, it's right under your noses and happened right on your watch. So I've listened to some of the people that were speaking on tourism, and no doubt there will be people on sustainable homes and money for Te Mata Peak. Their arguments and their calls on your capital, our money, is not as great as the call on capital to remedy things like this. I think the accelerated erosion that has resulted from the activities of human beings here over the last 1,000 years or so is a huge drain and a huge demand. Slide 3 covers a report produced by Landcare Research, and it's a rapid assessment of land damaged by Cyclone Gabriel produced by the Ministry for the Environment in July last year. So Hawke's Bay Regional Council is a landowner, a land manager and a land use regulator. It has to deal with land as a top priority. The cyclones resulted in accelerated erosion, but I've been around this area long enough to see that other cyclones have caused erosion elsewhere, and it's not on this cumulative map. So that this diagram that we've got in front of us on slide 3 understates, in my view, what the nature of the real problem is. I can remember seeing other sites, and I know Powderill's property in the northern part of Wairoa, the dairy milk farm that used to supply Gisborne. Mr. Powderill had a huge number of slips on his property after a cyclone. It looked like vertical sand traps on a golf course. And I remember speaking to him about that just because I was interested in land management. I used to be party to buying up farms, the worst eroded farms in the Wairarapa. I was party to purchase of to revegetate. If we look at the next slide, slide 4, this is the Esk Valley. It should be pretty obvious what it is. And I calculated, looking at the flood levels at the Eskdale Church, a surface area of 2,400 square metres of water just heading down that valley. That's a terrific amount of water, and I contend that it is not able to be stop banked. The stop banks are the hills either side of the valley system. So the river mouth at the bottom of the Esk was blocked to a point, it was choked, and as a result of that, slide 5, the next one over, I'll get on with this, the next one over, flooded. The Esk River shot up State Highway 2 and was entrained by the Tongoio Forest wetland. Now, at the top end of the Tongoio Forest wetland, there's an inlet and an outlet to drain the natural capacity of that area. But it was absolutely hopeless when it came to coming to contend with the water that went up the Esk River. And as a result, water remained perched in this pond for weeks after, because the silt that came down was like a sealant that smeared over the surface of the soil, and the water wouldn't drain because of that. I was one of the affected property owners in this, and I had a role, I still have a role, in neighbourhood support. So I contend that tiny houses, sleep outs, garages and sheds were damaged, as was a lot of the Panpack facility and the electric articulator. If we look at the next slide, the one on the left is the inlet. A few days after, on the 19th of February, this is only a matter of 5 days or so after the event, and the outlet taken at 7:49 a.m. on the day of the flood looks like the side on the right. So this outlet was working at full bore, and it wasn't holding anything. And normally that would be covered in pea metal, and the reasons it's inadequate is
The inlet pipe at the one end is 1.1 metres. It goes to 400 millimetres under the road, I'm told, and then to an outlet pipe of 600. So anyone without even a smattering of engineering would realise that the water flow is limited by the narrowness of the pipe at its most narrow point. So this seems to be a system that's set up to fail. We can next examine the 100-year flood levels. I contend that the Regional Council needs to be party to a recalibration of the floods. The first slide on the left-hand side is the 1897 floods. The next one on the right-hand side, 1938 floods. These are all 100 to 150 plus year floods. Next slide over is Cyclone Bowler, 1988. Cyclone Gabrielle, 2023. So if we look at these floods over a 126-year period, we can figure that we're getting a decent-sized flood once every 31 and a half years. So our infrastructure isn't really geared for that. But wait a bit, there's some more to this. We also got major floods in 1867, 1917, right through to 1963. So these floods are occurring far more regularly than we would want. If you want to verify the information, it's all sitting there on the NIWA website under the heading NZ Historic Weather Events Catalogue. You can check it out for yourself at your leisure if you wish. So I contend that our floods are occurring too often. We need to recalibrate the 100-year flood level and get going on it so that the infrastructure that we're building is more fit for purpose. And getting on to my last slide, because I'm going through this quicker than I anticipated, I think I can't tell you what to do. I can only make suggestions, but I think there are some severe consequences with this for land management in the region and for what's going on. Some of them are that accelerated erosion, deal with that from your existing rates where possible. And what I'm saying with that is cut out things like tourism to the bare bones, cut out things like Tamata Peak, cut out things like sustainable homes. We won't be able to do these kind of things if we're farming rocks or farming bare soils. You can't grow things in it, and it's just going to have other runoff consequences. We've been given some pointers with it, but we know the frequency of these things is happening, and I suggest that the intensity of them will increase and get worse as time goes on because we seem to be warming up, and warmer atmosphere holds more water to dump more heavily and sluice out better. I also suggest we need to upgrade specific infrastructure, and I've got one right close to my home, but I know that there are 2,000 of those around the district that need to be done, so I can't say ours is any more important than anyone else's, but I see it as urgent and more urgent than some of the activities of the other speakers. And before that's done, really, we need to recalibrate what is the 100-year flood levels urgently and implement that for the existing infrastructure and any infrastructure that's put up in future. Also, this is something that's a health and safety issue, obliquely. I don't see it as directly because I think it's the spirit of the Health and Safety Act that's important here. I don't see it's directly accountable to the Regional Council at this time. But we're telling you what some of the problems are. One of them is that the problems are identified. We've identified problems with accelerated erosion. We've identified problems with existing infrastructure, and the fundamentals by which you actually specify what needs to be done, the 100-year flood level, in my view, is wanting. So the PCBU has a primary duty of care, and in the spirit of the Health and Safety Act, I would ask that you deal with, implement and audit the performance of what I'm requesting under the 4 action points listed above. Thank you for listening to me. It's been very quiet.
Thank you. Great. We're listening so intently, Paul. That was a fantastic presentation. I'm sure there's feedback. We'll try and keep them to questions, but 100% agree with your action points there, and some of them we are addressing, but we could have a whole day on talking about those. So, yes. Councillor Williams,
Thanks,
question.
Paul. You have raised with Councillor Curtin, myself and Mr Dolly the issue of the Tungoyo Forest Wetland Drain before, including recently an email communication. Have you had any decent answers yet?
I haven't, well, let's say I've attended everything I possibly can, including all the Trek presentations, and I've spoken to the Trek people as frankly as I have with you. I haven't seen anything come up that says, we're putting our hands up, we're going to fix the problem. So a wise councillor advised me to behave like a broken record. And I'm following that councillor's advice.
Only one wise one around here.
Thank you. Councillor Van Beek.
Okay, just a quick question. Am I right in summing up that you're really telling us as a council to go back to core business, which is looking at the wider area of our environment, to stop erosion, clean up rivers so we don't have silt blocking the rest of the Rahui, the area, and this is actually one of the key areas that we need to focus on rather than the nice to haves. Is that right?
Absolutely right. That's my thrust of it. And I think the warning signs are there. We've been getting these warning signs essentially since 1867. In my lifetime, we've only had warning signs since 1963 or so, but they're there. And they're becoming more intense, as I would see it. And we have to be able to read what nature is telling us. And if we're not reading it and we're deflecting our intentions and our efforts into other things, we're putting the noose around the neck of those that follow us.
Yes, last question, Councillor McIntosh.
Thanks, Paul. In respect of the suggestions you've put down here, which you can't argue against, but our ability to fund those would be tourism, and Tomato Park's not going to make a dent in it. It would require the council to sell some stuff. In other words, divest some of its investment. So what's your view on that?
I had to do afforestation work on this grade of land in the Wellington and Wairarapa area. Okay, we got hold of PEP and TEP scheme workers in the 1980s, and we had the selection of the cream of what Waitakau prison could offer us. And we got these guys and we had them working. They were essentially working for free, one under government subsidy, and the second one, the prison inmates would work to a certain level and do constructive things if they had good supervision. So I'm not saying that this all has to come from ratepayers' pockets. If you're prepared to be creative and look at, say, unemployed people working on this, give them PEPs and a bit of transport, a bit of supervision, you can achieve a lot more than just paying for everything direct. Secondly, if you talk nicely to the people in the prison service, you might be able to get some worthwhile inputs there. Or if you were to talk to farmers and say, we will provide the plants and the vegetation for you if you want to retire certain areas on your property and you plant them, or we'll give you names of planters. You know, all those kind of permutations could work. But I put it to you that the most important point is attitude. If you believe you can't do something, you won't. But if you believe you can do it, and by golly, I'm going to give it a good go, you'll achieve more.
Thank you.
Great ending. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And can I please invite Mr. Graham Avery up the front? Kia ora.
All right.
Welcome and thank you for sharing your time with us today.
Thank you for the opportunity to do so. Listening to some of those, I really don't know where to start. But I'm here as a former chair of Hawke's Bay Tourism, on the board for a few years after having established the Hawke's Bay Wine Country Tourism Organisation, and for 15 years was chair of the National Food and Wine Tourism Marketing Network. And why I sent a letter, not a full-blown submission, was just to signal my concern that there had to be continuing adequate funding for a regional tourism organisation, Hawke's Bay Tourism, to continue the complex milieu of activities that it does. And I see the challenge you have really about what should be the mechanism of collecting the tourism levy across the region. And as Barbara had explained, after I stepped aside, out of left field, stepped the regional council to put their hand up that they would collect the levy on behalf of the four local territorial authorities. And thanks so much for doing that, because the efficiency, the extra value of Hawke's Bay tourism that evolved from that is manyfold more today than had that not happened. I would not like to think that anyone here is challenging the value of a regional tourism organisation. And I'm sure George Hickton in his presentation earlier would have outlined some of the activities that they do. Much, much more than events. Much, much more. They complement everything that everyone else involved in tourism and the hospitality industry does. And if I may emphasise that the businesses involved in tourism or hospitality, their primary role is to create the product for Hawke's Bay tourism to market to the world, plus making sure they deliver service quality, deliver a greater experience than the visitor is expecting. And that's what the Tourism Industry Association is responsible for. Beyond that, there's a myriad of activities that the RTO does. And as I emphasised in my letter, if they're not there, who is going to replace that? Who else is going to add the extra economic impact that Hawke's Bay tourism and tourism across the nation delivers? And tomorrow, 30 years ahead, the service industries will drive the global economy. Finance, tourism, and IT. We're moving away from a manufacturing-driven economy. Please, please, don't tamper with the marvellous work that Hawke's Bay Tourism has done and the effect that it has provided. And as I put in my letter, it's underfunded to be competitive with Queenstown, Rotorua, bless our cotton socks, dear little Wanaka. They need more. And in tough economic times, everyone is fighting for the tourism dollar. They have to maintain market share and indeed invest more to come out of the looming difficult time ahead better off than otherwise. Therefore, I urge you to adopt the status quo while yourselves and the other councils determine an alternative. And I fully agree with the previous speaker. Your core business is the environment. And that will place a bigger and bigger responsibility for the region. But please don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Just give us 12 more months of continued funding while the other councils sort it out with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Graham. Fantastic presentation. Do you mind if we open up for questions?
By all means. Might not have the answers.
Oh, that's all right. We'll give it a crack. Open with questions. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you very much, Sir Graham, for that impassioned and enlightened and well, the rich experience of our regional tourism journey that you bring to that advice to us. I'm interested in your comparisons of this question about the levels of funding. You chose to compare Hawke's Bay against Rotorua, Queenstown, Taupo. I'll struggle with that, and Wanaka. You could have chosen other benchmarks. Is that a reasonable kind of comparison?
In terms of tourism, where the visitor goes, it's Rotorua. We don't have a big enough airport for jets here, so they then fly to Christchurch and on to Queenstown. Tourism in New Zealand started with Guide Rangi in Rotorua, and it remains New Zealand's #1 tourism destination, quickly followed on the heels of Queenstown. In my time, they were the two we competed against. Taupo's the new one on the block, and they have used their environment very well, the lake, for events around the lake. And more recently, Rotorua has used the environment of their forests for mountain biking, etc. So that was deliberate, and Wanaka is an extension of Queenstown. We can't use a comparison with the urban areas of Auckland, Christchurch, Wellington, and we've just simply got to keep ahead of Rotorua and Queenstown, plus Wanaka. And they've got a much bigger budget. And I should emphasise that the 1.5 million in tourism levy, let me call it that, not what the regional council provides, they collect it, is only half of the operating budget of Hawke's Bay Tourism. Be a disaster if the funding diminished. And I understand it hasn't increased since 2016. So in inflation-adjusted terms, it should be a pip over 2 million today. But that's not the argument. You've got to shed yourselves of the burden, if I can use that word, of collecting the levy and sort it out with the other councils.
Thank you. Last question, Councillor
Real quick
Van
one.
Wyk.
So you're on the pinnacle, and thank you very much for your very colourful explanation of your position, is that, however, I do see in all the submissions to do with Hawke's Bay tourism, there is a single-mindedness about it. We've just heard from a submitter who's, as a family, reducing income as coming near to retirement, that this annual rate increase for them will be $6,000. So that's a lot of, and I don't see that in your submissions from Hawke's Bay Tourism. Can you explain why that is? Is there no feel for what the costs are for the general ratepayer, especially those who are retired and actually cannot increase their...
I haven't looked at those numbers, but it's not 6,000 per ratepayer.
I just gave it as one
Be
example.
a few cents.
Well, fine.
And I'm sure George gave that. It's not a big thing. Who else is going to grow the economy of Hawke's Bay? Other than the primary industry.
Primary industry.
Who else?
So Graham, just one last question from me. I said last question that time, but my question is around, you talked about our RTO being underfunded or haven't kept up with inflation. And you also talk about the challenges we have as a council on what we should fund more of or less of. Can you give to us, from your experience, vast experience, what a future model may look like in terms of funding? Do you have any ideas about what that looks like?
The 4 councils have got to replace what you've collected plus a bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And in my time, we looked at bed tax. That was not possible. Central government could sort that out. So any new model has to involve central government as well. They have to take tourism seriously. Look, for most countries in the world, that's all they've bloody well got to drive their economies. Very few have financial services. Fewer have IT services. And we have to keep going our agri-business. But added value branded products, don't get me on that. Not commodities. That's a separate... This is a great debate. It's not simple.
Yeah.
And you guys should clamber out. But the other councils have got to step up. And will.
Thank you, Sir Graham.
Because who's going to grow central? We mustn't forget Wairau.
Di would agree with you. And Charlie. And Charlie. Yes. Thank
Great
you, Sir
spot.
Graham. We really appreciate your time and thank you for your submission.
Pleasure.
Kia ora.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Can I please invite Nicholas Aitken to present your submission if you're here? May not be. May not be. Bruno Chambers, is Bruno here?
Yeah.
Oh, kia ora, Bruno. Sorry, you're hiding back there.
No, because this is one person. And so if you take the one... you're there.
Hey, welcome and thank you for coming to present your submission.
The opportunity to present.
We're trying to keep in the 10-minute slot, so
We're failing miserably. I'll make mine pretty brief and
Thank
welcome
you.
any questions at the end of it.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Bruno.
Following on the heels of those two speakers, it's going to be a bit of a challenge, but I do have sympathy for Paul, and as a farmer, of course, you know, I know what he's talking about. However, the cost benefit of money coming to, a small amount of money coming to Te Mata every year, I think is huge. So the formation of Te Mata was a vision put into action by my forebears nearly 100 years ago. It was truly inspired and far-sighted, and it's done immense good to Hawke's Bay on all sorts of levels. These benefits manifested in so many different ways. The mental well-being and recreational upsides are huge, and the countless users tell me quite often how important it is, the park is for them to get out there both spiritually and physically. These places need to be maintained and enhanced for the sake of our community, for the good health of our community. The park is also incredibly important for maintaining the biodiversity of Kohinirako Range. It's the home of a number of rare and endangered species found nowhere else. In New Zealand, that includes Pamelia and Aridula and Kainakloa flavicans and various ferns and so on. And their own allocated spaces, oh, sorry, I jumped ahead. And the cliff communities are really quite unique. We've fenced off and preserved many of these, and I've headed the Landscape Committee, which has organised the planting of approximately 60,000 native trees and plants in the last few years. This has been a huge project, both replanting the logged areas and the newly planted Jack's block, plus the other areas within the park. This has only been possible with the support of both councils and the Billion Trees Fund, plus many others who have contributed their time and energy. The goal of recloaking the peak and enhancing what is already there is huge, but one has to only look at our recent plantings to see how well we're doing. And we're focusing on wetland areas, the couple of wetland areas to minimise runoff and help achieve a bit more water stability and so on. And I'm sure we'll continue to do great things up there. We've had a great buy-in and support from the schools and the wider community, and volunteer days both for planting and weeding have been hugely supported. And the local schools now have their own allocated spaces, and they are responsible for the planting and the maintaining of these areas. It's fantastic community buy-in. It's a real and tangible success story, helped out by so many. I understand there's many parks in Hawke's Bay drawing on the regional council funds, but we're talking about Te Mata here, a range that so many people, both Māori and Pākehā, whakapapa back to. We all identify with it, we look up to it. And as a tourism promotion, it is second to none in Hawke's Bay. You only have to pick up any magazine, local magazine, and you'll see Te Mata promoting or advertising things Hawke's Bay here. These days, the days of the park surviving without public or without council support really are gone. We did that for many years, and it was a real hard road, and you only have to look at what's been achieved in the last 10 years up there with the council support, both from the regional council and the district council, and you realise the return, the cost-benefit ratio, if you like, is huge. So we need and deserve your support. And it beggars belief that you would consider cutting it when to continue to operate and offer the services that we do, we actually need more. But we are shaking as many trees as we can, and we're having some success. But the fundamental fund, or the operational funding, relies heavily on both the district council and the regional council. So please continue your support of the park. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Bruno, and thank you for the service you've brought to Te Mata. We really do appreciate that. We'll open up for questions. Kia ora, Councillor Foley.
Thanks, Bruno. A lot of ratepayers always ask the question, what am I getting for my rates? Have you ever been able to put a monetary value on, our contribution? What does that turn into if you could value all the work and, extra support you get in a year's plan?
Well, I think in terms of monetary benefit, that's quite difficult to quantify, because so much is a benefit of well-being, a benefit to the community, and a benefit of intangible, or rather immeasurable benefits that are coming through the planting program and various other the mountain biking and the tracks that require maintenance. But I mean the one full-time equivalent that we have with the two Alexes working up there has just been invaluable. They know the park so well, and they've really embraced and loved working up there, and I mean, to actually, I think somebody, well, Sarah and Mike will quantify the amount that the spend is, but it was 65 cents per ratepayer a year. Well, I mean, really? Is that something that is going to impact too much on people's purses? When you look at anybody who comes to the Bay, what do? They take visitors up the piece, or out to Cape Kidnappers. And people aren't disappointed. They come back raving about it. They come back, saying this is fantastic. Where else can you go in New Zealand and see those 360-degree views from the top? And of course, with that increased usage in the park, there's a huge amount of, or there's a big increase in the number of services that are required. And the health and safety is just one element to contend with. But the ongoing maintenance of tracks and all the tree maintenance and so on that's required is quite phenomenal. And for us to run our park as efficiently as we do, with volunteers as trustees, I think is, I think we do very well.
Councillor Sears.
Thank you. Kia ora, Chair. Hi, Bruno. I think just following on from Will, certainly the benefit, I think, is quite clear to the user, but this idea of return on investment, this 120,000, where you have, I think now, well over 1,000, almost 2,000 regular volunteers who work in the park. Does that sound about right?
Oh, that's, I mean, we have people who come in for the planting field days and so on.
Yes.
And, I mean, that's a very niche sort of service, if you like. It's only for,
Short periods.
Yeah.
But I think the point is that if you have 1,000 volunteers who give 10 or 15 hours, even over a year, it's very quickly quite a few $1 million worth of work that the Trust's enabling off the back of a very small investment from us. That's really where I'm trying to get to, is that for a very small 120,000, you turn sort of $3 million of community work into a park that we all love. So I'm really sort of bolstering your case for you.
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, we do have, I think it was 6,000 community hours or donated hours a year was something that the Trust Board submission stated. And, of course, a lot of that is not really skilled input. It's people coming up and thinking they're doing a great job, and they might be doing a great job or they may not be, but the reality is that it's that buy-in and that community buy-in that is so valuable. And, we long to continue that, and we will continue that, but the crucial funding for operational expenses comes from the District Council and the Regional Council.
Exactly. Thank you.
Councillor Harding and then Councillor Van Beek.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you, Bruno. Thank you for your passion and that of your forebears in us being in the enviable position of having such a wonderful asset that no one, the taxpayer and the ratepayers of Hawke's Bay haven't had to put their pocket into to have that asset. You will have had a lot of experience in fundraising to keep this activity going. Is it the case that funders, that external benefactors, tend to be more reluctant to fund ongoing operational expenses?
Yeah, very, very much so. I mean, most people will, funding for specific glamour projects is far more attractive and far more, widely supported by organisations and operational funding. So you're quite correct there.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Beek.
Quick one. Thank you very much for your forebearers and the work that you've done as well with the Trust. It's really great. I live in Twyford, but since I'm being flooded, I live in the loft of my garage, and I see it every morning, and I really love looking at Tomato Peak. It's one of those iconic things, and that I've learned to love while coming and living in New Zealand. What is the number of visitors? Have you calculated that coming to? And I don't dispute it. It's a real taonga for Hawke's Bay. And just to get a bit of a grasp of what are the visitors, and I know spiritually and for well-being, what the park does.
We haven't done recent surveys on numbers. The problem is the park has several different entry points, two main ones, but I remember, 10 years ago, we were anticipating there were 500,000, 500,000 visits every year. And of course, a lot of those are repeat users, so people going up there once or twice a week for a run or whatever. But, so I can't answer your question, but I think it's safe to say there are millions upon millions of overseas and outside of Hawke's Bay visitors who have come to the peak. And, I've met a lot of them up there, and as I say, they never go away feeling they've been shortchanged.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you so much, Bruno. Thanks for
My
spending your
pleasure.
time with us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Please welcome up Aaron Mills if you are here. From Hospitality New Zealand, our submission number 1003.
I'm not Aaron, as you can see. Apologies for that, you got called away. So my name is Christine Kilpatrick. I was born and raised here in Napier, and after living and working out of the region for a number of years, in 2017, I made the decision to move back with my young family here to a vibrant Hawke's Bay. I'm a ratepayer. I'm a board member of the Hawke's Bay Tourism Industry Association. I'm the head of people and hospitality at Craigie Range Winery. But today I'm here in my capacity as the Vice President of the Hawke's Bay branch of Hospitality New Zealand. Hospitality New Zealand is a not-for-profit organisation representing approximately 2,500 businesses across New Zealand and 109 businesses here in Hawke's Bay. Our members span a wide variety of establishments, including cafes, restaurants, bars, nightclubs, commercial accommodation, country hotels, and off licences. Hospitality New Zealand is strongly opposed to the Regional Council's preferred option A to phase out funding for Hawke's Bay tourism, and we welcome the opportunity today to emphasise the importance of continued council investment in the tourism industry. Among the options presented, Hospitality New Zealand supports the status quo to continue to fund Hawke's Bay tourism at current funding levels. However, failing that, we are in support of option B. I'd first like to thank the Regional Council for its ongoing role of funding Hawke's Bay tourism on behalf of the region's councils and its ratepayers. We are deeply appreciative of the support provided by many councillors and the staff of Hawke's Bay Regional Council over the years. We understand and appreciate that in the aftermath of the cyclone, the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, along with individual businesses and households, are all having to make some really tough decisions and choices. However, the tough choice of defunding Hawke's Bay tourism by adopting option A will inevitably lead to a less prosperous regional community. Funding for tourism is an investment in our region's economic future that consistently yields a significant return on investment. Without this funding, Hawke's Bay Tourism have made it very, very clear that it will be unviable and it will close its doors on the 1st of July this year. Hawke's Bay Tourism is the sole organisation dedicated to marketing Hawke's Bay as a region. While our members and all tourism and hospitality businesses invest a significant amount of money in marketing and promotion of their individual products and services, without Hawke's Bay Tourism, there will be no one promoting Hawke's Bay as a visitor destination. This responsibility cannot fall on individual businesses alone. The loss of a regional tourism organisation like Hawke's Bay would be profound. Once an asset like this is lost, it is exceedingly difficult to restart and rebuild momentum for destination marketing and management. Our region's reputation as a destination will suffer, and future investment in the region will be adversely affected. Other regional tourism organisations will seize this opportunity to capitalise on Hawke's Bay's underinvestment and steal our market share. Without Hawke's Bay Tourism, our visitor economy is predicted to decrease by at least 20%, which equates to a $260 million loss over the next 3 years. This decline will severely impact our members' businesses. The visitor economy significantly benefits Hawke's Bay ratepayers by enhancing entertainment options and driving the vibrancy of hospitality offerings. This vibrancy is a major factor in making our region an attractive place to live, work and visit. Personally, the thriving hospitality and tourism scene was a crucial reason why I made the decision to move back home to Hawke's Bay. And I know I'm not alone in that sentiment. Many residents, both returning and new, are drawn to the region precisely because of its lively, diverse cultural and social offerings, which are sustained by a robust visitor economy. Just to add one point in terms of something that was spoken about a few moments ago, my parents are retired. Their rates are going up 172%, but why they stay in this region is for that very reason of being able to head out and enjoy the vibrant economy that we have across our hospitality and tourism scene. There's a very crucial reason for them. A strong visitor economy provides locals with greater choice, higher quality offerings and healthy competition. This means that residents can enjoy a wide variety of dining experiences, entertainment options and recreational activities that might not otherwise be available in a smaller community. The influx of visitors helps to support businesses that enrich our community, making it more dynamic and an engaging place to live. Without a steady stream of tourists, many of these businesses would struggle to survive, leading to a loss of that vibrant and diverse local economy. The visitor economy also plays a really critical role in providing employment opportunities. I'm sure that many of you know someone who's worked in the hospitality or tourism industry, whether as a student in a part-time job, during school holidays, or as a permanent employee. These jobs are not just entry-level positions. They often serve as vital stepping stones for our young people starting off in their careers, offering valuable skills and work experience. The hospitality and tourism sector also supports a wide range of professions: chefs, hotel managers, event coordinators, tour operators. The potential reduction in visitor numbers coming into Hawke's Bay poses a significant risk to these roles. Any decrease in tourism will directly impact employment, affecting the livelihoods of the 1 in 10 people in Hawke's Bay who are currently employed in the industry. In addition to direct employment, the visitor economy supports numerous other local businesses through the supply chain. Local farmers, artisans, and service providers all benefit from the influx of tourists. This interconnectedness means that a downturn in tourism can have far-reaching consequences affecting various sectors of the local economy. It is crucial to recognise that the benefits of a strong visitor economy extend beyond the immediate tourism and hospitality sectors. The presence of a healthy visitor economy enhances the overall quality of life for all residents by fostering a vibrant, dynamic and prosperous community. Therefore, maintaining and supporting Hawke's Bay tourism is not just about supporting businesses, it's about sustaining the very fabric of the community that we're all trying to preserve. As councillors, many of you have experience as current or former business owners. I respectfully ask you to reflect on the consequences of abruptly shutting down a business. Why make such a significant decision on such short notice and without careful planning? Let me be clear. There is currently no alternative funding option available from July 1st this year. Option A risks undermining the very community you seek to support. I ask for you to consider if you would be willing to subject your own business to such instability. While a $1.52 million gap in funding is substantial, reducing funding for Hawke's Bay tourism is short-sighted and a poor business decision that will negatively impact a community and region that is only beginning to recover from numerous setbacks. On behalf of Hospitality New Zealand and our members, I urge you to support the status quo and retain funding for Hawke's Bay tourism at its current levels. If this is not possible, then I encourage you to vote for option B. And just one final point, that will allow us to the time to find alternative funding. I personally have a meeting with our local MP next week to discuss this very matter in terms of looking for ways that the central government can, what they can do around changing legislation to allow regions to collect tourism funding in alternative means. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christine. On behalf of Erin, thank you so much. Also, thank you for the reminder of impact on family units, mums and dads and children's, and why we live in this beautiful region. Thank you. Question, Councillor McIntosh.
Look, I don't know if you can answer this, but I'll ask it anyway. Putting your Craggy Range hat on.
Yes.
Do you have a feel as to how much Craggy Range has invested in Hawke's Bay?
In Hawke's Bay Tourism or Hawke's Bay as
In Hawke's Bay.
and if, depending on what you look at our current investments or future investments, we have been here for 25 years as a business. The investment in terms of business structure and the physical site at what we call our giant site is significant. The value is in terms of dollar figures. I'm not aware of the dollar figure, but it's not just that site. We also have our Gimlet Gravels site and a significant investment from a hectareage perspective around farming the grapes over there and our winery. But we also have plans for further investment as well. We are here for the long term and we want to stay here for the long term.
I'll go Councillor Hokianga and then Councillor Curtin.
Kia ora, Christine, and thanks for that. Just a quick one from me. You made comment around one of the risks is the potential of other operators picking up our market share.
Other regional tourism operators, yes.
What is that market share? Can you remind us what that market share might be?
I can't give you that figure. I'm sorry, but just in terms of that, it's much like marketing a product. If you're not in market, tourists won't know to choose us. That particularly that international market. If you yourselves are going out to make a purchasing decision, if you're not prompted to buy marketing and promotional activity to even go into the store to buy something, how do you even know it exists? And for a lot of our international market, which this region relies on very heavily, that will be quite significant for us.
Councillor Curtin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Christian, for your submission. I think you mentioned 109 hospitality members in the region. Is that the number?
That's correct, yes.
Can you tell me, you're saying that that's the contribution to Hawke's Bay tourism is crucial to those businesses and essential to their survival. That being the case, what do you think those in your sector alone, 109 businesses, would be prepared to pay a contribution to Hawke's Bay tourism? I mean, we pay our insurance, a couple of $1,000, rates $5,000. Would you stump up with, say, $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,000 per business to make sure your industry, your businesses survive? What's the number?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to quantify a particular number in terms of those 109 businesses. But those 109 businesses, a lot of them are owner-operator businesses. They're mum and dads. They're not large global corporates. They don't have. They've suffered just like everybody else in the region in terms of going through economic challenges and effects post-cyclone. They already invest so much in this themselves in terms of their own promotional activities and marketing efforts. And I think in terms of the biggest risk for them is we get a lot of support from locals in terms of it coming into our hospitality businesses, but it's built up by the influx of that visitor economy, and it's that visitor economy that helps sustain these businesses all year round. So unfortunately, I can't quantify a particular figure. I would not like to speak to a lot of those operators because it's very different for each and every one of them. A lot of those businesses are also already members of Hawke's Bay Tourism, so they're already contributing a significant amount, in fact, in that respect.
Councillor Van Beek.
Okay. Have you got a quick question after me?
Yes, I have got one.
Can I go last, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Very quickly, and at the risk of repeating what you've just said, of your 109 members, are you a levy? Do they pay a levy into?
They pay a membership fee into Hospitality New Zealand.
And do you know into Hospitality New Zealand, not Hospitality Hawke's Bay?
Yes, so Hospitality New Zealand is a membership organisation, so a not-for-profit membership organisation. So if I think Craigie Range, for example, we pay a membership fee or membership into Hospitality New Zealand, but we're also a member of Hawke's Bay Tourism.
That leads me into the next question. Of your 109, do you know how many are members of Hawke's Bay Tourism?
I don't have that figure in front of me now, and I'd hate to speculate.
And last question, Councillor Van Dyke.
Okay, it's a little bit lighthearted, but I think you and Sue, so far, you've done fantastic. I was spellbound by your presentation. I think it's the best verbal presentation so far. So you made it really clear your position, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, well done, Yura. Okay, thank you, Christine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Only worth 41 cents.
Only worth 41 cents.
It was a 41-cent gift.
And someone else's 41 cents.
That's what we're here for, isn't it? Yeah, that's what politicians do, isn't it? No,
We
spend your
have
money.
Stuart, thank you. We have Stuart Horn to invite up next. Kia ora. If you're here, maybe not. Oh, yes.
It's so crucial.
Welcome, Stuart. Thank you for joining us. But we have 10 minutes with you up the front.
I think I'll be quite quick.
Oh.
Is this Stuart Hall?
Yes.
Good afternoon, all.
Afternoon. Afternoon.
Madam Chair,
Thank you.
councillors and others. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. Why am I here? Oh, sorry, my name is Stuart Horn. I'm just representing myself as a ratepayer. And I was moved to say something because of this. I guess I'm compelled to express my frustration over the direction council has taken over the last perhaps 3 or 4 election cycles. I believe to a large degree you've strayed from your core businesses, which in my view involve the role of the old catchment board and the environment, not a great deal more. I have frustration at the way the proposed rate increase will impact on primary production and fixed income ratepayers. I understand that you, HBRC, face increased costs. You have the luxury of passing those costs on. Anyone in the primary production, or most in the primary production sector, are unable to pass those costs on. They have to absorb them. I just feel that you've lost view of some of the people that provide the most of the income or a great deal of the income for this region. I don't know how some are going to pay the increases that you propose. Let me explain my situation. We have property between Hastings and Havelock North. We have 4 titles, 1 with a house on, the other 3 is only an orchard. No buildings, just electrical supply for a windmill and a pump in each case. They're leased out, and after HDC rates and your rates, I've worked out that my return to capital is 0.5%, given QV valuations. I know that you were unhappy in something I read about the return to your investments. There's nothing in it for us, and if you take, admittedly I'm leased out, but I can tell you that the lessees are not making a fortune out of it either. It really does
mean, in my view, there is no fat left in the system to meet the requirements that you folk believe you need. I'd like to just reflect on the effect of the cyclone. And I express, this is one area where I understand the need for rates, and I understand a recovery program is required. For their own property, we had light damage by comparison to many. However, I would like to explain a very local issue, the Rainbow Drain. It takes water from the Havelock Road, St Andrews Road intersection, and it runs down through a series of properties past us and into a culvert that drains into the Karamu stream. That has a screen on it to prevent debris blocking the culvert. The reality of it is in the flood, that blocked up, and some of you horticulturists and farmers will know anyway, if fruit trees or trees in general are left standing in standing water, the conditions become anaerobic and the trees are likely to die if not suffered badly. As it happened, and I believe there's an excessive amount of water passing from that St Andrews Road area into the drain in Miller Road. The screen there blocked up. It was about 2.5 metres, the pipe about 2.5 metres below the level of water. I spent personally about 3 times every day after the cyclone for 2 weeks clearing that screen. Didn't see one member of the regional council there to do that job. I don't mind doing it because if I'd not done it, our trees would be a lot worse off. But when the water backs up like that from elsewhere, the effect is we have trees that are dying. Not many, not a disaster, but a serious enough effect as far as I'm concerned. I think that basic maintenance has been neglected. And that's just where I am. Our properties also fall within the Hastings airshed and the transport catchment. They pay Healthy Homes rate, they pay transport rate. On that, we pay $550 to regional transport. I've never seen a bus down our road, never seen a bus near us. It frustrates me that that sort of cost is likely to be imposed on us. We can't recover that. So, my final point, maybe not quite the final, but is the tourism. I cannot understand, with respect to the lady before me, I cannot understand why we're paying a rate for tourism. I don't believe that many of the horticulturists and farmers would benefit a great deal out of it. The point that I'd make is that New Zealand Apple and Pears Incorporated have just been through a commodity levy order. 98% of the people that voted for a compulsory levy are happy to pay it and run their business. I can't see why we, as a regional council and ratepayers, are paying for tourism at all. And when I made my submission, I just put NA because I didn't think the options there were right. I don't see the reason to pay that bill at all. So with that, Madam Chair, I guess that's me. I could make a slight analogy if you will indulge me, and that is I see basically the proposed increases are unsustainable for many. and I liken it a bit to the old the splendid shining cuckoo. It lays its egg in a nest, and that nest is usually a grey warbler's nest. Then it leaves the grey warbler to carry on, and the grey warblers to pair to raise the chick. Chick gets bigger and bigger in the nest. I feel there's a fair analogy with this council there. It's getting bigger and bigger, and it's leaving us, the grey warbler ratepayers, to foot the bill. So I thank you for the opportunity to make my point. I hope it resonates. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. And you're not the first frustrated person to raise these concerns, and it's really important that we hear from you leading up to the actual decisions. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Stuart, for bringing this real-life story to our attention. Have you been into the rates calculator?
Yes.
So I was interested in that you were saying, I think some of your properties aren't developed with buildings.
That's correct.
Did any of the rates, I'm just interested to know, did any of the rates go down for you?
No.
Did any of them go up less than 19.5%?
I couldn't tell you exactly, but I would say yes.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yeah, just a quick question.
Yes, sure.
You ever been on a public transport bus here in Hawke's Bay?
Never.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go. The bell. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you, Stuart.
One's just left.
So we're supposed to have our tea. So in 10 minutes, we've got our next submitter. So if we can have a 10-minute break, okay?
Yes, please.
Drink, whare paku, and be back at 3:30. Thank you. Thank you for coming from all the way from Central Hawke's Bay. And since you don't want to share it with Green, you have 10 minutes.
1038. I see there was a prize for the best presentation. I think there should also be a prize for the worst presentation.
Oh,
So
no.
those of us who don't have our PowerPoints, a slightly shaky manner, and perhaps lose our way should also get a prize.
challenge.
Mihi nui kia koutou. Okay. I was going to start with the rates, but I'll actually start with tourism because I had a lot to say there. I worked in tourism locally, and the waste of money for ratepayers in Hawke's Bay has been astounding. We flew USA travel writers here to be wined and dined at approximately $30,000 each, with no evaluation or knowledge of the benefit to Hawke's Bay, either if they wrote anything that was widely read in the US or any extra tourists. We locals in tourism were also given free trips, accommodation and meals to explore local offerings. We didn't say no, but we could access all that information online, and we already knew what was available in Hawke's Bay. I think that it's a nice to have item giving $500,000 this year. Don't forget we've already paid for upgrading and building the new wharf for the cruise ships, which won't stop coming, despite what certain people might think. And if tourism ventures can't get together and market themselves globally in this digital age, then they don't deserve to be in business. I mean, the huge local businesses like Art Deco already have Aotearoa and global branding. You know, they've got people coming from the US, Australia repeatedly. And smaller businesses can hang on to the coattails of those, so they don't even have to put money into that. I think that one person with a computer could connect globally if they know their business. So, and also regional fund could include levies, could ask for funding from central government. I honestly do believe the same, that ratepayers, we shouldn't, for the regional council or even our district council, be paying towards it. So that's my thought on tourism. So then I can segue into the rates. This council is still continuing their long-standing practice of a lack of transparency with ratepayers, even after the Ombudsman pulled you up about it last year. For once, I didn't submit on the rating system change because of your misleading and deceptive information put out, which indicated my rate increase would be about 20%. In actual fact, it's 100%. This is extremely upsetting, and also 90% of submitters were against it, with Councillor McIntosh apparently stating he didn't know what the rest of the population thought, so didn't pay so much attention to the submissions. Does this mean that he wants a referendum every time submissions overwhelmingly oppose an HBRC proposal? And how much would that cost? Our CHB councillor, Will Foley, was one of the 4 who voted against it and did his own homework on the actual rises mooted, some over 500%, and we are grateful to him for that. For large landowners, the rates will be significantly lower. This is not a fair and equal distribution of burden. I'm sure other people are telling you this. The Regional Council needs to reverse this ill-timed and unfair decision. With district council rates, flood levies, increased insurance, cost of living increases, we all need more space to absorb what we're already facing. On to other issues, I've still got time. Meanwhile, biodiversity is included in your nice-to-have add-ons, even though it's one of your core roles. And under the RMA, I noticed you're talking about continuing to participate in sector lobbying to ensure that reforms are implementable. I realise it's a time of transition at the moment with this coalition, but if you're going to do that, which sectors will be included? I hope there's equal weighting of environmental versus business interests, as some have self-interest rather than the environment as a priority. E.g., we already know some dairy farmers aren't willing to reduce their contribution to nitrogen in rivers or give up some of their over-allocated water consents. And even current things like Plan Change 6 had allowed an increase in nitrogen, while at the same time rivers massively exceed Board of Inquiry levels. So if you're going to keep doing that with sector interests, I think it will need independent expert input. So that's my issues.
Thank you, Charlene. Thank you for your presentation. And thank you for highlighting the Ombudsman's recommendations to the changes we make for councils, and also the concern around the averages of rate increases. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Well, you know me, I always submit. I didn't.
Do we have any questions for Charlene? Councillor Foley.
Thanks, Charlene. Just your last comment there, should never have sold the port shares. Is that with regards to, do you think we're missing out on the return on the investment, or you felt it was a strategic asset to hold, or what's your, can you elaborate there?
No, if it's a strategic asset, and in actual fact, presumably growers and people who are exporting must know that. You know, you can be held to ransom if you sell all the port shares by whoever buys it. They can charge anything they like to those exporters. It's a really dodgy deal. And again, the returns vary, everybody knows that, but it's still a good return. And shares are pretty dodgy, especially as the economic climate globally can be pretty, unknown at the moment.
Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thanks, Charlene. The disturbing reference you've made, as others have, to lack of transparency, misleading and deceptive information. Can you give us some examples of what you had in mind when you said that?
Well, when the change of rating system was mooted, there was a kind of a graph thing put out about what we were likely to face. And I looked up ours for our situation, and it indicated that my rating increase would be 20%. Mm-hmm. And that was totally incorrect. When I did it later on with the next lot of stuff, import your address and all that, it was 100%.
And what type of property have you got? Residential?
We've got 2 hectares and we're rural.
Yeah. Okay.
For the house. And we've got 2 hectares. Our neighbour has 10 hectares. Our rating increase is 100%. His is 15%.
Mm. Yeah, the CV ratio.
Mm. So I don't think that's fair.
Just out of
He can
interest,
make more money back off his, so he can cover some of those rates.
so out of interest, Charlene, were you able to look up on the rates calculator the activities that made up your rates?
Yes. I mean, that's where I found out that the flood remedial work's only 7% of the rates.
Yeah. And what was the biggest contribution in terms of your rates to which activities of the regional council?
No, I can't.
Okay.
I'd need the thing in front of me.
No worries. Councillor McIntosh.
Thanks, Charlene. We had the tourism guys this morning told us that they, in respect of the journalism example, that they, I think per annum, were generating about $5.3 million worth of coverage. And that's I was involved in that industry ages ago, and it's a reasonably easy figure to calculate. And so what would you say to them in respect to your comments about bringing journalists to New Zealand? So they're saying, look, we've generated $5 million of advertising equivalent out of that.
I'd have to see where that is. I mean, as I say, at the time, there was no evaluation system. You couldn't tell.
Okay.
You couldn't tell how many extra US tourists came after those people had a wonderful time.
Okay.
Yeah, and you couldn't even, I didn't even see, because I asked to see the what they'd written after they went back. Find it.
Any further questions? Thank you, Charlene. Thank you for your submission and your time. And Green, your turn.
2.4 hectares.
Just help myself? Okay.
Oh, you need a plug in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Standard Apple input. Start the clock, yeah.
No, I haven't.
Wouldn't dare.
Got it. Right.
Now,
Lovely to have you
We'll
back,
just make
Greg.
sure that it is going to show up.
Okay, that should just come up then. Okay, you can start the clock. Delicate, to you all.
It's still not showing.
Gilda, hold on, just a sec. Pause. Wait till it comes up.
Hang on, I'll tell you what, I've got my timer here.
Oh, you don't trust us?
Oh,
I trust myself.
he's timing us.
Have you got something showing on your screen?
Yeah, something, join other, that'll be me, right? Let's try that. None of your preferred networks are available. Didn't tell me it's going to be this complicated. I'm not an IT person. Maybe you come and have a play with it now.
I'll have a look. That should be all that's required. So what I will do is just try it again. I will try it again.
I can start anyway. If reference, I'll just tell you what's on that graph. Yes, biodiversity programs, core business, biodiversity really needs to be kept on funding at the maximum level it can be funded. Now, the tourism thing, everybody's saying, it's bringing lots into our economy. So some people are making money out of this. It seems to me that the problem is that the tourist industry has trouble collecting funds from itself. And that's the core trouble. I mean, what the woman there mentioned before, finding some way of getting a local tax. Maybe the regional council can do a targeted tax on the tourist industry, collect the fees, charge a handling fee, and then pay it back to Hawke's Bay Tourism. But otherwise, I'm sorry, I think it's a nice to have. I did make a note down here with my very short written submission about looking at alternatives for money. And I've probably got a few ideas, and I'm going to be back tomorrow, so maybe I can expand on them. But right now, amalgamation. Maybe we should tell somebody, suggest that we revisit amalgamation. I mean, amalgamation promised everybody lower taxes, and yet you had these little petty kingdoms around the place wanting to protect their own patch, so everybody has to pay more rates. It's not your business, but the same thing applied with 3 waters for district councils, Madness. And so, my main, I'm kind of really annoyed about the rate increase. The graph I've got here, which shows basically the maximum rate increase of about 20%. And we all thought 20%, we live in rural. Then I find out at the last minute, and again, I would have put a submission in if I was aware of it, that so-called lifestyle properties are considered residential. Well, I will tell you about mine for a start. And I'll tell you about lifestyle people. There's a whole range of lifestyle people. There's people like my friend Dick and Ellie, pensioners. Dick's really handy with his hands, works at the Onga historic place, fixing stuff up. He's turned probably one of the worst bits of land you could buy into something and raise native plants. My own place, 5 acres, 2.4. We've got the house built with these 2 hands, low carbon footprint house. Built the windows, the doors, the floors. All of that, it's a thermal mass, straw bale house, exactly the sort of a house we're talking about. We have a water course which runs through our place. It doesn't run a lot of the year. I've intensively planted natives on our place. Anything which I don't need, which isn't in the likes of around the house, fruit trees, if we raise vegetables, there's bees, pigs, sheep's out and the rest of the paddock. I've got a small farm, and as I say, what is not in pasture is in native plants, basically. This is exactly what the Regional Council want people to do, and that's what a lot of lifestylers do. They might shift, a lot of lifestylers might shift a relocatable house or build their own house. I went out to one not so long ago at Tikakino, living without power. Now, these people are going to be charged the same as the people down the road who've got maybe my next door neighbour, he's got what was 3 acres, probably about 1.8 hectares, I don't know. And he's got massive lawns, so big carbon footprint there, you know, out there mowing these lawns, big gardens. That's a big residential block. The other guys, and I've been to, and there's a few like that around the place, obviously, you know. But I've been out in the countryside and there's farms out there with swimming pools, tennis courts, big lawns. Now, I'm saying here that, this whole advertising of this rate increase is dodgy. It's absolutely dodgy and deceitful. Deceitful to mislead people thinking they're going to have a 20% rise when there's some people who are going to have over 500. When I went down to meet with Will, I'd only just sort of figured out that mine was 100. And he took a while getting to our table because he was dealing with another couple and she was crying and he was angry because theirs was about 300%. You know, it's crook. If you're going to charge, I don't know what land mass you've decided is a lifestyle block, right? I have no idea what that is. But say it's 5 hectares. As far as I'm concerned, every farmhouse out in the countryside, every house in a rural district, the first 5 hectares you charge as residential. Then you're being fair. But if you're just going, oh, here's this guy here, he's got less than 5 hectares, he's residential, that's just rubbish and completely unjust. Because as I say, some of those farm properties have got everything out there. They might even have a bigger area than 5 hectares in lifestyle, you know? They'll have their jacuzzi, you know, their little bloody houses out there where they drink their cups of tea and all the rest of it. They'll have their horses and all the rest of it. So yeah, I'm annoyed. And if this isn't sorted out, I think there's a really good case for the Ombudsman to have a look at this. You know, so that's me off my chest. Oh yeah, one more thing. In your booklet here, you're telling us why you got no money. And all those reasons in there, you know, interest rates, bloody insurance, which apply to everybody else as well. That's all true. But there's a historic lesson here as well why the Regional Council is in this hole. First of all, let me think. A stupid, unthinking Regional Council some years ago handed out massive water consents in Central Hawke's Bay so we could have a few dairy farms. And then they didn't check out whether that resource, the limits of that resource, okay? And they didn't give a stuff about the pollution. So on it went. Then suddenly, oh, shit, I'll use that word. We don't have enough water. Oh, I've got a bright idea. We'll have a whole lot more dairy farms and we'll have a dam and don't give a damn about pollution. And that turns to custard, and there's $20 million plus gone down the gurgler. So the next bright sparks go, we'll sell the pork company. Now, if you look at the pork company's profit this year, despite everything that's gone on, and sure, it's padded by some of the insurance things, 16 million it turned over, down 20%, and it's supposed to be on the increase again if you read in the paper. It's supposed to be going up again. And I look what you guys have got. You've been averaging 11% return, and you're going to be down another 3.8 on that. So what, it's at about 8 million you're going to get in. If you hadn't sold those pork company shares, you would be so much better off. You know, so I think a lot of the problems here are also being generated within the Regional Council. I'm not saying it's on your lap, but I'm saying is you've got to be really careful about what you do, because those past mistakes, we're paying for them. Now that's me. Questions? Come on.
Thank you, Gren. And Thank you for your impassioned presentation, even though we don't get to see it. And thank you for your stance. And I have to probably disagree with you on some of your comments, but
Fair
that's
enough.
okay. You've got your stance, particularly the point around deceitfulness. So, but we'll just
how do
leave
you
that
answer
there.
that? How do you answer that 20% going out there? Everything. This is a picture which didn't come up, but it's showing like a maximum 20%.
So I'll use the word averages.
Yeah, but that's slippery word. That's slippery. Mate, you're lucky if most people are even going to look at that stuff. They're going to wake up whenever the rates come out in whatever number of months, they're going to go, holy cow, we didn't see that coming. And you know me and Charlene, we try and keep our eyes on the ball. When I was talking to Will and he rang up and we were having a chat, not about this, he said, what about, the long-term plan? I said, oh, no, it's all good. It's relaxed. I trust you guys. It looks like we're just getting a 20% rise. If I thought I had to look at the small print with you people, I'd be thinking, hey, who am I dealing with that I have to look at the small print, that they aren't spelling this out clearly? You people shouldn't be doing this sort of stuff. It's dodgy. I'm sorry.
Question from Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you, Gren. Look, Councillor Foley's been very active in his community and reporting back to us as well about the impact, the impact outside of that 20% average expectation, particularly in Central Hawke's Bay. Just wanted to know whether you had a look at the calculator, the rates calculator for your properties, and you could give us, and you have an idea of which components of our rates have been driving the increase that you're looking at.
Well, I'm not really certain. Personally, for me, we aren't in risk of flood or anything like that. There's no services we get. The choice was really, that lifestyle choice is to be as independent as possible. So I really can't see that. It's not public transport. But I know, 100% I don't like, sure. 20%, I kind of understand that, death and taxes, you got to do it. And I understand that things are tough. And for some of those reasons given, I understand, we have to make sure that the rivers are not, that we can give them some more room, or at times we need to actually keep them away from protect towns. I understand all of that, but getting down to details of where that 100% rate increase went, as far as a benefit to me, I can see very little actually, and to a lot of people. That answered it.
No, thank you for that. Look, I'll just leave you with the thought that our understanding is that a lot of those changes in CHB have been related to a wider spreading of the Apatuki scheme. So it's flood protection. And so that is one of the things that we have to consider as governors, whether that is within scope for us to have a look at that and change it.
Because I can understand flood protection, but when you look at the rate increases, a huge amount of the farms have gone down in the rates they pay, but a huge amount of those farms are more threatened. They're threatened, So why are those rates going down on those farms who are most vulnerable?
Further question? Councillor Sears.
No, I was just waving.
Oh,
about,
no, just
next
waving.
submitter. Sorry.
Any further questions?
I don't know why it's
Oh,
not
it doesn't
working.
matter. All I had here was a graph showing the rate increases, and I would have liked to put it up because it was your graph.
Could that be circulated later?
Yeah,
Can
can
we
that
get
be
that?
sent to us? Can you email it to us?
Yeah, I can email it to you right now. Well,
That would be great.
I'll wait till I sit.
Yeah,
I'll do it when I'm sitting down there.
Sounds
Surely
good.
somebody's
Thank
got a question?
Oh, we've had, we've run our 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thanks, Green.
All right.
Thank you for your submission.
No problem.
I have a question for staff, which I'll be wanting to ask about how residential is treated differently from rurally, differentials in any part of the system. Not submitted, so.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Can I invite Matthew Bennett up, please? Not here. Not here? Okay. Brent Chamberlain?
No, sorry, I forgot to tell you they're coming tomorrow now, so.
They're coming tomorrow,
Nigel is
right? So
next.
Nigel Bickle. Kia ora, Nigel.
Good afternoon, Chair, councillors. Mike. Thanks for the opportunity of talking to you. Just wanted to start by saying congratulations. It was good to see both the Regional Council and Hastings District Council receive the, through our work on the Joint Task Force on Silt and Waste, win the Mr. Sustainable and Innovative Waste Disposal Initiative in New Zealand at the Waste Minimisation Awards last night. Yeah, so that was cool. Look, in relation to the submission, I'll take it as read, but I wanted to highlight two matters in particular. The first is funding for Havelock North streams. As a council, we found it unfathomable to see that the funding for the Havelock North streams was excluded from your 3-year plan. We entered into good faith an umbrella agreement between the 4 territorial authorities, the Regional Council and the Crown last year for $247 million investment in moving 2C properties to 1. That included $10 million for Havelock North streams and a commitment that your council signed off on, that 25% of that funding would be provided by the Regional Council. We've commenced that work in good faith with $800,000 of unbudgeted expenditure, and we just think that needs to be resolved in relatively short order. The last point that I wanted to talk to was a matter that we talked when you were consulting on your revenue and financing policy. You know, I think it'd be fair to say that the territorial authorities identified that as an issue that hadn't been considered by the Regional Council in terms of the outlier effect of public utilities. To be really clear, you know, that is a 3,900% rating increase for Hastings District Council on going from land value, which was minimal, to $1 billion worth of 3 water assets. So it is a 3,900% rate increase, and clearly it is an outlier. And we don't think it being an outlier changes by 50% remission in year 1 and then full noise from year 2. We proposed, we think, a pretty pragmatic solution that you could consider in your rates remission policy around capping the value of public utility assets as $100 million for the rating, for rating purposes, and then not rating above $100 million. That would still represent a fairly significant increase in rates for the Hastings District Council, but we just think we're such an outlier in terms of having that sort of rate shifted to the territorial authorities, that it is just clearly such an outlier in terms of the shift from land to capital. But happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Nigel. I think I might open up with the first question. Yep. Could you just sort of walk us through, you talked about the fossil agreement with the Crown for the Havelock North streams. And at that time, we believed a local share was going to be produced for that capital work to happen.
No, to be clear, the funding agreement that was entered into, I'll be really clear about this because I led the negotiations with Chris Finlayson. You know, we tried to negotiate the best outcome for the whole of the region.
Yes.
You know, the Hawke's Bay Regional Council categorised the properties, did a good job at doing that, identified the $10 million that was needed for the Havelock North streams. You know, entered into an agreement with the Crown that saw the Crown providing $203 million of Crown funding for $44 million of investment from the Regional Council. Pretty good deal for the Regional Council. So $4 of Crown money for every dollar from the Regional Council. The Hastings District Council, we got a fiscally neutral package. Whitehall got 100% of their flood protection. That was the agreement that we entered into together, the Regional Council and the 4 TAs with the Crown. So we were somewhat surprised to see in your 3-year plan the exclusion of the Havelock North funding from your 3-year plan. We're getting on with that work. $800,000 of unbudgeted funding we've committed for the remedial work, the investigations, the business case. But we kind of expect when that business case goes up, that it's as per the agreement, that on the delivery of milestones, 75% of that cost will be met by the Crown and 25% by the Regional Council. That was the unambiguous funding agreement that we all entered into in August last year.
And one further question, just for clarification, because I think we can all agree we don't ever want the work to stop or progress. But for the ratepayers within that area, and given this is a HDC asset, and I understand the contract that you've just explained, what would be the best solution in terms of getting all the work done in a timely fashion for those people impacted in that 2C area?
So, again, I think we need to be clear about this. We can get all tied up in history around, 1980s and the building by the catchment board for the Havelock North Borough Council dams. We're not talking about the dams here. We're talking about the receiving environment, which are the streams. We don't own the streams. It's not our asset. It's owned by 650 private property owners. I think what we are looking for is the Hastings District Council is just absolute clarity that the Regional Council will fund the 25% share that you signed up to with the Crown. How you then work out as the Regional Council, how that's paid for in terms of rating are the same issues that Hastings District Council had to resolve. Last year, $100 million of Category 3 property buyouts and $12 million of demolition costs. We had to amend our long-term plan last year to do that and work out how to rate and pay for it. So we are committed to doing the work, but we're looking for a commitment that notwithstanding the issues that need to be worked through about how you rate for that, there's the commitment from the Regional Council to honour the $2.5 million that the Regional Council was putting as funding along 75% from the Crown.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Thank you, Nigel. I can assure you we'll be wanting some very crystal clear, definitive understanding of this whole situation from the staff, a lot clearer than the fog in my head around that, and I hear that message that I've currently got. Additional clarity, you've made a big pitch for continuing to fund Hawke's Bay tourism and the benefits that are felt in your district as much as any from that activity. What I'm really wanting to get from you is can you assure us that Hastings District Council would be committed to partnering with us and the other councils in terms of option B and getting that off the ground for year 2 if we went that way? Because I have heard wobbles in the community and from some councillors that they don't think it's a good idea.
I think there's a cast iron guarantee from the Hastings District Council. We understand the benefits of tourism for all of our communities, recognise the issue about it being regionally funded through the Regional Council. The commitment is to work alongside you, the other councils, other entities that should have an interest in this, the port, the airport, to find the most appropriate model in terms of finding a sustainable way forward, accepting that the current model. I think we all understand that that's not viable into the future, but protecting year 1 so we don't see directors of Hawke's Bay Tourism having to move quite quickly in terms of it not being a going concern with the proposed level of funding for the first year. So to buy the year, to do the work, and we're committed to working alongside the Regional Council and others to explore what that sustainable funding model could look like.
Councillor McIntosh.
Thanks, Nigel. Tamata Park, how much does HDC give?
The same amount that you do. Okay. And as we have done for a very long time together jointly.
Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you, Nigel, for that crystal clear presentation. Just on Hawke's Bay tourism funding, one of the things that's become obvious is that TLAs have tourism assets themselves. Do you see opportunity in a future funding model to recognise that in a more structured way, that each of the TLAs has those assets that benefit?
Yeah, I think so. I think everything has to be on the table. I mean, just like you, we can't sort of say, hey, well, look, we can guarantee from year 2 we're going to fund X amount of it or use our assets, because it's a process we have to go through with our respective community of ratepayers. But the clear view of the Hastings District Council is that we've benefited as Hawke's Bay from actually having a coherent destination and marketing function on behalf of all of us. And those that have been around a long time, which isn't me, says, you don't want to go back to the past where everyone's tried to do their own thing, that the value in promoting Hawke's Bay as a destination, we've seen the benefits of that over, as I understand, what we used to do in the past. That was all in Napier and Hastings and not very coherent, and we're not wanting to go back to that space.
Thank you.
Councillor says, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Nigel. Thanks for your submission. Really hear all your points loud and clear. On the cap of utilities, is that 100 million type cap a kind of standard process that's used in New Zealand?
No, I mean, you'd need to look at that. I mean, we've had a look at not all the public utilities, but certainly across the TAs. It'd be fair to say that Hastings is absolutely the outlier, because our three water assets are circa nearly $1 billion. I think it's in the sort of 100 and something million for Central Hawke's Bay, about 300 million from Napier. I don't know what it is for the other public utilities, but we think that there is a sensible cap that sort of says, yes, right up to that cap, but beyond that you should remit. And we just know we are such a outlier and don't think your intention was to shift that amount of rates from others onto Hastings District Council ratepayers, to go from, land value where we were paying $5,000 in rates to capital value where we're going to be paying $200,000 in rates. We just think is a complete outlier, and don't think the current proposed remission that, hey, you can have 50% in year one and then it's full noise from year two, is the right way of dealing with this.
So just to make it really obvious, by moving it to you from our ratepayers simply pay it through your rate bill instead of ours, right?
Well, it's about how I guess it's about how you've, from a logical and rationale perspective, deem to reallocate the rating base across all the different players. And we're saying, look, it's clear that that the Hastings ratepayer already pays a lot for us to meet all of the conditions that rightly you impose on us in terms of stormwater and wastewater and drinking water. We're spending through the Hastings ratepayer hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on top of maintaining those assets and monitoring their performance around the conditions that you've rightly imposed on us as the regulator.
Councillor Curtin, last question.
It's just the last question. Nigel, just following up on that point, so I'm clear, the same ratepayer will pay, whether it's on our side or the Hastings District side, but your preference is that it's on our side rather than yours. Is that right?
Yeah, we're just coming at this from trying to understand it from a good.
Can you tell me why you think it should be us and not you when it's the same pocket that's coming out of? What?
Well, I'd put it back on you, Councillor Curtin. Well, what do you think the rationale is for shifting what is currently a cost to the regional ratepayer to the territorial authority? Because we've struggled from a logic point of view to understand it.
I asked first.
Yeah. Well, we just think it is an absolute outlier and an unintended consequence of your move from land to capital in terms of the big outliers on public utilities.
Thank you. Very last
It's a
question.
really quick
very last
quick question,
very
quick
last.
answer. Sounds like you're not a fan or a supporter of the change from land value to capital value.
I think to be fair, Councillor, I mean, we submitted through the process. We said you'd done a good job. Those are legitimate choices for your council around revenue and financing policy. We made some views known at the time. One of those was on the impact on public utilities. We just don't think that what you're proposing to do in terms of the draft remissions policy that you consulted on is, we don't find it. Well, we think, and we've suggested something that you could consider.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel.
Thanks.
We do have Scott. You've arrived early. Are you happy to come to the front now? Thank you. Kia ora, Scott. Lovely to have you back. You have 10 minutes and there'll be a ding at 9 minutes, and if you're happy to take questions at the end, that's great. Thank you.
Kia ora all, and thank you for your time today, and thank you to the council staff that have put a lot of hard work into this process on this 3-year plan. I'm here to represent the vegetable growers, and it's a general feeling of myself and the Vegetable Growers Association that after submitting to the revenue and financing policy, we've lost faith in the submission process. And we see things as being predetermined and not up for discussion and not up for consultation. And the whole consultation process that we went through previously in the revenue and financing policy and now in this process has been somewhat short-lived and not done as well as our community would expect. That's the feedback from our members. So we think that the 4-week period for submissions was rather short as well too. So just a few notes running through a flood protection, for instance. We believe there's a lot of work to be done in flood protection. We see a lot of this 3-year plan pretty much as business as usual for us on the Hiratonga Plains anyway. And we do have members in Wairoa and down to CHB as well. But, and appreciate that the work, that the expenditure that we were reading about in here in the flood protection is for Wairoa and Prongaho, but nothing else for the Hiratonga Plains or otherwise. So we see this as business as usual for a flood protection point of view. And when we do as a community decide to do a lot of that extra flood protection, we can see we're going to be in some massive targeted rates increases there. Re the Hawke's Bay tourism, we think it's a really important responsibility of all the territorial authorities to be active in that space, and I think it's 29% of the contribution comes from the HBRC, and we would like to see status quo in that area. Sustainable homes was a small take on that, but there's many other providers offering that sustainable homes initiative, which was very good when it was first started. So thank you for that. Those are the key points, really. The revenue and financing policy, we still believe that the council has the ability to reverse that decision if they wish to. If they have the strength in the council table and the wish to do it, they could return that back to land value from capital value, because we're seeing a lot of discrepancies in there, many outliers. And I think some of the examples that the council gave during that submission process were deceptive at times. And I don't believe that's very helpful to our community. There were many outliers that weren't exposed as such. We're seeing on the current situation at the moment, many of us will have rate rises if we have added value, obviously, to our land values, our capital values, I should say. And neighbouring fields next door with little or no development on, with capital development, are actually getting a rates decrease. And none of our members have actually requested a rates decrease. We are happy to pay for rating services if we feel as though we're getting good value for money. And this is a result of what's happened here. So we have some where the rates have gone up and we have some where the rates have gone down on flat land on the Hiratonga Plains as an example on that. We think that's an anomaly there. The fees and user charge policies, we as vegetable growers have a lot of different fees coming at us from science charges, etc., which is all relevant to the actual services that we require and particularly water consenting and otherwise. One thing we were looking at was as an example, the domestic septic tank charges and things are getting well out of hand, and I think that's an issue for us in our drinking and our groundwater areas as well too. Somehow as a community we need to reduce our costs and not just keep loading them onto our ratepayers who don't have expendable deep pockets all the time. We think that this rate increase is extremely poor timing, whilst many of our members are recovering from the cyclone. There's not enough cost savings being seen from the regional council. They're not reflecting the current economic environment of where we are out there in the community. So many of the community are having to cut back and we're not seeing that same level of cutbacks in the council. Thank you for I've read the notes of 4 million plus savings from internal costs. I think we need to have a lot more savings, and I think we need to tease it out a lot more and work on that. So generally, our vegetable grower members are very disappointed in where the council's at the moment. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Scott. Look, and thank you for bringing further awareness, which we've heard through submissions around affordability, but also the outliers. So we've done a lot of work within council to look at some of those outliers and have our staff to bring us advice back before decisions are made. But thank you again for highlighting those. Question, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Scott. I recall very well what you shared with us at the time. I'm really interested in the vegetable growers and how this has all landed on them, and it has. You know, there have been some consequences which I don't think any of us even here saw. But my expectation was that, say, compared to higher capital property, horticultural development like, say, kiwi fruit or even vineyards, the vegetable growing sector would have a lower capital value to land value ratio. And you might actually have seen some benefits in your sector to a greater extent than you're sharing. Have you got a sense within the veggie growers, is it sort of 50-50 decreases, increases, or below the average, above the average, or is it predominantly more than 19% increase for your sector?
I guess firstly, I'd apologise for poor stats in our sector. And a lot of our growers are fruit growers, the grape growers, the vegetable growers. Okay. There's a lot of blended growing in there. And when I refer to growers, often we're talking about the horticultural growers group, including viticulture in there as well too. So there are outliers within there, but generally and I remember we were up for 29%, I think was the figure that was talked about originally, back in the consultation in December and January, on changing from the land value to the capital value. That is quite normal, a lot of that stuff, and there are outliers and they're up to 50 or 60% as well. And as I was saying, there's some bare land blocks with little or no capital development which have gone backwards. And that's, the vegetable growers do have some bare land, but they mainly, there's a lot of tenant farming going on as well too. That's the majority of our members are tenant farmers in a lot of ways, a lot of lease land, and it's on a short-term lease as well too. Sometimes 6 to 12 months as well, and there's a lot of land rotating.
Do you see, just as a follow-up question, do you see any logic in the link between the extent of capital development on a horticultural block and the demand for our services and the impact that your activities have on the environment? Or is there any proportionality there?
I'm sure we have some impact, and there needs to be some linkage with that, but I think there also needs to be flexibility in there because some of them are changing from land values, land use as well too. So changing from pip fruit into vegetables is a common thing, and then they might crop it for 2 or 3 years of vegetables, then go back to a permanent infrastructure with pip fruit or grapes. And so then the capital values change there as well too. So, and it appears to be that the values are always behind the reality of the marketplace, which is understandable, I guess, as well too. So, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor McIntosh.
I just want to make sure I understand, Scott. So the growers don't believe the consultation was adequate regarding flood protection for what's happening at the moment. And so you're just really wanting to ram home the point to us that you want to make damn sure that the consultation is adequate for subsequent flood protection down the track when that work is complete.
Yes, I guess what we're concerned about is we understand that there's not a lot of flood protection going on. It's business as usual at the moment. We've repaired the damaged protection network. We haven't yet had a community discussion on what do we need. And our concern is when we decide what do we need, what is going to be the cost loading then on those people in that situation. There's some of our members in Pakawhai, for instance, that have been a bit blindsided by they're paying for land category 3, for instance, and they're paying for stopback protection, but they're not allowed to build there. They're not allowed to add any capital value. But they're currently paying stopback protection for category 3, and there's probably no chance of them getting out of category 3 with the spillway and everything that's designed there. And that Pakawhai area is going to be really interesting to see if we as a community decide to make that a corridor that we keep open if we choose to flood Chesterhope.
Councillor Foley.
Thanks, Scott. We've heard from various parts of the primary sector today and how much sort of pain there is out there at the moment with the times, and you said not great timing for rates increases. What do you think would have been a much more sort of palatable target in terms of, increase or like, or 0%, like trying to, or rate inflation is there?
Good question. I would expect some rate inflation. We deferred those the rates increases, and we're obviously paying for that now. And there's a cost to paying for those deferrals. So it's been a perfect storm, hasn't it? COVID, and then the cyclone, and then the interest rate charges, and at some stage we have to say, and these extra costs have to stop, and we have to make some extra savings. So I think it would have been acceptable more on the 10% barrier on the original land values if it was business as usual, because we expect inflation, we've had inflation, but for business as usual. But to change from the land value to the capital value and then have the extra increase, that's a really hard pill to swallow for growers in recovery time and economic hardship times.
Last question, Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you, Scott. Look, one of my colleagues before asked the question about whether you essentially saw any correlation between the capital value of some horticultural land and its impact, the impact of those activities. That's one way of looking at things, and I'd say that there's a range, I would say. Intensive vegetables will be quite different to apples, for example.
Yes.
My question for you is, would you accept there's probably more of a correlation between the capital value and its earnings ability for a piece of land?
Well, I think it's capital value and its importance to the community. People invest in the community or their assets and part of the earnings capability of the community. So the capital value, to me, is very important in the community, less important in the impact on the environment, depending upon that capital value, capital asset, you might say.
Yeah, except, can I just make sure, my question was actually whether the capital value is essentially an indicator of ability to pay a higher charge.
No, I don't believe so.
Thank you.
Particularly if it is going to be rated on intangible items like licence fees and apples, etc.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Thanks for your submission.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, everybody.
Kia ora. So can I invite Sally Duncan? Kia ora. Welcome. On behalf of the Hawke's Bay Wine Growers Association. Thank you for joining us today.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me.
And for your submission. We have 10 minutes with you. So if you would allow us questions at the end, there'll be a 9-minute ding for you. And then we finished at 10 minutes, or around 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. Good afternoon. I've got the graveyard shot. It's not almost.
Almost.
So my name is Sally Duncan, and I am the chair of Hawke's Bay Wine Growers Association. I've got Fiona with me today. She's our office manager of Hawke's Bay Wine Growers. So I represent, and Hawke's Bay Wine Growers represent the body for the wineries and the wine grape region here in Hawke's Bay. And I'm here to comment on our submission for the 3-year plan relating to Hawke's Bay tourism and funding, and to strongly urge to support the funding option B for Hawke's Bay tourism. So let's talk about wine and tourism in Hawke's Bay. I should have bought some wine.
Yeah.
That would have made it much more fun.
We've had chocolates.
Okay,
Yeah.
next time I'll bring wine. Okay, so wine, we all love our wine, and it's deeply embedded in our fabric of our region. It's integral to Hawke's Bay and our identity. Our wine region, we've got 5,000 hectares of vineyards, and we produce 40,000 tonnes of wine grapes, which are valued at over 200 million. We're New Zealand's oldest, and we're our second largest wine region in the country. And we're home to 2 of the New Zealand's oldest wineries, the Mission and Tomato Estate. We're the fruit bowl of New Zealand, and wine is a major employer and a key part of the Hawke's Bay experience. And I believe that the success of our wine industry translates to the success of Hawke's Bay. And this success is critical, and it's critically reliant on our tourists. The loss of funding to Hawke's Bay tourism is expected to dramatically reduce our tourist numbers and have a really bad impact on the wine industry in Hawke's Bay. Therefore, we support funding option B for the following 3 reasons, which I'm going to go through. Firstly, the loss of Hawke's Bay tourism funding will result in reduced visibility for our member and our wine businesses. Secondly, that impact will be felt by those industries complementary to the wine industry, such as our entertainment and our hospitality, with the expected reduction of visitor numbers. And thirdly, the cut to tourism funding will threaten our great wine capital status. And this is expected to increase tourism numbers in the region by 20%. So I'm going to address those 3 points in turn. Firstly, the loss of Hawke's Bay tourism funding will result in reduced visibility for our member businesses. This includes our 30 cellar doors in Hawke's Bay, our accommodation and our food services. According to a recent survey, 62% of New Zealand travellers associated Hawke's Bay with wine. And we need continued promotion and activities by Hawke's Bay Tourism, and this is essential for converting this awareness into visits to our region. Cellar doors are already suffering. We've talked about that, I'm sure you've heard of it. But they're suffering after COVID, they're suffering after the cyclone. Cutting tourism could be the last straw for some of these wineries and our cellar doors. And I've got a quote here from Tony Bish, who's the owner of the Urban Winery, and he's a wine industry legend. And he says, as a wine education cellar door venue, we rely on inbound tourism for our viability. If tourism funding is cut or reduced, it will lead to lower tourism visitor numbers. We may need to lay off staff and consider closing this side of our business altogether. His sentiments are echoed by many wineries in the region. Secondly, the synergy between tourism and wineries is vital. Many of our wineries in Hawke's Bay have got restaurants that rely on our tourists. A reduction in this funding is a cut to our food, hospitality and our accommodation industries. And these are connected to the tourist experience and therefore the patronage of our wineries. Just consider the impact on tourism-led initiatives like the Food and Wine Classic or Hawke, the Hawke's Bay Wine Festival, and these all work very closely with our wineries. Imagine the impact on events like the Mission Concert, and we get acts like Rod Stewart and Robbie Williams here. This concert is only possible because of Hawke's Bay's tourism promotion of Hawke's Bay and its wineries. And I've got a message here from Peter Holly, who's the CEO of the Mission, and he sent me this message from the United States. He says Hawke's Bay Tourism is an essential organisation for planning, organising, leading and controlling our inbound tourism activities. And I'm paraphrasing a bit here because it was quite a long quote. Without tourism, there is no coordination, and this will have significant impact on the region's ability to promote the tourism sector. This will impact all of Mission's existing activity. In simple terms, without Hawke's Bay Tourism, there will be no tourism. Hawke's Bay wine growers, along with our members, we collaborate really closely with Hawke's Bay Tourism to bring media and trade into our region, spreading our region story far and wide, not just in New Zealand, but on a global, international level. I spoke to Black Barn, and they believe that Hawke's Bay Tourism support is critical for international connections. They said to us that critical to us is the international content that Hawke's Bay Tourism is able to generate through their associations with Tourism New Zealand and Air New Zealand. When global publications and online platforms look to promote a region, their first point of contact is Hawke's Bay Tourism, not the individual businesses. The power of these contacts and the content that they generate would simply dry up if there wasn't a respected regional tourism authority to work them through. And thirdly, the proposed funding cuts threaten our newly acquired Great Wine Capital status in Hawke's Bay. The Great Wine Capital status is a massive boom for our industry here in the region. This is a massive honour that places Hawke's Bay alongside other great wine regions of the world. We know that Great Wine Capitals increases visitor numbers. We've got stats from Adelaide, which saw that visitor numbers increased by almost 20% when they joined the Great Wine Capitals network. The same was seen in Napa and other great wine capitals. Visit Napa's, a tourist association, showed an increase of 24% in visitor numbers when they joined the Great Wine Capitals Association. Our ability to maintain our Great Wine Capital status is reliant on tourism, and if this is cut, we may no longer have this honour, which has got great prestige nationally and internationally. And there can only be one region in New Zealand that's a great wine capital. I do not want to see that go to Marlborough, which I know that they are seething that Hawke's Bay has this. We do not want Marlborough to get that. So in summary, to cut Hawke's Bay tourism funding is a major blow to the wine industry for the reasons that I've identified. The loss of Hawke's Bay tourism will reduce our visitor numbers, will reduce our visibility for our member businesses. It will be impacted across our entertainment, our hospitality and our accommodation industries, and it may threaten our great wine capital status. We need those tourists in Hawke's Bay for our wineries. We need tourism to bring those tourists to Hawke's Bay. And so I'm urging you, councillors, to consider the regional benefits of our thriving visitor economy and the tourists that come to our beautiful Hawke's Bay. Imagine our region without tourists, our empty hotels, our restaurants, no more events. We may as well shut up shop and cancel our summer. So I urge you to support option B and consider ensuring continued funding for Hawke's Bay tourism for this year while securing future funding options. I don't think that cutting tourism is just a blow to the wine industry. I think it strikes at the very heart of Hawke's Bay and our region that we all love and proud to call home. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and happy to take on any questions.
Thanks.
As long as they're
Ellen.
nice and easy.
We heard you loud and clear, option B. Thank you. Open up for questions. Councillor Curtin.
Yeah, thank you for your submission and your statistics around how important the wine industry is to the region. I'm looking at 156 members and the value of the industry. What's the contribution by the wine industry to Hawke's Bay tourism? Do you know that number?
I don't, not off the top of my head. Have you got it for me? Oh, no, you do. Oh, yeah, actually, this is why I have my Fiona here. What was that? 10,350.
10,000. So just tell me, what do you think the tolerance would be if you asked your 150 members, for example, for $1,000, that would be $150,000. Do you think $10,000 from that sector represents the dire concern you have for the future of the industry if it doesn't contribute? I'm trying to equate 10,000 with what's at stake, and I'm surprised at 10,000. So there you go.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think the problem I've got with my winery members and wine growers is that we're suffering at the moment. So I can barely ask them for hardly any cash at the moment. So I think it would be tricky for me to go and ask that question.
Even though it's essential to their industry?
I think they possibly may do, but I think at the moment I ask them for money all the time, and they are really, really suffering, and not just the cellar doors, but the grape growers are really suffering with what's going on and what's happened in the region.
Thank you. Last question, Councillor Harding.
Good on, Chair.
Hello, Councillor Harding. How are you?
I'm fantastic, and thank you for that presentation. My question. Is it the case that with things like the Great Wine Capitals and Hawke that do highlight or feature our wine industry, that the benefits of those and all the income from that goes to the wine industry? Or is it the case that that's spread widely across the community?
I think it's spread widely across the community. I think the Great Wine Capital's status for Hawke's Bay is not just related to wine, it's not just related to tourism, it is a benefit for the whole region. It is such an amazing status. It's seen nationally and globally as a huge asset, and I think it is a benefit for everybody living, working in Hawke's Bay to have that status.
Thank you. And the very, very last question.
Super fast. Thank you for your presentation. Do you have any oversight from your 156 members? How many of them are members of Hawke's Bay Tourism? Yes, you got that, haven't you?
Yeah, 22.
22. Thank you.
They pay a New Zealand wine levy.
Yes, but we also, sorry, just Fiona's reminding me, all of our wineries also pay a levy to New Zealand wine growers as well. So there's, they do have to have other levies placed upon them.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sally.
No problems. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your presentation, and Fiona for your assistance in that.
Thank
you.
Thank you, everyone.
Enjoy your day.
Come next time.
I don't see John Bostock here, so I'm guessing.
I heard him say that he was going to come tomorrow, so.
Oh, okay. Has he been shifted to tomorrow?
That's what he.
Okay.
That's
Well,
what he was
maybe there's a
doing, so-
follow-up somewhere. It did say something.
He might be talking to
himself.
They're on your speed dial list.
Yeah.
No, he's not actually.
FaceTime.
That a leading question.
So I'll call up David. Kia ora, David. Come and join us.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming on behalf of the Napier Port.
Yeah, very good.
Lovely to have you.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Chair and
Thank you.
councillors. My name is David Creel. I'm the General Manager Commercial at Napier Port. I also would like to just put on the record that I'm on the board of New Zealand Cruise Association as their treasurer and a board member, as well as on the board of Export New Zealand. So
Thank you.
just in terms of the different bodies I represent.
As we sometimes all do. Thank you.
And thank you very much for this opportunity to come and have a discussion. We're assuming that our submission is taken as read, so I'm not
Yes.
going to go through that. I don't have
you.
a formal presentation. I just wanted to have a discussion and talk a little bit about our circular economy that we have. Just leading back to one of the previous questions about where does the benefit to the wine industry go? If we have a look at the supply chain that supports the wine industry, the paper is manufactured in Kinleith and Whakatane and Auckland. It gets trucked and shipped down to the Hawke's Bay to Opal Packaging, and it gets converted into boxes. And those go into the wine industry. The bottles are made in Australia and in Auckland that come down, and so it's generating jobs, it's generating transport, it's generating a whole income stream for the greater New Zealand, as opposed to just the wine industry and or potentially an international owner that's just stripping all the profits out. So it's a much wider economy. It generates jobs in Whakatu at Opal Packaging for all of this packaging to be manufactured. It generates income across trucking, across shipping, exporting. So from our perspective, that's just something I wanted to put on the table with regards to our economy is we kind of rely upon each other. And one of the fundamental pillars that we see as the port from a Hawke's Bay perspective is tourism. Tourism props up a big part of New Zealand's economy as a whole, let alone Hawke's Bay. And the estimated income from tourism in the Hawke's Bay is circa $1.3 billion, which is a significant amount of income for our region. And it would be very hard to replace that in the event that Hawke's Bay tourism had to be disestablished or underfunded. So from our perspective, we passionately argue that option B, and we would probably go a little bit further as to say we should be potentially funding more into that. We should be sending this team overseas to represent us. They do a phenomenal job representing the Hawke's Bay and bringing tourism into the Hawke's Bay region. There's international events such as Sea Trade Global, which is held in Miami every year. I firmly believe that Tourism Hawke's Bay should be represented at these sort of conferences, because that's where you generate the interest and you generate tourism coming into the region. So from our perspective as a port, we benefit directly, as do our owners and major shareholders, from the cruise industry, which adds a significant amount of revenue to our business and to our region. And, last year we had, the last season, we've had 88 cruise vessels, which is up from just over 60 the previous season. And this has a significant impact on the well-being of the port as a business and all of the tourism operators in the region. And it's really as a result of the hard work that Hamish and his team have put in over the years, going out there and representing us. We firmly believe when you're in trouble, you should invest in and develop your marketing. That's not the right time to be cutting the budget strings to marketing, because marketing is what absolutely represents your region and brings in the revenue from tourism. So that's just what I wanted to have a chat about, and happy to discuss, take any questions. One of the interesting things was during the cyclone, when we had the cyclone immediately afterwards, a lot of the tourism stopped for obvious reasons. And we immediately were approached by the cruise industry through Hamish, offering to bring ships in here to plug into our network to provide and generate power for the region, because the region had no power, offering to position supplies and emergency medical equipment into the Hawke's Bay through the port, which at that stage was the only gateway into and out of Napier. So, it does have a long clause that can really benefit our region. So we're quite excited that you're taking the time to consider this properly, and we're really hopeful that option B would be the outcome of this. Thank you.
Thank you, David, and thank you for your presentation and submission on behalf of Todd Dawson we've got here, so I'm guessing yes. And it's very clear your advocacy for option B with the tourism topic. Were there any other topics in our consultation that the port wanted to give their view on, or was it just tourism?
I'm specifically here to talk about Hawke's Bay tourism.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Sears.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Hi, David.
Hi.
We've had other submissions. I'm thinking of one in particular, but there may have been a few more talking about their concern around cruise ships and the pollution that they bring. I'm also well aware of the value to the port of the cruise ships, berthing fees, etc. I'm wondering if the port has a capacity to charge a visitor tax on all our port people that we could use to give Hawke's Bay tourism more.
Well, the port currently has a suite of charges that are applied to cruise ships, and obviously I can't speak on behalf of all of the shareholders of Napier Port because we owe due diligence to every single shareholder, but I do believe that our majority shareholder gains to stand the most out of the suite of pricing services that we do have with the cruise industry, including we do charge a passenger levy.
So possible capacity? What was the question? Possible?
There is a mechanism by which you can charge a passenger levy. That's really the answer to the question.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor McIntosh.
Actually, I had a variation on Sophie's question, and I know we're a big shareholder. But you're a really direct beneficiary of tourism, especially via cruise ships, but also indirectly, for the reasons you mentioned at the start, through the circular economy. So, I'm actually crudely wondering whether you couldn't be, like us, actually a contributor to tourism yourself for that reason.
Obviously, that is something that we would have to put to our board, and it's not a decision I could make here, but I would argue that we are already contributing through our dividend back to our primary shareholder.
Councillor Curtin.
Yes, following up on that, David, does the port currently belong to Hawke's Bay Tourism, and how much does it contribute?
Yes, we are currently members, and we pay a membership fee. I don't have the exact fee to hand at the moment.
Picking up on your, the presentation from Todd, about 5 million is if you net out of the tourism sector. If you put 1% or 2% or 3% of that into tourism, that would be a big help for Hawke's Bay tourism, wouldn't it?
It would. It would. We would probably argue that we already do that through our rates and through the rates we pay as a business to Hawke's Bay Regional Council, as well as through the dividend that we do. However, that is something that we could consider.
Councillor Rodley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, David. I'm going to make an assumption that many of the visitors who visit the region via the cruise industry, would they be international visitors?
Approximately 60% are Australian.
We'll call them internationals.
Well, we consider them our Western Islands. So yes, approximately 60% are Australian and the rest would be from around the world. So
Yes.
the
So
majority are
predominantly-
international. You might find there's probably less than 1% that are New Zealand
Thank you. And
domiciled.
that was kind of what I'd assumed also. We've heard today via the presenters that the structure of tourism is we have the national tourism, and their job is around marketing internationally, and we have regional, which is about domestic. How does that align with what you're telling us, that your majority of tourists coming are actually international visitors rather than domestic, and therefore they're actually being attracted to get on the cruise ship via a national body rather than the regional spend?
Yes, and that would be through support from the regional bodies to the national bodies. However, a lot of the, for example, a small port like Timaru that has maybe 15 cruise ships sent 3 people to Sea Trade Global in Miami. That's how important they view it in terms of generating more tourism for their region.
Sorry, did someone from the port go, or from the...
Literally from the port. I'm not sure if anyone from tourism in that region went. That's just what I've managed to establish through my network in the ports, that they send 3 people to attend that. So it's really about, if you don't put your best foot forward, you don't have a seat at the table. And I think that's what Hawke's Bay Tourism is doing for us, is giving us a seat at those tables.
Final question, Councillor Sears.
Thank you. I think you said 80 ships or 86 ships. How many thousand people does that represent coming?
We had roughly just over 139,000 passengers that came through the gates for the last 6-month cruise season, which is quite a significant number.
Extraordinary.
Yeah, it is.
$2
Well done.
donation.
Thank you, David. Thank you for your presentation and having the ability to answer some of these questions.
No, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Bye, team. Thank you all for today. We've got this round 2 tomorrow. No late nights, but just a huge thank you also to our staff who are here to assist us with hearings today, and of course all our submitters. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you too, Chair.
Well done.
Good day, well done. Yeah.
Well done, everyone.
Thanks.
What time do we start tomorrow, and have we got an updated run sheet?
9:30, and yes, I have an updated run sheet. Would you like it emailed or?